Hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the Parents Around the World Summit. I want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you who's watching either on Facebook Live, YouTube, or who's joining the panels and hosts today on Zoom. Our first guest is someone that I've known for quite a long time, and I'm blessed that she has taken the opportunity to join us today and kick off our summit. And her name is Christina. Hello, Christina. How are you doing today?
Hello. Hi, everyone. Hi, Terrain.
Perfect. So, what I would like to do, Christina, is give you the floor. It is all yours. So go ahead, please.
Okay, so this is kind of spontaneously. I'm just going to explain the way we do it in positive discipline, how we explain the different types of parenting, is we make a chart that it's basically like this. Hopefully you guys can see it. And if you think like this would be really firm parenting, like very firm, you know, with very big rules. And this would be less firm here. And then if you would have here kind, so this is very kind parenting, and this is not so kind. Then the way most of us were raised is here. Very firm parenting, very firm boundaries, not very kind, not very like, oh, you're feeling sad, come to mom. It's more like, you're sad, go to your room, cry it out loud. And then when you're feeling better, come back. And this type of parenting here that is very firm and not very kind is called authoritarian parenting. And again, it's the one most of us were raised. And what happens when people are raised with authoritarian parenting is that, first of all, it's fear-based parenting, right? Children, they will do what you say, not because they understand why they have to do that, but because they know that if they don't do what you say, something bad will happen and you will cause that bad thing to happen. So they end up fearing your consequences more than what's actually happening. And this has many implications. One is that children will get really good at hiding things from you, right? Because that's what you're teaching them. Because for them, you finding out if they are in trouble, the worst thing that can happen, and they might be in really big trouble, that you would be like, no, but my child should know that I'm here for them. But they don't. Because what they believe is that going to you will get them into even bigger trouble. So you won't even pop into their brain as an option. If they are in trouble, they might go to friends who might not really be their friends. They might turn to, substances that help them deal with what they are feeling that are not very healthy for them. Or they might get themselves into even bigger trouble because for them, even though that's not what you want, of course, you love your children. None of these are bad parenting, by the way. All parents, or most parents, I want to believe that most parents, they really want the best for their children. And authoritarian parents, they are not authoritarian because they are bad parents. It's just because it was the way they were raised themselves. And they truly believe that tough love and harsh discipline is what will make their children grow and be a good member of society. So they do this because they truly believe that it's the best for their children. And they think things like, I don't need to tell my child that they can always count on me because they know that. But they don't. That's the problem. The problem is that when they are in big trouble, very often they don't come to you. And they prefer to go to someone that is not so good, right? And they end up, again, because it's fear-based parenting, it's all about external validation instead of internal motivation. So I don't behave because I understand why the behavior is wrong, because I want to behave better, because I see the value for myself in behaving better. I behave a certain way in order to please you. Turns people into people pleasers, right? My biggest rule is, how is my mom feeling? What is the impact of my actions in how my mom and my dad feel? Right? It's not about the behavior itself. It's about the impact of what I do in what my parents feel, right? So it's external validation. These are those type of people when they grow up, if their self-worth is attached to what other people, a pat on the back from their boss is like, oh, thank you so much. Oh, yeah. It makes their day because someone pat them on the back. Whereas it shouldn't be about that, right? It should be like, I know my internal worth, and I don't care if you pat me in the back. I know what I'm worth, and if you're not paying me more I'm worth, I'm going somewhere else. But that's why also people who were raised with authoritarian parenting, they tend to stay in the same job for a long time, or even if they are not happy there, because those little pats in the back are enough for them. So one thing that happens is, first of all, external, people pleasing, trying to. The second thing is, as I said, they don't go to you if they are really in trouble, because the worst thing it can happen is that, you find out. And the third thing that happens also is that children, when they misbehave, I always say, challenging behavior is just your child showing you that they need some skill that they don't have yet. They are feeling, thinking, they want something. All those things are natural. Everyone feels this way. Everyone thinks this way. If I want a chocolate and I'm hungry, it's natural to want the chocolate, right? There's no wrong feelings. What there is the wrong way to, act on those feelings. And if you tell your child, go to the room, and when you're done crying, come back, what you're teaching your child is that they are supposed to deal with their emotions by themselves. If you tell your child, you behave wrongly, go and sit there and think about what you did, I can promise you the child is not there thinking, I threw the toy on the floor. I shouldn't have thrown the toy on the floor. Throwing the toys on the floor is bad because it breaks the toy. No, what they are thinking is like, I behave bad. I'm an awful kid. My mom doesn't love me when I behave like this because she doesn't even want to be with me. It's wrong feeling this way. I don't know what to do. I need to pretend that I don't want the toy next time. I need to pretend. I need to smile even when inside I'm not feeling good. If I need to, express my emotions in a way that my mom doesn't find out. And this might be hitting other kids. It might be doing things behind your back. It might be also just swallowing everything inside and, creating all these negative emotions and thoughts about ourselves. And this has a lot of repercussions as we grow. So this is authoritarian parenting. Then the next one is the opposite of authoritarian parenting. This is that type of parenting that is very, very, very kind, but not firm at all. So this is that type of parenting. It's permissive parenting. So it's like, I really feel sad. I cannot stand to see my child sad. I cannot stand to see my child struggling. It just really breaks my heart. It's just so much for me. And very often, permissive parents, again, they are not bad parents. It comes again from the way they were raised themselves. Because they really, empathize with what their children are feeling and thinking and wanting, because they project a lot their own experiences, their own past experiences onto what's happening with their child. And it's really important we remember that our children and ourselves, we are going through very different paths. And even though some experiences might seem similar, they are indeed very different, because your child lives in a completely different reality from the reality you lived in. They meet different people. They go through, so even though it's great that you have empathy towards your child, that's amazing. Again, being kind is like great. When you don't give boundaries to children, what happens is that children become very entitled, because they really start believing that the world owes them, right? Because whenever I'm sad, I just have to say, I'm sad, and here we go, you have a toy. I'm frustrated because, this is not going my way. Okay, we will do it your way. So children, they don't develop this resilience and this This again, it's again, they need skills. They are showing you they need skills, and you are not giving them those skills. So when they are faced with situations like that as they grow up, they don't have those skills. And this really affects then the way they deal with the world, right? They always feel like, I had a bad grade, it's because the teacher doesn't like me. The kids don't want to play with me, it's because, they don't want to be my friends. So it's always the other people's fault. The world owes me, it's unfair. And when we have this victim mentality, we aren't able to really develop the growth mindset, right? Because we are so stuck on everything's bad is happening to me, that we cannot see what we can do to change our situation, because they weren't taught that growing up, and it will make their life much harder. Then the other one is when you have here, so it's not firm and it's also not kind here. This is neglectful parenting. Again, these are not, most of the times, I want to believe in my heart that these are not bad parents. What happens is that they are so overwhelmed with their own emotions, with their own baggage. There's so much happening to them in their situation. Maybe they are dealing with poverty, addiction, or maybe they are just, they were never taught themselves how to deal with their own emotions. And so they really struggle to self-regulate with their children. And so they are just like, do what you want. I don't have time for this. And it's not, again, because they are bad parents or bad people. It's because they really don't have the skills to be able to deal with their life, with their emotions, with everything that is happening around them and inside them, and at the same time parenting. They can't. It's just, parenting is just too much, and they put it aside. And one might say, well, but children always come first, and it's true, but you cannot judge someone until you're in their shoes, right? So neglectful parenting, what happens is that children are forced to, figure it out for themselves. And this very often creates then themselves that they become also neglectful parents as they grow, because again, they didn't learn, so they have that harsh shell around them, and they find it very hard to connect with their child because they weren't receiving that. Or very often it happens the other way around, that they're like, I want to do better than my parents did to me. I want to be a completely different parent to my child. And they really try their best, and very often they struggle, and very often then they go into a mixture between neglectful parenting and permissive parenting, right? Or authoritarian parenting. They go like around there, because they, on one hand, they really want to be different, but on the other hand, they were not modeled growing up what you're supposed to do, and so they struggle themselves. Very often, children that are children from neglectful parents also turn into other substances to deal with their emotions, because they weren't supported themselves, so they don't know how to deal with their emotions. And yeah, just basically that's it. And then we have here the best one, right? Where there is both firm and kind. Let me see it again. It's both firm and kind. And this is, can call it positive discipline, positive parenting, gentle parenting, whatever you want to call it. That is both about setting very firm boundaries that at the same time make children, do it in a way, because when we are raised with authoritarian parenting, very often we associate discipline and respect with basically fear-based parenting, right? It's like, do it my way or the highway, and you will do as I say. I'm the head of this household. This is my house. You will do as I say as long as you live here, and all those things. But actually, discipline parenting is about teaching skills, as I said. And there's many ways to correct the behavior. And you can correct the behavior in a way that is kind. You don't need to be like, you will do as I say, young man. You can also be kind, You can express to your child that what they are feeling is okay, that there are no wrong feelings. Everyone is entitled to have feelings, everything is okay. And also, what is the appropriate way to deal with those feelings? So I give you an example. The child, I'm going to give you an example now of all the four. What would happen with a child that is in the supermarket and wants a chocolate, and it's lunchtime and you don't want to buy them a chocolate? So in the authoritarian parenting, which is very firm, not kind, what would happen would be something like this: you will not embarrass me. Very often also authoritarian parents, they fear a lot what others think of them. And it's more important to them what others think of them than what their child is feeling. And again, it's not because they are bad parents, it's because the way they were raised themselves, right? For them, it's very important that people respect them, because they associate, again, respect to fear. So they are like, you will not embarrass me. I told you, if you don't do this, when we get home, you will be stuck in your bedroom and there will be no toys and there will be no dessert, and threatening. And it will be like punishing and, all those things. Maybe spanking, screaming, or maybe just looking. Because a good authoritarian parent is good enough when they stare. They don't need to say anything, right? They just stare and you immediately know, I have to shut up now. Because if I don't shut up now, bad things will happen to me. So fear-based parent. So you might say, well, that's great, solve the problem. But did it really solve the problem? It didn't solve the problem, right? Because the child, what they learn is that they upset you, right? It's they fear what's going to happen now, right? They have this feeling, they want the chocolate, and they think that wanting the chocolate is a wrong thing. It's like they must be awful kids. They must be really awful kids, because if they weren't such awful kids, their parents wouldn't be so mad at them. And it must be awful that they want a chocolate. The other kids don't do this, and this creates all this internal dialogue and internal beliefs, those core beliefs that we have about ourselves. Like, you're not a good kid, you're always an inconvenience, you're always inconveniencing your parents. Coming with you to the supermarket is always, a drag. You make everything worse. You only do crap. You are always annoying us. And they start believing those things about themselves. That's not what you want. This is not parenting, right? This is what you want, is to teach your child the skills. But yeah, in the moment, it does work. But it does work also in the moment, because long term it won't work. Because eventually, when they will start rebelling against you, right? When they become teenagers and something like that, they will start rebelling. Or otherwise, they will always be like people pleasing you, but then doing things behind your back, like I said before. Then let's talk about the other one, the permissive parenting. That is very kind and not very firm, right? Permissive parenting. What would happen would be like this: I want a chocolate. No, you cannot have a chocolate. I know you want a chocolate, but you can't because it's lunchtime. Yeah, but I want the chocolate. Okay, then have the chocolate. That's permissive parenting. What does your child learn? He learned that whenever he wants a chocolate, he just needs to cry a little. Then the next one is neglectful parenting. Well, the neglectful parents wouldn't even be in the supermarket with the child, so I'll skip that. Or would just leave the child at the supermarket and leave. And then you have here, this both firm and kind, positive parenting. And here, what you would have, we would be like, empathizing with the child. I know you want a chocolate. It's really yummy. I love chocolate. I would also really want a chocolate. And then correcting the behavior. We can't have chocolate right now because there is no space then in your tummy for putting healthy food. And if you don't put healthy food in your tummy, you will not be able to grow healthy. You will get sick in your body and all those things, and then you cannot play, blah, blah, blah. And then after that, teaching what is the correct behavior and problem-solving solutions. Okay, when you want something that you cannot have, what can you do? Let's problem solve. Let's think about solutions. So what about in the afternoon we go for ice cream? What about we buy an ice cream, we buy a chocolate, but you only eat it after lunch, etc. So problem solving skills. So yeah, these are, I think I gave a good. Oh, I cannot hear you. Is it my? Not sure if it's me. I cannot hear you. I can't hear you. Sorry.
What else does what else means, right? Doesn't mean that it's going to be kind of scary. Doesn't mean that you're going to try to figure something out. But the scary part is, like for me, I remember that it's either we're going to give you something to cry about, or it's usually fear based, and that's the scary part about it. But hopefully, we can all identify which parenting style works best for us, and then we can go from there. What are your thoughts, Christina?
Sorry that I missed, stopped hearing you for a bit. My connection must have been crappy. Yeah, I mean, of course, the American Association of Pediatrics, they recommend positive parenting. There are many studies that show that there's a lot of benefits for positive parenting. And it's hard when you were not raised with positive parenting to implement positive parenting in your home, but it's definitely not impossible. There's a lot of people out there doing it, and you can do it too. And parenting always starts with ourselves. We need to, those things when people say, be the change you want to see in the world. I always say, be the change you want to see in your child. So it always starts with us. Because when children trigger us, they would prefer we didn't have triggers, right? They are not doing it on purpose. And it's up to us to remember that even though it's valid what we are feeling and it's really overwhelming, and parenting in today's world is really so much more demanding than it was in our parents' time. We are parents, we are adults with fully developed brains, and children are still growing and they need our support to grow healthy. So even though we are feeling triggered in the moment, we cannot take it out on our children, right?
Yeah, that's always the concern, right? Like Tyler has a question. What is your opinion on giving children a reason not to do something?
Like, give me, stop crying or I'll give you a reason to cry, you mean?
Yeah, something along those lines, right? Where it's like, you know what? I will give you something to cry about,
Yeah.
or better yet, just asking, you know what? What if a child wants something, but you have to give them reason for them not to want it?
Yeah, I mean, it's again, it comes very much from the way we were raised ourselves, because very often it also happens that our parents talk to us in a similar way, like, you know, you are bothering me. Don't you dare bothering me. Don't you dare making other people think bad of me. You are doing things that are reflecting on me. So we kind of grew with that sense that we belong to parents and children belong to parents, and the job of a child is to obey the parents, and this power, submissive power, relationship. And so when parents do that, it's first because that's what they were modeled growing up, and also because again they were not taught growing up how to self-regulate or to deal with their emotions in a healthy way. And it's always much easier to let our emotions show to people who are more vulnerable than us than to our equals. So very often, that's why I always say some parents treat their kids much worse than they would ever treat their mailman. And it's because of that, because they see the mailman as an equal, right? So they would never tell the mailman, hey, stop that. Don't you see that I'm doing this? How dare you interrupt me? But they would do that to their child and maybe even spank them. Like, I told you not to put toys on the floor. Spank them, right? Because they see the child as kind of like they are submissive to them. They should be submissive to them because that's all the only way that fear-based parenting works. So, yeah, unfortunately, the first step is always self-regulation. And I know that this is hard because very often when parents come to me for help, what they want is for me to fix the child's behavior. And yes, we do also do that, but we also need to always deal with your own emotions and with self-regulation, because you may have all the wonderful tools, all the parenting tools out there, but if you're not able to self regulate, you're not able to access the rational part of your brain, you're just letting your emotions be in charge of your parenting. So you will always, when our emotions are high, we always end up doing and saying things we regret. And if we are doing that with a person that we believe, even if unconsciously, even if not, that's not what we want, but unconsciously, because of the way we were raised, we feel like our children are below us, right? And so it's very easy when our emotions are in charge for us to react in ways that later we regret.
So, Christina, let me ask you a final question before you leave. I'm going to give you, and I'm doing this for every single person, I'm going to give you Aladdin's genie lamp. Three beautiful wishes, okay? And you can't wish for money or forever life. What are three things you wish parents knew about raising their children, and why?
Well, one is that there are no perfect parents. And no matter what you will do, you will always screw up your child. And it's not about being a perfect parent. It's about doing the best you can 51% of the time. So if more than half of your time you're being the parent that you're proud of, you need to have the self-compassion during the rest of the 49% to know that you didn't become superhuman the day you became a mom, that every single mom out there screws up sometimes, and that you will for sure screw up, and that you need to take care of your own needs in order to be able to do those 51. Because if you are swallowed in self-guilt and thinking, oh my god, I'm the worst mom alive, you will not even be able to do those 51%, because you will be so focused on, I already screwed up, might as well. It's like when you're on a diet, you're like, oh, I ate a little cake, might as well now eat the pudding and the ice cream, right? It's the same with parenting. You're like, I'm a worst mom alive. Well, do what you want today. I don't care anymore. Tomorrow we start over. But you lost there an opportunity to say, I'm sorry to my child, to make amends, to show your child that everyone makes mistakes, including mom, because very often we were not raised that way ourselves. We think our parents were perfect, kind of like that, until we are teenagers. That's when we realize, they are not perfect. But it's important that you show your child, since they are very little, that you are not perfect and that they don't have to be perfect. Because when you try to achieve perfection, you're always failing. You're always feeling like a failure. So a growth mindset, 51% of the time. So that would be my first wish. The second one would be remember that even though it's really valid, every single thing you're feeling, that even though that any person in your situation would be feeling overwhelmed, overstimulated, that it's really unfair, all that is happening to you, that you have to deal with, it's like so much stuff that is demanded of parents and it's really unfair. Even though all that, your child is a child, you're an adult. It's your job to, you know, get over it. And the third thing is children wish we didn't have a trigger. They are not triggering us because they are bad kids. They just need us to teach them skills.
Beautiful, beautiful answer. Thank you so much, Christina, for joining us today. And before you go, of course, let everyone know where they can find you and reach out to you.
Yeah, thanks again for inviting me to Rain. It's always like, it's so much fun always talking to you. And yeah, people can check out everything I do at changingparenting.com.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Christina, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you
You
so
too.
much.
Bye, everyone.
So, our next guest is someone that I've developed a connection with. He's a cool guy and he has such a unique and interesting story to share. His name is Taylor. Taylor, welcome. How are you?
I am doing well, thank you. I'm incredibly humbled to be here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you, first and foremost, for joining because you're going to speak about a topic that is to a lot of people sensitive, but it's an experience that I think everyone has either gone through themselves or they know someone that has gone through it. And of course, you can introduce yourself better than I can, my friend. The floor is all yours. Introduce yourself and please share your story.
Perfect. My name is Taylor Duran. I am from San Antonio. I am a author writing a fantasy series loosely based on my life and traumatic experiences. But I do want to piggyback off what Christina said and tell everybody that all the parents here, there is no parent that is going to raise their child without some sort of childhood trauma. And then also what she said was that, setting boundaries with talking to the mailman versus talking to your child, coming from a child's perspective, talking to your elder with respect but setting boundaries is one of the hardest things you can do. But talking to your peer and setting boundaries is much more healthy. But anyway, my story starts, about 6 years old when I had a cousin who, on my dad's side, was very rude and bullied me to the point where it was more along the lines of he would make me cry every time I went over to family gatherings, and my dad would kind of just intervene and tell him to stop, but he just wouldn't. So what happened after that, as a result of that, is I started feeling more of the shame than the guilt. And if anybody knows what the difference is, I'll explain it. It's shame is I am bad, guilt is I did bad. So while I was growing up with this cousin who was just an absolute jerk, he did reinforce a lot of things now that I should have had back then, meaning I should have been able to put down boundaries with him more clearly than what I have done in the past, right? So that is one thing that I am learning is how to put down boundaries. And just because someone is blood to you does not necessarily make them family. Another cousin on my dad's side, I distinctly remember him saying something to me, and it was absolutely disrespectful, and I couldn't even believe that he said it. But I was on the phone with him, and I said, "Hey, why am I never, invited to family functions?" And his reply was, "You're never invited, but you're always welcome." And that kind of response to that, like to a child, even if no matter what the age is, that is kind of like a slap in the face. So that's kind of happened from 6 years old. After I turned 8, my mom met her one of her old boyfriends, and they got together. We ended up moving to a different city. And what had happened after that is he started being really abusive, which he also brought a really, really good person into my life, which is my older sister, Paige. But, a lot of the things that he did still affect me today. Meaning, like, so when he was on the phone in the car, he was a construction worker. He was a very big racist. And so, a lot of the things that he did and said were just downright wrong. And so part of me believes that it doesn't, after a certain point in your life, it doesn't matter how you're raised. It matters what you know to be right and wrong and to fix what you feel is wrong and that doesn't align with your core values, right? So there's a lot of things that I have to relearn and rewire my brain on to kind of be the better person that I know I can be. But anyway, back to the car story is like when he was on the phone in the car, right? And I were to speak or even say a word or anything like that, he would turn around and tell me to shut up and he would yell. So to this day, I still have that traumatic response to that. So if somebody's talking on the phone, they're driving, I will whisper if I need to tell them something. I will not talk in a normal voice, and it makes me terrified at their reaction. So my stepdad actually created an empath out of me. And for those of you who don't know how an empath is created or comes to be, is uh, basically if you have a parent or someone that is a guardian that is hot and cold, and you're not sure what who they are going to show up as when you walk into that room, you learn to read social cues a lot better. You learn to read body language and the atmosphere way better than somebody who has that healthy parenting dynamic. And so you learn to read people far better and tune into their emotions based on body language, tone, positioning of where they are, the way they look in their eyes. So he definitely did create a that empath out of me. And he was a big guy. He was a bouncer for 20 years. So I think he was the reason why I tend to go into the fawn mode. So there's four types of responses to trauma or a aggressive event. A lot of people, the majority of everybody knows the fight or the flight, but there's also freeze and fawn. So fight, obviously, freeze, flight, you run from it. Freeze is basically you just shut down. Fawn, which is kind of the one that I do and that I'm trying to have to get out of, right? To kind of change the way that I do things is basically you try and appease the situation. You lower yourself to the point where you're not a threat, but you try and basically fix the situation through submission. At least that's my interpretation of it. Um, So after that, my dad, like around 11, my dad was very angry with God as I was growing up. He was so angry that he took it out on me a lot. Um, and so he left for a year when I was 13, came back from 12, or he left for a year when I was 11. He came back when I was 12 and then left again for a year when I was 13. I did not live with him. My parents are divorced. Uh, but one thing that does stick with me is I had my little half sister. He gave me a half sister with his new wife, and one thing that stuck with me growing up, you realize some of the things that could have been done better by your parents. But like I said, one of the things that really stuck with me is that he gave my little sister the dad that I deserved. And I think that's a very powerful realization because I feel like not everybody can make that realization and say that I'm worthy of that, right? Especially not with all the stuff that I was going through. And then getting into high school, he was very abusive in all different kinds of ways. My stepdad. And so when I turned 16, um, 10 days after my 16th birthday, my uncle committed suicide. Um, and I tattooed the last words that he ever spoke to me on my chest. It was, "See you soon, babe." And if I listen really closely and think about it, I can actually hear it in his voice. He had his own troubles, he had his own depression, but he was the one who ultimately shaped my life in a way that I wouldn't have gone in had he not been my uncle. Um, so about 8 months after that, my sister died in a car accident. She actually burned to death in a car fire. And she was doing me a favor that night. One of my friends, it was 8 o'clock at night, pitch black. It was in November, so daylight savings and stuff. So it was like really, really far into the night. It was like 8 o'clock, and my friend was still sitting at school, right? So it was a Thursday, and it my friend was a female, so obviously that's going to cause a little bit more concern, because I didn't want anything to happen to her. So I called my mom. My mom sent my sister. Um, Little did we know, and we only speculate this, but she was probably drunk. And just like the girl's mom, who she went to go pick up with, was too drunk to come pick up her daughter. So um, she dropped off my friend, thank God, because I don't know what I would have done if I lost both of them. And so she makes a wrong turn coming out of that neighborhood, and she ends up rolling her vehicle, and it pins up against a tree, and the engine caught fire because the fuel pump didn't shut off, and she ended up burning to death. And I put all this in my book. It was very cathartic for me to write about because, for the longest time, I blamed myself for her dying until I realized that it wasn't my fault. Um, and I had to have that realization because she chose to drink and drive. She chose not to tell my mom that she had been drinking. Um, but so ultimately, it was it was a bad situation. And part of me, because I can only blame her, right? I can't blame anybody else. There's nobody to place that blame, that anger on. And sometimes I think, it would have been easier if and I don't want to say this like it, but I almost feel like my emotions would be more justified if she had been killed, murdered, right? Because that would mean that I have somebody to blame. That means that I'd have somebody to just want justice from. But at the end of the day, it was her fault, and I don't want to be mad at her because she was 20 when she died. She was the best, most protective older sister that I could ever have. Um, and so, after that, it just took a really big downhill. My dad's side of the family just turned their backs on me completely, to the point where now I don't talk to them. They are extremely toxic, and they are just clicky, right? They have their own cliques within the family, and they back each other up. And I just can't be around toxic family members. And I wouldn't even consider them family because while they share the same blood, they don't treat me the way a family member should, right? They don't give me the love that I know I deserve. So after my dad's parents died, which were the best part of that family. They were the best parts of the family. Um, we just fell apart, and I just couldn't be a part of that dynamic anymore. And it got to the point where actually my dad removed himself from that part of the family too. He didn't talk to them at all. So, over the course from 2012 to 2017, I lost 6 family members. And it was just really hard. It was just back to back to back to back to back. So I guess my point is that resilience and deciding that you're gonna be okay and to walk your child through, and be by their side no matter what is very, very important. Um, I want to share a little bit more about how I started writing my novels. So I think it was October 2022 or 21. I started. So I had a manic episode to the point where I, on impulse, went and bought a gun. I had SI, which is suicidal ideations, but I had the thought without the plan. So the best thing that my mom ever did for me within the last 5 years, I mean, one of the best things she's ever done for me was she forced me, or not really forced me, but she convinced me to check myself into a behavioral health facility. And while I was in there, I saw all these people, all these military members, all these people who had been through a copious amount of shit. And I thought, well, why can't I help them in a way that would be beneficial? And how can I go about that? So I always knew my purpose in life was to affect great change across the world, but I never knew how until I was sitting in that group therapy session and thought and started writing. And then so that happened, and it's probably been one of the best revelations of my life is to figure out how I was going to help people. And it was just amazing. So that's pretty much my story.
Thank you for sharing that, Taylor. And I guess one of my questions I would ask for you in regards to that, when you're looking back on such a difficult period of time, what's something that you learned about yourself when you're looking back in a reflective perspective?
So if I had to look at it, it would the way that I envision my strength, because that's what it would be, is like if you had a star, right? You had a ball of light in the middle of a light-consuming darkness of space, right? And so every time you take a hit and every time you feel like you can't go on, that darkness kind of surrounds that light a little bit more. But you have a choice, we all have a choice to hold that light and shine brighter, to come back stronger, to be unwilling to bend or break or waver under the pressure and have that resilience and have that mindset that no matter what happens, you're going to be okay. Because my dad once told me, he said, everything will be okay in the end. If it's not okay, it's not the end.
I look back on what you just shared, and there's some people that would feel guilt because of the situation with your sister. And there's some people that maybe would ask themselves, what did I do to contribute to this? What were some of the questions that you asked yourself when you were going through that, whether you thought that you played a part in it, or did you think the world is stacked against me, or was there some other questions that you were asking yourself?
I was asking myself, what, why? Why did this have to happen? What was the point of it? What was the why me? After all the trauma that I had just gone through, why is this happening? And then it wasn't until maybe in the last few years that I realized that some of the traumatic events that we go through isn't just for ourselves. It's for the people that we can help once we get through it. Does that make sense?
It does, because anytime I go through something, I always ask myself why. And there's probably a lot of people who's going to ask themselves that same question. Why me? What did I do to do this? Especially when it's parents, right? Because one thing that I think a lot of people maybe struggle with when it comes to at least step parents is that one, they feel that it's not their real parent, regardless of the relationship. And two, especially if you're a young child, you don't have a say in quotations who your mother, your father, or whoever is is dating. So sometimes if it goes poorly, you may look at the parent that has introduced this person into your life. Was there any dislike, any animosity, or any types of ill feelings to your other parent for introducing this person into your life who caused you so much harm?
No, not at all. You know, no, because my mom and I are very tight. So no, I don't blame her because she didn't know. I never told her. And um, that's that's my fault, right? Because I should have voiced that. I should have told her what was going on, and she just wanted somebody to dote on me, is what she told me years later. She just wanted somebody to be proud of me and love me the way I deserved. And it reminds me, is all this is reminding me of something that I kind of coined, is that sometimes it's our demons that protect the heroes inside of us from the pain this world so freely gives. And our inner heroes learn to live meekly in chains forged from fear. So I think pain can be comforting if you've been through it so long. And it's hard um, to navigate through that trauma, right? Because um, like I'm sure you've heard the riddle, how far can you walk into a forest, right? It's the answer is only halfway before you're walking out. So if you're looking at it, navigating trauma without any knowledge of how to do that is like being in the middle of the ocean on a castaway raft, like you're Tom Hanks in the middle of the ocean on that raft, and the only way that you can navigate is by the stars, and you don't know how to read the stars. So you know that there's a way to navigate it, you just don't don't know how. You can't read the language in which you need to utilize to have the navigation. Um, but yeah, going through your trauma is scary all the way up until halfway, and then guess what? You're on your way out of it.
So, Taylor, let me ask you. Melissa was wondering, what is the name of your book, and where can they purchase it?
Yeah, it's Kayla Find Me. It's actually right here. Um, and you can go to my website, which is officialtaylorduran.com. It's only online right now, but I do have a literary agent. His name is Chad. He's working with me to get it in brick and mortar stores. So it's on Amazon, Barnes and Nobles, and a few other online sites. And you can hit me up on Instagram, official Taylor Duran, if you have any questions or you just want to reach out.
Taylor, if I may share, I was looking as you were talking about your experiences, and I know so many people have similar childhood experiences. It can be such a difficult and confusing time, right? Your body's changing, your mind is changing, you're trying to navigate the world. And sometimes I look at everything that a lot of people have gone through, and I always wonder who makes it out and is productive in life, who makes it out and still struggles in life, and as you mentioned with the suicidal ideation, who doesn't make it out. There's this thing called survivor's guilt, right? Where you go through something difficult and you're the survivor and you're like, maybe I could have saved one more person, or why did I survive this, not someone else? As you progressed into adulthood and you got more comfortable within yourself, what were some of maybe the more difficult conversations you had within yourself about how far you have come from the trauma to the man you are today?
I think one of the biggest questions or thoughts, conversations with myself is, am I worthy to love myself? Am I worthy of self-love? Am I worthy of having the life that I know I deserve? And I'm the second one. I'm still processing through and I'm still struggling. The thing about trauma is that it never goes away. It's like scars, right? You get a scar, you get a cut, it becomes a scar, and it heals, but it never goes away. It's always going to be there, and it's gonna alter your brain chemistry to where, it reroutes the brain, the electrical impulses that create thoughts. So it really, that's one of the conversations that I had is, how can I expect someone to love me romantically if I can't even love myself? Who am I? Who am I without the pain, without the trauma? What, going through the trauma, what replaces the pain when I heal? And that is scary to me.
Have you been able to come up with the answers to those questions?
I know I am worthy, yeah. I know that I am worthy of being loved the right way, the way I deserve. And what comes after healing through trauma, that pain, comes lightness. Like the world isn't on your shoulders anymore. It's almost like you can breathe, like, finally. And who am I without that pain? I would say I am turning into the person that I was destined to be, the best person, best possible version of myself.
So, Taylor, before we wrap up here, I'm going to ask you, similar to Christina, similar to everyone else, I'm going to give you three wishes, Aladdin's genie lamp. Okay. With this, you can wish for three things that you want people to know. So, what are three things you wish people knew about the impact of trauma in their life and why?
So the first thing that I would say is, don't be hard on yourself. It is okay to not be okay. But what's not okay is to continue to not be okay, know that you're not okay, and do nothing about it. You know what I mean? So that I wish that more people knew that, because I think that would give a lot of people, especially men, right? Especially men who deal with a lot more than what they say they do. And especially, Hispanic men, right? Because they're always taught to just internalize it, and just men in general, right? Um, and I think that it knowing that would make it a little bit easier for them to process through it. The second one I think would probably be, um, know that being vulnerable, with yourself, with others around you, and the world takes a special kind of courage, special kind of, um, leap over that fear, or through that fear. Um, and I I think that everybody should know that, because courage is not easy to attain when you're struggling with your mental health, because you feel like people don't care, even if they do. And to know that it's okay to ask for help, because sometimes when you're lifting something heavy that you can't lift on your own, what do? You ask for help. So why is mental health any different?
Sometimes we neglect that, right? Like man to man, our struggles are a little bit different than, like, let's say, women's struggle when it comes to mental health, right? From a resource perspective, there's a disparity. There's a discrepancy between the two, right? Disparity between the two, sorry. So I can understand, because if I were to go to, there's a point in my life that if I was struggling with something, I couldn't go to my male friends. And part of that reason was, are they going to shame you? Or are they going to say that, you know what, you're a pussy, get over it. Don't be a woman. Where are your balls, right? There's all these shaming words, so you suffer alone. And when you look at the stats, you see men are committing suicide much higher rate. So there's a little bit of a struggle there. What I found, though, to what you're saying, Taylor, is that this is something that if we were to come together like we're doing today, you begin to realize that trauma doesn't know skin color, religious background, gender, um, sex. It doesn't know anything like that. If you're struggling, you're struggling. What I found helped me, and maybe this helped you, I'll ask you this as well. Once I began to identify the trauma I was going through, I made sure that the people around me wasn't contributing to the trauma. For a very long time, I had the wrong people around me, and they're making it worse. Did you realize that there were some changes that you had to make that maybe were difficult to help you continue the journey of healing it?
Yes. I I only have like three friends now. Maybe four. But one of my friends, um, he he was, he's still struggling like me, but I had a conversation with him because he's a great friend, amazing friend. I think he's watching now. But he's an amazing friend, and I told him, man, when I become really big, like, when I make it, the things that, I want to be your friend, right? But things will have to change because they're going to reflect on me, but I've got you, right? So with friends, the things that you do and the things that they do reflect on each other. So if you're being uh, disrespectful to your friends and they're being disrespectful to you, you need to cut those friends off.
I agree. So, Taylor, do me a favor. Let everyone know where they can find you. What's next for you?
What's next for me is just continue to be a mental health advocate, to do anything that I can to bring awareness to, what is going on in the world with men, women, you know, um, and everything in between, right? So, you can reach out to me on Instagram. It's at official Taylor Duran. My website, I have an email on there that you can contact me if you want to talk or anything. But um, Amazon.com, you can look at. But every book will have a disclaimer in it saying that these are touching on some very serious topics, and um, and it will also have the national hotlines numbers before every actual book, or before in the pages of the book, in the front. So it'll have the suicide hotline, domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, Trevor Project, and LGBTQ um, phone numbers for anybody who may not be able to access them via computer, or they don't know, but they can always access them through the book.
Thank you so much, Taylor, for joining us today, sharing your story. And we look forward to hearing more from you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Again, humbling.
So next up, guys, in a little bit, we're going to have Danielle who's going to join us. But before she joins us, what I want to do is I want to play a clip from Lisa who wanted to share her experiences because this falls into line what Taylor has shared with us. This is a pre-recorded segment from Lisa discussing healing from childhood abuse. So I'm going to play that now for each and every one of you. And here we go. How difficult was the loneliness period for you?
Oh boy, it was pretty bad. It was tough. It also fed a belief that I had about abandonment and about nobody loving me, right? I really had a deep, deep belief because I was told at a very young age that nobody loved me, and I 100% believed it. So you could imagine going into an adult life in survival mode with a victim mindset, believing that nobody loves me, believing that everybody abandons me. You could imagine how lonely and desperate, honestly, how desperate that was.
When you speak of the impact that it had on you and then your relationships, especially not feeling love, not hearing that you love, and not having love, how did that impact your relationship in your adulthood when you were trying to find love, but maybe you didn't have a base for what love was?
Oh, such a great question. I honestly, when I took on that attachment, really an insecure attachment style. So I was desperate. I was on a mission to find somebody that loved me, and I would take anybody, honestly. And my first marriage, we both came together with a lot of issues. So it wasn't just me and it wasn't just him. But as soon as that marriage ended, I was off to the next one because I didn't have any value without having somebody that loved me.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. So, what we're going to do next is I am going to bring Danielle up shortly so she can discuss what she has been up to, as well as maybe some of the topics that she would like to share. So, in a few minutes, we're going to have her join us today. So, just give me a moment as I bring her up, everyone. Sorry, guys. As I do that, what I'll do is I will finish off the clip from Lisa as I get Danielle ready to prep. So here you go. To find love, but maybe you didn't have a base for what love was.
Oh, such a great question. I honestly, when I took on that belief that nobody loved me, I was on a mission to find somebody to love me. And I had attachment, really an insecure attachment style. So I was desperate. I was on a mission to find somebody that loved me, and I would take anybody, honestly. And my first marriage, we both came together with a lot of issues. So it wasn't just me and it wasn't just him. But as soon as that marriage ended, I was off to the next one because I didn't have any value without having somebody that loved me. So you can imagine, you know, how lonely that is.
The search for love leads so many people astray and so many people into the wrong arms,
Oh, yes.
as they would say, right? What obstacles did you face when you're trying to find the right person, the right type of love that maybe you always wanted, or at least that you're always searching for?
So this is my third marriage and it's the most successful one and it's the healthiest one. So yes, I did it right finally. And again, with the first marriage, we were young, we both came together with our own stuff. What it led me to in my second marriage, and very quickly, was I went into a full-on narcissistic marriage. And I didn't know at the time that that's what it was. Just the behavior was so crazy. And I had done enough healing to know that his behavior was really bizarre. And I would even tell him so. And even got to the point where I realized I need to get out of this. Like, I don't know what I did, but I need to get out of this. So it led me to some really unhealthy relationships. Unfortunately, he passed we were married for a year and a half. And then I had to go deep, and I had to go, what happened? Why did I end up in that relationship? And I went into therapy and, came out of it, and now I'm married to the love of my life.
Congratulations on
Thank
that.
you. Thank you.
Let me ask you, when it came to finding this person that you're with now, did you know what you wanted finally out of the type of relationship that you're seeking?
I knew what I wanted and I knew what I didn't want. I literally, there were because my list before was always what I wanted. And it didn't matter what I didn't want on the list, because I didn't even know what I didn't want. I just knew what I wanted. So the difference is with this third marriage and final marriage is going into it with what I do want, what's important to me, and what I don't want.
If you were to compare Lisa back then to Lisa today, how do you think these two Lisas would be raising the type of family or creating the type of family that they want?
So the Lisa today would be very different. It really would be very different. I would be in a much healthier marriage, because that's so important for the kids. The kids need to have stability. And it makes sense why, unfortunately, my son grew up in an unstable home, was because I grew up in an unstable home. And I'll say this, I have apologized to him. I have recognized my behavior and I have apologized to him. But yeah, that's, I kind of lost my train of thought when I did that, because that's kind of a heart issue there. But it's very different how I would raise now. Definitely the communication would be different, because I realized I held so much inside, and we need to be authentic and we need to have a voice. That's one thing I didn't have.
How were you able to obtain the voice that you have today when you needed it the most, probably throughout your life?
I know that, it was really interesting, because it was in 2016 when I finally realized, because I didn't know all those years that I didn't have a voice. And what made me realize it is I was just having a conversation with my then boyfriend, who's now my husband, and we weren't having an uncomfortable conversation at all, but there was something I was going to say and it wouldn't come out. It literally got stuck in my throat. And he realized at the time, he's like, you can say it. And I said, it literally won't come out. And he said, well, let's just wait and see what happens. So he's been very patient. He's been my safe space, which allows me to have the voice. And I just, once I realized that, I started working on just going ahead, as uncomfortable it is, and saying what I need to say. And it's made a huge difference. As a matter of fact, there was a situation about a year ago where I was having an uncomfortable conversation and I needed to take a break. I stepped away and I could literally feel my throat closing up. And I realized I needed to say what I needed to say because I was holding it in. It was really interesting.
I remember hearing that some people, when they grew up in their family, because they didn't see healthy or even any form of communication that was positive between their parents, they grew up thinking that's how it is, right? Like they would close up because as a child, you don't, in a lot of sense, have the authority to say anything. You can't say, hey, dad, you're screwing up. Hey, mom, I don't like that. Usually the child has to accept it because of their placement in the family. And then they grow up thinking that's going to be normal. And to your point, right? Like when they want to have an uncomfortable conversation, it closes up. How do I say this? It bothers me. I want to express it. My partner's asking me, but I just can't do it. What tips would you share with people who are starting their families or even ones who have existing families when it comes to communicating what you're feeling and listening to what the person is saying?
The listening is so important, as well as having a voice. And, you know, the most important thing is that you have a safe space, because you're not going to feel comfortable sharing your voice in a place that's not safe. So it needs to be a safe place. And, you know, I did have to learn how to express my voice because, you know, when you first start, I had a lot of anger. So I could be very vicious. And you can ask my ex-husband. I mean, I could be very, very vicious. I'm not proud of that. But I had to learn to, the most important thing is giving yourself space, especially when you're triggered, because when you're triggered, things are going to come out of your mouth that are not appropriate. And so you need the space to realize, okay, I need a minute. I need to, you know, get myself calmed down and work through this before I say something. That has been key for me. And then in that moment, in that space, you can articulate in your head how you want to present this message so that it's not you upset screaming, it's you calm and being able to clearly articulate what it is you need to say.
How does that benefit your family now that you've learned those skills?
So much so, so much so. You know, I can have real honest conversations. It's not just me being able to voice it, but I have family that listens. They listen to what I'm saying and they acknowledge it. And so that's really important too. But that's a dynamic that we had to create, and it was created over time. And it's going to be uncomfortable and there's going to be awkward conversations. But as long, again, as you create a safe space, and that is no yelling, no screaming, no, you know, losing your temper. If you feel yourself getting upset, the best thing you can say is, can I just have a minute, and step away.
How does it feel now to be a person who grew up and spent a good portion of her life not being heard, to now you're completely being heard?
Well, I can tell you I'm a lot less frustrated. I spent many years being frustrated because it was, you know, I need you to hear me and you don't understand. You just don't understand. You know, that was something. And now it's really nice. Now I don't just give my voice to anybody who's around me, because if you don't want to hear me, you know, I'm not going to give you my voice. I'm selective of where I share my voice, how I share my voice, what I share. Um, because I'm in control of this.
And then what are three myths, or it's not three myths, so let's just open it fully up, right? What are some misconceptions that you want to clarify when it comes to healing from your trauma and its impact on the family unit?
Well, it is never too late. It is never too late to start your healing process, and you are not broken. I have never used that term on myself, and I refuse to use it on anybody else. You're not broken. What happened to you happened to you. I promise you that you can heal. It is a journey. It's a lifelong journey, but you can create the life that you really desire in your heart. Because there's a myth. There's so many. I work a lot with women, and there's so many women that think that they're broken. Broken. It's just, I'm too far gone. Too far gone. It's too, or I'm too old. I have worked with women as late as like 75 years old. And this one particular precious woman had never shared her story ever, not even with her husband of 50 something years. And she went through my workshop and she was able to start her healing process. And the rest of her life was so much better than it was before. So it's never too late. Yes.
And then as we close, Lisa, I'm going to give you three wishes. These are things that you
Mm.
can wish for that people knew. Aladdin's lamp or the genie's lamp. I forget who owns the lamp, but I'm going to give you their lamp. What are three things you wish people knew about their personal healing journey from their childhood to their adulthood, and why?
Well, one thing is that your healing journey is a lifelong event. So, you know, that is something that people don't realize. People think that they can get healed. They can have measures of healing, but you're on your healing journey for the rest of your life. Okay. So I wish everybody knew that, because that can create a lot of frustration. So I wish people really knew that. What's something else I wish people knew? You know, there is a belief out there that people don't think they can heal. And I was talking about that earlier, and I want to emphasize that again. No matter what happened to you, no matter how deep it went, no matter how long it went, you can heal. So I wish people knew that. I really do. What's a third thing? It's all going to deal with the healing, but I wish people knew that you can create that beautiful life. The way that you started isn't the way that you need to end. You can. I've done it. And actually, and I'm not bragging, but my life is far better than I ever imagined. And I'm not anybody special. I'm not anybody special.
All right, welcome back, everyone. So I'm going to bring in Danielle after listening to Lisa. Lisa had such a fantastic story about how she turned around her childhood abuse and she was able to find love. It took her more than once, but she ultimately did it. So we're going to have Danielle join us today. Danielle, are you there?
Yes. Hi.
Hello, welcome. How are you doing?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. So, first and foremost, thank you for joining the Parents Around the World Summit today because I know you're going to talk about something that I personally experienced. So, I'm kind of excited to hear your take on this. This is perseverance, forgiveness, and eliminating limiting beliefs. So, Danielle, introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Danielle Boer. I am a author, speaker, life coach, nurse, mom. There's so many things that I can't think of. I used to be a comedian. I am a, oh boy, mental health advocate, and I'm a grandma. Lots of people don't believe that, but I am. So, in 20, well, can't say it like that. In 2003, I was 20 years old, pregnant with my second son, and my almost 2-year-old and I lived in a homeless shelter. It's funny because Lisa was talking about broken, and I felt very broken, lost and stuck, and I was living in fear of a lot of things. See, one of my problems was that I surrounded myself around people that drained the energy from me. And I didn't realize till later on that's how my childhood was. So I really didn't get that that's why I did that. But I was allowing them to take more of me than they were giving to me. So like more of me than they were giving of themselves to me. I slowly went from a confident young woman to a people-pleasing lady, like very much people-pleasing. I was living in fear of rejection, of not being a perfect parent, of people letting me down, me letting people down, a fear of not succeeding, a fear of my abusive relationships I always got myself in, a fear that I would be like one of my parents. I'm not going to say which one, just in case the person is watching. And I just continued to live in that fear for a long time. I often found myself a single mother. So I was struggling to balance the weight of the world, literally. Then my son got diagnosed with ADHD, what they called Asperger's back then, which is autism spectrum now, and many more things. So I wasn't only juggling like everyday life as the mom and the dad. I was juggling working like 6 to 7 days a week and taking him to multiple appointments a week. So have you ever like thought, I don't know how I got through that? That was one of my moments where I was like in life, I look back and I'm like, how in the world did I do all that? And I'm very blessed and grateful that I was able to. So even with a fixed mindset, I continued to push on. I just continued to adjust and adapt, like I had to do because I wanted to take care of them. I had 2 boys. The first one I had at 18, the second one I had at 20. So I just became a job hopper. I was a restaurant manager. I was working 60 to 80 hours. My sons were having issues, and I had to make a choice. Do I want to be there for them, or do I want to try to provide for them? Unfortunately, I wasn't even really providing for them because I only paid for daycare and then couldn't even afford to pay for anything else. So I almost lost everything. I knew that I had to find a career that could change our lives and I could help other people and change their lives. And my grandmother was a nurse in World War II. I always wanted to be either a teacher or a nurse, and turns out I can be both, but I didn't know at the time. So I decided to sign up for nursing school. The first time I did, I had to get out before it started because too much was going on with my sons, especially my second son, and I had to be present for him. So I made that choice that it was more important for me to be a parent at that time. So eventually, a little while later, I had signed up for nursing school. I was in prerequisites. I was working 2 jobs and taking classes in college and taking care of them full time. Again, don't know. It worked. So I thought that life was pretty good at this moment. I mean, I was grinding and the boys were more stable, everything was okay. And then I got a phone call that changed my life forever. So July 25th, 2010, at like 5:38, around 6 o'clock in the morning, I got up, went to the bathroom, looked at my phone, and received a missed call. So I decided to call the person back and I said, hello? Said, Matthew has a gun. And I was like, what? And I was shocked and it wasn't very scary. I didn't know in the moment if it was real. I was very much in denial. Long story short, my brother, who was 26 years old, I witnessed him commit suicide on the telephone at that moment. And I went from everything is okay in life now to the most extroverted. I was so extroverted and so happy to shut down again. I didn't know what to do. I honestly called myself a zombie robot when I look back. I'm like, I was a zombie robot. So like on the outside, I was like just functioning. So doing my classes, taking care of my kids, going to appointments, doing all the things, but on the inside, don't know who I was. I was just like a zombie robot, just barely getting by. So I wanted to quit nursing school before it happened. I said, I'm done. I was drawing. And the really cool thing is that I got accepted on my first try, which does not happen very often in our tiny little town. And I listened to other people and listened to the voice inside me and continued. And I said, okay. And everybody said, you're going to make a great nurse. I said, okay. So I kept going. I ended up a couple months later talking to an old friend that ironically his mother worked at that shelter and was one of the counselors. So it's kind of funny, full circle moment. But anyway, we went to high school together. He then moves in with his 4-year-old son. So now we've become a blended family. It was a lot. I am grieving, like freshly grieving. This was September, October, and my brother passed away end of July. So now this little boy, I say a lot of times, saved me. And not that I wasn't fighting for my voice, but he was a little bit younger. So I had to do things for him that I didn't have to do for them. They were more independent. And it really helped me. And it was a blessing. He's such an amazing young man now. Now he's old. He's 19. Anyway, so I kept going. So in prerequisites, I didn't want to do speech class. I had to give my brother's eulogy, and so I did speech class, and I just kept going. Nursing school was hard. I tried to drop out 3 times. And I remember one time I had all the boys in the library. It was summertime, so if I wasn't at work, if I wasn't at school, I had the boys, all three of them. So we were in the library at the college and I was crying hysterically. I went to the office and I tried to quit. I said, I'm done. I'm withdrawing. And they said, okay, well, you can't come back. And everybody else got to come back. So I was like, what? So that was like a red flag. I'm like, wait a minute, I don't want to quit forever. And so I kept going. The next time I tried to quit was literally the week of finals. I was about to graduate and I said, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. It was summer again and it was hard. Like we had less weeks than the other classes because they were changing the school from a technical college to a university, all this stuff. And I said, no, I can't do it. I was planning a wedding. I forgot that part. I was planning a wedding at this point. And I just said, I'm done. I can't do it all. So I go to quit and the lady said, you're not allowed to withdraw. You're going to be a great nurse. I talked to your professor. So the boys always gave me, was my why. Like I got to give them a better life. So I kept going. And I didn't know I had all these limiting beliefs, like the fear and all these things. And like, oh, it's too hard for me. I'm, I don't know if I can juggle all this and all this stuff. And I kept having those limiting beliefs. But perseverance, I kept going. And thank goodness for that. So at this point, I didn't quit. I went and took the final. I went from failing the class by 0.2 or something to passing the class by like a point. So at graduation, I just saw the video a little while ago. And at graduation, I hear the boys go, that's my mom. And I've always seen those videos even lately. And I never like think of my own self in that situation at the time I'm seeing them online. And it was such a beautiful, proud moment. And the lady that didn't let me quit hugged me and told me, see, I told you. But life was still hard. It was still a struggle. My son was on disability and all this stuff, and I'm trying to get into appointments. Now I have 3 kids and we get married right away. And then we find out we're pregnant. My pregnancy was tough. I had placenta previa. I had a stillborn baby at 25 weeks, years before that. And so I was terrified. At this point, I graduated nursing school, but I didn't take my NCLEX yet. So while I was pregnant, I decided to take my NCLEX. My son was in the hospital. He got admitted the night before. I should have canceled. But the rule is you have to cancel 24 hours before. So I kept going. So I drove an hour and some away, went to my cousin's house. I didn't know I was pregnant. Surprise! I'm pregnant. And I take the test. When I'm taking the test, I literally had a panic attack. So I had a panic attack and I don't know if there's any nurses watching this, but in the NCLEX or any other boards that you take, there's a least amount of questions and there's a most amount of questions. So least is 75 back when I took it. Most is 275, I think, or something like that. So now you only have 5.5 hours or 6 hours and I am struggling. I'm having a panic attack. You have to fingerprint in and out. I go out. I'm just can't do it. So I ended up taking it anyways. The last 20 minutes of the test, I was crying. I couldn't see. I just answered. Fast forward, I said to the pastor's daughter, if I fail, she was also in nursing school. If I fail, I'm never taking this again. She said, don't say that. So about a year, not even a year later, I took it again. My daughter was born at this point. I'm doing businesses at my house because I couldn't find a job because I wasn't officially a nurse. And I kept going and I kept being perseverant. And the point is, I passed the second time with the least amount of questions, 75 questions. Don't ever give up. Don't ever quit. You got to keep going. You cannot give up on yourself because you are capable of amazing things. And I would have never, ever known that. Life was tough. we had issues in our marriage. I ended up leaving years later. The sad part is that my bonus son I did not adopt, even though I was married to his dad. I couldn't take him with me. So life became me and the 3 kids. We picked up literally 3 kids, clothes, and that's it. And I started over and moved from Ohio to Georgia. My mom was in Georgia. So years later, again, I decided, well, who am I? What do I want? I was always for everybody else, right? And as a parent, sometimes you're just doing everything for everyone. And you're like, who in the world am I? Like, what do I want? Who am I? And so I started dating this person, and we were together for 6.5 years, but he actually encouraged me. My relationship before kind of like put me down, and I didn't feel good about myself. I was almost 300 pounds. I was at my heaviest weight, and I just was like miserable. And this person encouraged me to work out. And what do you want to try? So I tried background acting, and then I became a comedian. And then I started a podcast, and then my life changed at this moment. I became a life coach, and I went on a forgiveness journey. And so what is a forgiveness journey? My forgiveness journey was literally realizing that, first of all, you can't change the past, right? You just can't do it. You can't go back and change the past. Also, kind of like Taylor and Terrain was asking Taylor, I felt guilty. I felt like my mom called me to save him. I could not save my brother. There's nothing I could have done. They were in Maryland. I was in Ohio. And so I realized that when I did the weight, and I've got goosebumps. I probably can't see them, but very much goosebumps. The weight lifted off of my shoulders. And I forgave myself. I forgave myself for all the times I moved my kids around, for all the times my son was holding a grudge against me at 20 something years old since he was 5. And it's just, I forgave myself. I cannot change those things. I tried my best at those times. And so I forgave others. I forgave my abusive exes. I forgave my brother. I forgave my brother. I was not mad. I wasn't mad at them the whole time, but that really changed my life, was the forgiveness journey. And so then I realized that, hey, I can help others on a different scale than I am. Also, being perseverant, to me, I never realized that I was doing that. I never realized that I was being resilient. I just knew that I had to keep going. I knew that I had to focus on my why. So you need to focus on your why. What is your why? Why are you doing what you're doing? Why do you need to heal? Why do you need to be the best version of yourself for your kids, for you? And figure out what is your why. So that's what I did. That's what I was doing and not realizing it, was like, what is my why? Why am I still perseverant when I could easily give up? And I tried to give up, y'all, but I just didn't. I just kept on going. So also eliminating limiting beliefs. That was really important. So eliminating limiting beliefs, I feel like it's a tongue twister, is important because I stopped myself from doing so many things earlier, or things I was capable of, because I was scared, and because I listened to other people, because I focused on negative things, or thought, oh, I'm older now, I can't do that. Oh, I have kids. I can't figure out what I want to do because I have kids. That's selfish. And so you have to eliminate those things. Eliminating limiting beliefs is like taking a brick off of you when you're going down in the water, right? You can go back up, but it's going to be way harder. So take those limiting beliefs and get rid of them. Write them down. That's what I want you to do for forgiveness and for eliminating limiting beliefs. So write down. One, with the forgiveness, write down, who do I need to forgive? Why do I need to forgive? What is triggering me? Figure out what's triggering you, okay? And then I bet you it stems from something else. It could be from childhood trauma, could be from something you don't even know it is. And ask the question, why do I feel this way? Or why am I upset with this person, or what happened? Sometimes it's obvious reason, of course. If my ex was abusive, I can forgive him for that. But I have to forgive myself because I allowed it and stayed with him for a while, right? So that's one thing with forgiveness. Write down what triggers you, why do you have to forgive, and then what do you feel physically? I feel my heart race, I'm red, I'm sweaty, that kind of stuff. With eliminating, oh, I cannot say it, but I will. With eliminating limiting beliefs, you want to do kind of the similar thing. You want to write it down and then write down, like, what do you have a limiting belief about? What are you scared of? What have you tried to do but you wanted to do but you never tried? Those kind of things. And then from there, take baby steps. Move forward. Try something. If you are scared and you want to start a business, start researching all the stuff about the business. If you always, since you were a kid, before you had kids, you wanted to be a singer, start taking lessons to be a singer. All those things will help you eliminate those limiting beliefs. And another thing, self-affirmations. It is the most beautiful thing. I have goosebumps again. Self-affirmations is so beautiful and helpful. Please do those. And look in the mirror is also helpful, and believe them. Know that you're worthy. Know that you're amazing. Know that even though you're a parent, you can do all the things you wanted to do and still be a good parent. And nobody's perfect. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much for that, Danielle. Let me ask you a question. When it comes to limiting beliefs, why do you think so many people struggle with identifying and eventually eliminating them?
Well, that's it. You don't realize, like, I didn't realize that I was even having limiting beliefs. And I think that's why people struggle. It's because just identifying it when you're like living life and you're just kind of in a shuffle of life, right? And so I call it a zombie robot. But you kind of don't realize what's going on. But I think once you do realize that, start journaling, that helps. And then when you read it out loud, you're like, whoa, I think that, and then that will help. And then to eliminate them, like I said, you got to figure out what it is in the first place, and then start baby steps of trying to eliminate one at a time. Don't try to go gung-ho and eliminate everything at one time. That's very difficult.
When you heard the words, "That's my mom," how did that make you feel?
I'm gonna cry again. Awesome. It made everything worth it. It made the struggle, and it was hard. I mean, I know lots of people in nursing school that don't have any kids and are not planning a wedding and all this stuff, are not grieving at the time, that it's hard for them. So it just made me really proud of myself and so beautiful and blessed that they were be able to witness that situation.
Some people wrote on the chat in Facebook how that was like a beacon in your life. That was your advocate. That was like your everything. That could have been your why. When you look back from a reflective perspective, does it mean just as much to this version of you today than it meant to that version of Danielle back then?
Yeah, so I think to me means more to me now because I didn't realize what was going on. And I didn't really mention, but I wrote a book in honor of my brother as well. And so to do that and to realize where I came from, where I was just literally stuck and just living like a zombie robot, and not even functioning at a great level, and then to be able to write a book, which is called Inside CJ's Mind. That's my brother's faith. But to be able to do that was like, wow, it was something in his honor. Instead of being like a victim and be like, oh my gosh, look what happened to me. It's not about what happened to me. It's the fact that I have a different perspective and now I can help people. Not a lot of people have heard anybody take their life. But now when somebody's family does that, I can help them. So I'm very proud of the person I was then, but definitely the person that I am now and the people that I can help.
When you think about how far you've come and everything that you shared, did you always think that you had it inside of you to be this resilient?
No, not at the time. Absolutely not. like I said, I just wanted to give my kids a better life. And now I have a daughter as well. If I don't mention her, she'll be sad. But yeah, so I had to keep going for them, and I didn't realize that I would be resilient. I didn't realize living in the shelter that I would be a nurse and all these things. But I'm very grateful and blessed that I am. And so anybody can do it. And that's my message always, is that you can do it. No matter what you're in right now, you can always become the best, greatest version of yourself.
Sometimes when I look back on my life and when I listen to the stories that you shared and so many others today, they always use their trauma or their experiences as fuel to persevere, to become a better person. You said it so eloquently when you said that I wanted a better life for my family, which is the theme of what we're talking about today. So describe to us, how important was it for you to make sure that your family was going to have the life that you're working so hard towards obtaining?
Yeah, it was the most important thing. And my brother had mental health issues, and so when he was still alive, my son, I got him help at 4 years old. And they don't have the same diagnosis, but I knew that it was very important, because I feel like with my brother, he was enabled, and I miss him, and I'm not trying to talk bad, but he was very enabled and I wasn't. And so I persevered because I was like, I got to figure it out. And so I did that in my parenting. So it was really important. I would, make them accountable, which wasn't, you have to. So that's kind of what guided that.
Now that your family continues to grow, what what other areas are you helping them to become the person that they're becoming?
Yeah, so that's really cool. The one of the coolest things, and I might cry again, was seeing my son become a parent. And so I didn't meet my granddaughter until she was, thank you, until she was 9.5 months old. They're in Maryland, I'm in Georgia. And my son was getting in a lot of trouble. He has all the diagnosis. So he was going to jail and on probation. It was tough. It was very tough. But I went to church with him, and I looked over and I saw him holding his daughter and singing songs in church. And the transformation that he has made, I'm so proud of him. And so that's the whole thing, is like, the stuff that I taught him, that he wasn't acting like that when he was 16. He didn't remember those things. Now he says to me, hey, Mom, I do remember what you taught me, and I remember the morals, and thank you. And now I want to teach her those. I might not have done it as a teenager, but I'm grateful that you did those things with me and that you taught me. And so that's the thing, is like, just showing him that, I was not perfect, of course, but he is such a great dad, and he did not have a great dad. So that's such a beautiful thing. But it's really cool to see how the family grows, and how your kids grow as they get older, mentally and everything. It's just like, wow, it's fascinating.
It's like when you put out something into the universe, you see your fingerprints on it, right? Like with your son, you see how his parenting style, you're like, okay, you know what? That's a little bit of me there, or someone else, that's a little bit of you there. When you see that and you experience that, how much of yourself do you see in that situation because of the growth that you've gone through?
Yeah, so I can now, but I tell them all the time. To be honest, he had his first kid exactly 3 months before, no, 2 months before he turned 21. I had my second kid, which was him, 2 months before I turned 21. And I tell them all the time, you guys are doing better than I did, but it's not about a competition. But I do see myself, when I look back and reflect, I do see some of my parenting in him, how he's protective, but he's not overprotective. And so that's good, because I became overprotective. But it's a really awesome thing that I'm like, now they have technology and everything. So I was a single mom of 2 kids, and there was 2 of them. So it was a little bit easier with 1 kid, but I'm still very proud of how their parenting style is. I was listening to Christina, but their parenting style is the child-led one. And so my granddaughter is so smart. I'm like, whoa, and that's not what I would do. But the point is let them, teach and grow in their child how they want to. And so it's cool to be on the other side of it as a grandparent.
Yeah, when you look back, and you've probably done this, right? Because I know I've done this. When you look at, like, let's say your childhood,
Mhm.
and you look at, let's say, if I look at my childhood, it's like I know exactly what I don't want to happen again
Yeah.
with my children, right? What are
Uh-huh.
some of the things that you're like, I don't know about this one. I'm going to make sure that I don't teach it to my kids, as well as when you're seeing your grandchildren being raised, you're like, okay, I think I've done a good job here. What are some of the things that you don't want to see happening?
Yeah, so I actually became it a little bit, and so I did not want my mom yelled all the time, all the time, and so I became a yeller, but didn't know I was a yeller until she called me out on it, and I said, "Woo, no!" And I stopped. I was like, "No, the yeller is calling the yeller a yeller." I was like, "No, no, no." So yeah, so that was one thing. And now I have my daughter, so they're big age difference, 12 years, 10 years, and 7 years, you know, older than my little one. So all the grown men don't live with me, and she does. And she will think I'm yelling, and I'm like, friend, it's not yelling. And my second son, who used to get in trouble, I love him. He had a lot of challenges, and so he told her about the man voice. He's like, "You don't know mom's man voice," because I'm a single mom again with her. So that was the thing of like the yelling and being so negative and angry. And because even if your voice is higher, but you don't come out of anger, they're going to take it as that. And so that was something that I had to change a lot in myself. And he is not a yeller. And so that's good. So like he knows, and I've talked to him about that. The things that I did that weren't great, I try to say, hey, as a grandparent, you didn't like this, to just remember that you didn't like it. So try not to do it to your kid. And that's something that is important, I believe.
So, Danielle, as we close, similar, I'm going to give you Aladdin's genie lamp, 3 wishes.
Okay.
Okay. What are 3 things you wish parents knew about generational trauma and why?
Oh boy, I love it. Because I wrote this part down ahead of time because I knew you were going to ask me. And literally it says, do not pass on the generational trauma. Be the change maker. That's hilarious. Like literally, it's right there. So yeah, so don't pass it on. Think of yourself as a child. Close your eyes and think of those times where you had traumatic events. And then think about, would you want your child going through that? And then just remember that you can be the change maker. You can stop it. The generational trauma can stop with you, that so you don't pass it on to your children. So a lot of healing is important. Forgiveness, that's my jam. I love forgiveness. Forgive your parents for that and forgive yourself, and then don't do it. Just stop it. Remember yourself. Anytime you start to get into that mode or whatever what it was, just remember how you felt in that moment. Put yourself there. The other thing I would say is love your child unconditionally. Meaning, like, whoever they become or who they love or whatever, love them unconditionally. Don't put conditions on it. Oh, if you get straight A's, blah blah blah, because we cause a lot of trauma from overachievers and all this stuff. And I've interviewed a lot of overachievers that they just have all this pressure on them as a child, then they become that as an adult. And not everything is perfect, and that's kind of how my brother was. He wanted everything, because of his severe OCD, everything had to be perfect, and it was sad. And in his mind, he was just, nothing was ever okay, and it wasn't perfect. So that's something to remember, is that we're not perfect. Love your child unconditionally. We all make mistakes, and it's going to be okay. Forgive yourself for any mistakes you made, and change the behavior. So forgiveness, and then stop that behavior and move on, and start a new tradition. Get your kids to help you. They love it. Involve them in everything. My businesses, I involve my kids. My daughter is now my co-host on my podcast. Involve your kids. Know that like, I love what she was saying about like the superiorness, Christina, like with the parent and the kid. You will traumatize them if you think you're always above them. And I used to say that. I was guilty. You don't have to know. I'll tell you when we get there. Then I changed that. I was like, oh, that's so mean. Like, what was wrong with me? But it was just three of them asking me. So I was like, but just remember those things. And you are amazing. Keep going, keep trying, do something for yourself as well. Don't put yourself on the back burner. We can't be the best parent we could be if we're putting ourselves on the back burner. I love you guys. You got this.
Thank you so much, Danielle, for that beautiful answer. And before you go, where can everyone find you and what is next for you?
Next, okay, so I'm starting a new coaching certification. I'm really excited about that. And you can find me, literally Google my name, Danielle Boer, and it will pop up a lot of things, websites, Facebook, Instagram, all the things that I'm doing. My book is on Amazon, Inside CJ's Mind. I plan on writing a few more books, but I have a lot going on. And again, I'm a single mom, I'm a nurse, all these things. So I'm just juggling those. I'm looking to get into more speaking engagements. So that's also in the future. But just helping people and spreading love and kindness. You see my signs up here. That's how I live. And that's just genuinely me and being authentic. So thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Danielle. The pleasure is all mine. And I look forward to our future conversation. So thank you again.
Yes, thank you. This is a great summit. I love it.
Well, everyone, thank you so much for that. So next up is Stephanie, and Stephanie's going to speak to us about parenting neurodivergent children. And let me share something with each and every one of you. When it comes to pronouncing that word, I do struggle with it, so I do apologize in advance, but I'm working on it. I'm working on it. So, Stephanie, are you there?
I am absolutely here. Hello, how are you doing?
I am well. Thank you for joining the Parents Around the World Summit. How are you doing today?
Absolutely brilliant. And thank you very much for having me here as well.
The pleasure is all mine. So I will open up the doors, the floor, and everything to you. So do me a favor, introduce yourself, and of course, speak about your topic.
Absolutely. I've got a couple of slides to share. Is that okay?
Yes, it is. Let me make you a co-host.
Fabulous.
There you go.
Amazing. So, thank you for that wonderful introduction. And as you've already said, I am talking today about emotional regulation and neurodivergence. And this is something I'm very passionate about this. It's one of those things that, as a neurodivergent adult myself, I needed a tool for me. And it turns out that this works actually for everybody. So I'm really excited to share this today. It's one of the first times I'm actually sharing it with people. It's been in development for quite a while now. So who am I? Well, very good question. As you can probably tell, I'm from the UK. Although I was in Hollywood a few weeks ago, first trip to America, very bloody exciting. Didn't get myself in any trouble, did end up on a red carpet, might have tried to hijack a movie premiere, but sure, it's all good. I am the founder of the Spicy Brain Collective and Spicy Brain Energy. So these are two companies that specialize in done with and done for business services that support mostly neurodivergent adults so that they can do what they love without having to worry about the back end rubbish that goes on behind a business. So overwhelm is something that is affecting all of our people right now. Everybody in the world has experienced overwhelm at some point, whether it is because you're neurodivergent, whether it's because life's just a little bit hard right now. But what do we mean when we talk about overwhelm? Overwhelm is exactly what it says in the tin, overly whelmed. If you Google whelmed, the definition for whelm is actually very similar to overwhelmed. It's all of the things at once. So as an adult, that might be having big piles of admin to do and also having to juggle a household with a child. And having a special needs child comes with a whole set of paperwork. Regardless of where you are in the world, there's lots of things that go into that. And for a child, it's pretty much the same, but the challenges are slightly different. Now, something that occurred to me a few years ago is that, we experience the world in one way or the other, okay? But children are so much smaller than us. And children are experiencing the same world. I've got somebody getting feedback there. Let me just see if I can cut that. There we go. Children are experiencing the same world as us, but they're smaller and it all feels bigger. So if you think of a child in the world, they're walking around on a day-to-day basis, but they're seeing everything so much larger. And you can understand why they would feel completely inundated by everything that's around them. So when it comes to overwhelm, it's really hard to kind of unpick what the cause is. It's hard to unpick the cause, the triggers, because we all have so many of those triggers. And it could be, you know, the smells around us. It could be movement from other people. It could be the things that we have to do in our day-to-day life. But when all of these things come upon us at once, we get overwhelmed. So we've got something called the zones of regulation. So the zones of regulation are where we sit as human beings at any point in the day. So if we think of the green zone here, the green zone is where we're in a state of low arousal. We are good. We are plodding along. We are pretty chill. Okay, that is the good place to be. And we're most likely to be relaxed. We'll have less frantic speech. We'll just normal speed of speech, nice and relaxed going on here. The amber zone is where things are a little bit escalated. Now, actually, this can work really well for neurodivergence. For example, a person with ADHD might find that when a deadline is coming, that they are more likely to get things done. So when it comes to our children, this is like using adrenaline to get homework done. This is, you know, when they've got to get ready for a sports tournament, they need to be in the amber zone to feel motivated to perform well. The red zone is when we're starting to actually, we're past that. You know, if we're in the amber zone and we are not containing that and using it for good, we run the risk of going into red. And by the time we get there, it's too late. The red zone is where things are starting to go wrong. This is where, you know, behavior will generally be quite poor, whereas in the amber zone, it might just come across as a little bit hyper or a little bit, you know, overly active. But the red zone is danger zone, because quite often when we're in the red zone, things have gone wrong, and we can get there very quickly. If you notice on the line on this graph, the amber zone is quite a slow burn, but when we get into red, it does amp up quite quickly. And the problem is that when we get there, we need to go over the top and we need to bring ourselves back down. But we don't just go back to green again. Once we've freaked out and reacted to things, we don't just go back to green. We go quite a way down there and we sit in what I call the blue zone, and because it's blue. The blue zone is actually where we are completely exhausted by what we've just been through. So we'll sit in there for a little while. It will take us a minute to get back to normal, because we have to do some replenishing work. Now, if we look at this timeline in regards of a child in school, if your child goes to school in the morning, they are going to, you know, they'll have lessons. So they might go to their English class, or they might have maths. And the boy next to them might have used different washing powder and the smell is different. So your child's a little bit amped up by that. And then someone else in the class is being disruptive and they're being chatty, and your child's distracted by that. And so they're getting a little bit more on edge and they start to move into this amber zone. And then it might be, you know, playtime happens and they run the energy off and they get tripped over and they get hurt. And they've got a bit of a boo-boo, but they're okay. But then in the afternoon, they're feeling this, you know, heightened state of arousal, and they get told off for talking in class, and it's getting higher and higher again. What we often see in neurodivergent children, especially in girls, is that they don't express this in a school setting. So these children, it's like having a Coke bottle. If you've got a can of Coke or a bottle of Coke and you shake it and you shake it, every single one of these irritations is a little shake of the bottle. And so as the day goes on, the bottle shook and shook and shook. And if they keep that contained till they get home, and I'm sure a few people will identify with this, they finally get home, they're in a safe place, they can relax, and it all breaks loose. So this is why we as parents are more likely to find our children are very dysregulated and very explosive at home, is because they've been dealing with all of these minor inconveniences throughout the day, which on the grand scheme of things really aren't a big deal. But when you are experiencing the world differently, they feel like big deals, and every single one compounds until we end up with this big crash out in the red zone and then landing in the blue zone to recuperate. And it can be really hard as a parent to deal with that. So I have a 12-year-old little boy called Jack, and he is incredible. He's autistic ADHD. He is highly, highly intelligent. He will go and research things, but also he's a complete derp sometimes. And he's the guy that would get in the van with the guy with the puppies, okay? White van pulls up, my child will get in that, and he will go. So there's a lot of risks around my son that we have to be aware of. But my son used to be quite aggressive as a little one because he couldn't talk. Until the age of 7, my son had no verbal communication skills whatsoever. So if you imagine that boy in a mainstream school setting, He's going through the day, getting more and more and more escalated until he comes home. He can't say what's happened, and all hell breaks loose. And as a mother, as a single mother at the time, that was a heartbreaking situation to be in, because I was the only place that he took his frustrations out. He would lash out with me, he would bite me, he would kick me because he couldn't say, Mum, all of these things happened and today really sucked. So when we look at this timeline, knowing what this is very important when it comes to regulation, because if we can identify what behaviours might come out in our children at these different levels, we can learn to curtail them before they go over the red zone and then put them into the blue. So when we think of these things, we have to think of the types of needs that everyone has. So thinking of us as adults, as children, because this framework genuinely works for everybody. I stand by that. There's lots of different needs that we have as humans. So we've got, the Maslow things that people tend to identify with, but actually, what does that mean? So we've got things like physiological needs. We need to eat food. We need to use the bathroom. We need to sleep. We've got things that our body needs to exist and survive in the world. We've got emotional needs. So, funny story, something I found out in America recently. We in the UK will say, "Are you a hugger?" Unfortunately, with some of our accents, it sounded like we were saying, "Are you a hooker?" So that went really well when we were walking around like LA going, "Hey, are you a hugger?" And they're like, "Am I a what?" But yeah, when it comes to emotional needs, we are huggers. We like to be embraced. We like to be touched. We might like to be, comforted. And that is a very valid need. It's just as much as food. There's research that says that people who aren't hugged and cherished as children grow up to be dysfunctional adults. Psychological needs. What do we need for our brains to be well? Do we need, is there therapeutic things that we need to manage the day-to-day stuff? Sensory needs. Is there too much noise? Do we need to be managing the different sensory inputs we have? Is noise hard? Do we like good smells? Do certain smells push us over the edge? What are our sensory needs? And then there's financial needs, because we all know money makes the world go round, right? And not necessarily for children, it's not that big of a deal for kids. They don't tend to have that concept. But for adults, we need to know that we are financially stable. We have bills to pay, we have food to put on the table. And finances can be a really big challenge for ADHD and autistic adults, because impulsive spending and ADHD, oh my God, don't even talk to me about the debt I used to have. I've got myself out of 15 grand of debt, but my God, I don't even know how I got myself there. Probably Kurt Geiger shoes, in all fairness. But we have got to meet those needs as well. So we've got our interpersonal needs, our relationship needs. So that might be, do we have friends? Do we have family that care about us? Do we have those valuable connections? If your child's in the play yard on their own, there's a big piece missing there, because they long to have connection, but they don't know how to connect. And then there's our educational and vocational needs. So things that teach us more, but also fill us up as well. Because it's all well and good, learning things, but if those things aren't the things we want to learn, there's going to be lackings there. All of these types of needs feed in to what can make us overwhelmed, because if these needs aren't met in the way they need to be met, we can feel little nudges here and there, like the Coke bottle, shaking that Coke bottle. If we need a hug and there's nobody to hug us, the bottle gets shook. And if we are struggling to connect with other children at playtime, the bottle's getting shook. And if we need to go to the bathroom and the teacher says, "No, you don't have a hall pass," the bottle's getting shook. And you can see how this can build over the course of a day. The thing is with overwhelm is that when things go wrong, it's bloody hard work to come back from that. When it comes to things like autism, you might lose the power of speech. You might feel compelled to push everyone away and physically, and that can be really, really challenging for other children to be effectively assaulted, is what it is. And we know our children aren't hurting people on purpose. What they're doing is communicating in the only way that they've got at that point. Now, there are many ways people can respond to our needs when we're dysregulated. I had a period of dysregulation yesterday because I was really overtired, and I've got a big conference on Sunday, Monday and Tuesday. And I knew there was just so much to do. And my merchandise lady came to my house with all of my fabulous pens and stickers, and I was very excited. And then it just dawned on me how much there was to do before Monday. And I was paralyzed. And bless her, she's saying to me, "What do you need? How can I help you?" And I couldn't even work out what came first, never mind what came next. And the thing is that what she was doing wasn't wrong. It just wasn't right for me in the moment. Every single person I spoke to yesterday, they could have literally promised me the world, but because it wasn't exactly what I needed in that moment, it wasn't right. And as adults, we are more able to say, no, that's not right. No, that's not right. But as a child with that emotional immaturity, they can't do that. The wrong response when someone is dysregulated can make it so much worse. So, I think to my friend's son, James is a fabulous little boy, but if you try and hug him at the wrong point in the cycle, you are going to get knocked out because he cannot bear to be touched at certain points in his periods of dysregulation. So we have to know what the responses could be. So in comes the MEDS framework. So a few years ago, I've got a friend in Australia called Gemma, and we were both having a bad day. We were just spiraling out, stressed to ribbons, and I said to her, "What do you need? Do you need a solution?" She's like, "No, that's gonna annoy me." I was like, "Okay, do you need a cheerleader?" And she was like, "No, I think I need cat memes." I was like, "You what?" She's like, I need you to send me some cat memes. And like, I don't do cats, guys. I am allergic to cats. I don't like them very much. Sorry if for anyone who does, but it's not for me. But Gemma loves cats. So I rapidly went on the internet and found a ton of cat memes and started firing these to her. And that distraction, that moment to just pause, really helped her to come back down. And then she said, "What do you need?" I was like, "I think I just need to sit and whinge about everything and have you say, that sucks." So that's exactly what I did. I sat and vented my spleen at Gemma. And she went, "That's really rubbish." I was like, "Yeah." And I felt so much better at the end of that because I just got it out. So we decided that there were 4 things that a person can need when dysregulated. And it's kind of grown a little bit since then. So what I love about the MEDS framework that I've developed is that you can use it in lots of different ways. So if you've ever been through any sort of mental health support, you might have heard of a wellness recovery action plan. A wellness recovery action plan looks at what you need to recover from being unwell with your mental health, but also what you need to not fall unwell in the first place. And this is a really good tool that can be mapped in at the end, sort of, what do we need to bring me back? I've got a few clients working for the UK government who use what's called an optimal working passport. So each person is invited to share what they need for optimal working, whether they're disabled, whether they're neurodivergent, whether they're just going through things at home and have kids to look after. And what's good about this is that they can say, to do the best thing I need to do, I need a standing desk, I need the option of a break at 11 a.m. because that's when I take my medication, and I need to be able to go for a wander at 3 o'clock, for example. But by being able to say those things, the people around them know at 3 o'clock when Bob walks up for a little nash around the office, he's just having his afternoon stretch. So the MEDS framework can be mapped into this to create a much more supportive tool than the originals were developed to be. So what does it mean? I called it MEDS because, one, the letters make sense, but also when we're having a bad one, it's a joke to say, "Do you need to take your meds, hun?" So if we think of, when I'm not okay, I take meds, it doesn't mean we're popping a pill here, but there's other types of meds. So we've got motivation is our first one, empathy, distractions, and solutions. So these are 4 different ways that we can respond to a dysregulated person to help them come back for that. So I'm going to go work through a few examples with you now in terms of what we can do for each of these categories to help you to get back. So when we look at motivation, we're thinking of re-energizing. So, thinking of both adults and children, it could be a pep talk. So you could say, "You're doing great. Look at how well you've done today. Keep going. You've got this." That's a personal cheerleader. It's like, "Come on, keep going, keep going, keep going." It might be if they're doing something that needs someone to stand with them and actually just keep celebrating the wins. The personal cheerleader can just come and just stand. "Howie, you've got this. You've got it." It could be reminding them of why it's important. So for an adult, it might be, what's your mission statement? What's your values? But for a child, it's more likely to be, "Come on, if you have a shower, you'll feel clean and you won't smell in class and other people won't be mean to you." And I've had to have that conversation with my teenage son a few times. It could be that, why are we doing homework? Because if you do your homework, the teacher will be really proud of you. You'll get an A in class and everyone will be really happy with what you're doing there. It could be just a reminder that someone is awesome. You know, if you've got something that is your weakness and you're having to do it and you know that you suck at it, having someone say, but you're awesome, look at all of the other things you can do so clearly and so well. You are amazing and you can do hard things. It could be bribery, rewards, and incentivizing things. So for my son, if I need him to get a haircut, he hates going to the hairdressers. I'll say, if you get your haircut today, we can go and we'll go and have some food and we'll go and watch a movie. Or you can have £10 in Robux today, because sometimes it's just cheaper to give him a tenner than it is to have to fight him for months about a haircut. So motivation is all about that, bringing some energy to the situation, bringing some vibes, bringing some power, more energy, more passion. You've all seen the video on TikTok. It's just that bit of pounding it in the background. Motivation is usually one that they need when they just need to amp up that energy again. So then we've got empathy. So this is the kind of support that involves feeling it with you or allowing you that space to get that out of you. Okay, so we're thinking someone sitting and listening, having someone just sit and, what, like I did with Gemma, and just sit and whinge about the ins and outs of all of the sucky things that's going on, and have someone say, you know what it is? That's really rubbish. Sometimes that's all we need. It could be that actually when you share an experience, you want someone to say they've been there and they felt it and that it gets better again. So, you know, neurodivergent people do this really well, because sometimes the only way we can relate to others is to share our mutual experience. Say, yes, I've been through that. This is how it affected me. I'm really sorry that's going on for you. It could just be that you need to sit and just cry. Your child, you might need to just sit and have a minute. And let's be honest, as parents, don't we all just need a minute sometimes? So sometimes we just need to sit and let this pass, let it go through our system, let it rinse out, and have someone to just sit and hold that space for us. Sometimes you just need to feel the feelings. So then we move to our distractions. Now, people in the UK will have heard of the crisis team for mental health saying, have a cup of tea and a hot bath. And it's completely assassinated on social media, because why would a cup of tea and a hot bath work? I'll tell you why. Because it changes your sensory inputs. Going and moving rooms to make a cuppa and then moving to the bathroom and drinking it while you are surrounded by hot water is changing your sensory inputs, and it can distract your brain from what's making things hard. It could also be having a snack. So at the conference that I'm at next week, it's called Atomicon. If you have never been to it, everyone needs to go. It's cool as hell. It's really, really cool. We are running something called an overwhelm concierge service. And I know that the neurodivergents at that conference are going to dehydrate themselves. They're not going to snack enough. They might need to leave, and they actually might find it too overwhelming to book a cab. So as part of our arsenal of things that we're going to take for them, it's a snack and a drink to distract them and replenish them a little bit. But also we have a taxi budget, so we can send people home from the conference back to the hotel, just so they can have a minute and they don't have to worry about the logistics of that. And as I've said about before, send someone some cat memes. Cat memes is a great solution unless the cat died. Don't do that. It could be just allowing some time to doom scroll through YouTube Shorts. Get your kid the iPad and just let them scroll. And, you know, we all have different opinions on screens, but also I know as a parent, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. And it's entirely allowed and it's entirely valid, and we don't shame each other for that. And then we've got our solutions. So sometimes we need a hybrid of different things. The solutions tend to come at the end of whatever someone's feeling, because sometimes they need something else to bring them to be ready for a solution. Sometimes they're ready from the get-go, and that's fine. But it might be that they need a distraction before they're ready to hear a solution. So it could be that, you know, your child is struggling at school and they need a solution. It could be that a child has upset them and they don't want to have that conversation. They could ask a trusted adult to speak to someone on their behalf. It could be that something's physically broken and they just can't work out, so they might have knocked something off their Lego. And having someone come and say, hey, I'm looking at the instructions. I can fix this really quickly. Would you like me to do that for you? Give them the option of consent, because the more power we give to people when they're in dysregulated situations, the more consent we ask for, the more likely they are to have a positive outcome. It could be that they've got a list of things to do, and actually just someone to sit and review that list with them. Someone to sit with their homework and say, okay, you need to do your maths first, that's due tomorrow. Art, that can wait till Tuesday. It could be that, as adults, we've got lots of paperwork. It could be our inbox. Teenagers in particular who have lots of notifications coming through can find their phones very overwhelming. So reviewing their inboxes and notifications together not only gives you an insight into your child's world and why they might be getting dysregulated, but it scaffolds that trust really well and it helps just clear things off. They don't have to look at it all. My son's in a group chat that got 1,000 notifications just yesterday. But with solutions, it's important to get creative. We need to look at what all the different possibilities are for a solution and create them. So when you're mapping this out, okay, whether you're doing it with a child, with an adult, with a peer, we need to do it when we're calm and well. Trying to do this in the moment, not going to happen, babes. Don't try it. We need to do it when we're feeling well. So while we might use the tool to say, hey, what do you need? Do you need these 4 things? Working through that in the moment for the first time is harder, but it can be done. But when you're mapping it out as a tool to use with schools, with professionals, do it when you're well. And be really specific about what these things are. Okay, so be really specific. When I need motivation, I need someone to tell me that I am amazing and remind me of these particular things. Don't go too into the overcomplicated. Don't have pages and pages of a framework. 3 bullet points for what might work in each one is enough. Review it regularly to see what's happening. If you've tried something actually that has not worked the last 2 times, it might not be right for you anymore. It might be not be the right solution. If your child liked, for example, Haribo as a calming factor and all of a sudden they hate gelatinous sweets, take the Haribo off the list. But it's important to keep it handy. So once you've mapped all these, once you've put together 3 bullet points, your M, your E, your D, your S, keep it somewhere they can find easily. So it could be, if the child has a phone, putting it on their phone background. It could be that, once you've done it, you keep a copy in your handbag or in your wallet so that you can, shit, my child's not okay. Pull the list out, which of these work for you? And we can share this. The most powerful thing is that we can share this with others. So it can be shared with schools. So different parts of the world have different names for things. We have an education, health and care plan in the UK. I know that in America you have IEPs. The UK have that, but it's not as advanced as an EHCP. It's just a different type of document. It could be mapped into a functional behaviour analysis with your speech therapist or OT. It could be mapped into a positive behaviour management strategy or a behaviour plan. If you're an adult who needs these things, you can share it with your boss. There are protections in place for disabled people in the workplace. You can share these with your boss. Or it could be actually, if you're going out with your friends or your children are going away with your friends, share it with them so that they can help to support themselves, to support others, support your child. Share it with people who are interacting with you so that they can help to bring that back when things go wrong. So we are going to be turning this into a full course. Well, it's actually mostly underway in all honesty, but we are going to be delivering this as a training for parents, for schools, and for anyone who works with people. Because if you know what the MEDS framework is, even if the person who's dysregulated doesn't, you've got a tool that you can use to help them to calm down. So if you're interested in getting that course, please do scan that QR code and it will take you to a landing page where you can opt in and get some more information sent through when it launches next month. I've also put my socials on there because I love new friends. I am the kind of autistic ADHD who is a hugger, wants all of the friends. Please do connect because I would love to meet every single one of you. And thank you very much for listening to my highly excitable Geordie waffle.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, for that. So I do have a few questions.
Absolutely.
So for me, someone who isn't neurodivergent, how can I become a better advocate for those who are, parents and children likewise?
Yeah. So it's really interesting because when neurotypicals and neurotypicals interact with one another, there's never any communication breakdown, okay? When neurodivergents interact with neurodivergence, there's never a breakdown. But when you as a neurotypical interact with a neurodivergent, there can be barriers there because our brains work differently. So I think the best thing you can do as an ally or as an advocate is to understand that our brains work differently and just ask us what we need. Keep those communications open and ask questions, especially in the late diagnosed adult population. We want to answer questions because we know what our experiences were as children. And then as children, we can then share it, as children, we couldn't share it. As adults, we can. So we can help our friends to help their children. But I would say communicating and asking those questions is absolutely vital because we know what we want. We just want to be asked. That's all.
Perfect, because that puts me at ease, because there's some times where I know I have friends who have children
Mhm.
that are experiencing that, but I know more advocates, or I know more parents, right? And the sense I get, and maybe you can share this with me, is that parents in general are protective of their children,
Yeah.
right? But do you find that parents who have children in this community are more protective?
100%, hell yeah. When my son was going through the worst of his challenges, we had disability forms to fill in, education, health, and care plans. We had what was called it wasn't a family support, it was an early help worker. And nobody explained to me what that meant. It turns out it's actually a step down from having a social worker. And we are taught as children that social workers are the enemy and you don't engage with a social worker because they're the bad guy. Actually, they're not. They're really helpful human beings. But if it had been explained to me as a neurodivergent adult what this woman was and actually what that meant, I might have acted differently. I was quite protective of Jack because I thought if these people are coming in this capacity, they're going to take my child. They're going to think that I'm a bad mum. And I was actually accused of fabricated or induced illness when my son was little because the behaviours didn't come out in nursery. And my ex-husband didn't see them. So my ex-husband said that I was lying about a lot of this. And it turns out when he got a nursery, first day, headbutted the teacher. I was like, I told you so. Um, but I think we are protective of our children more so because we have to fight so bloody hard and we're not taught the laws or the system that affects our children. So we have to learn the laws. We have to learn how to fill in benefits forms. And it's not something that we're ever taught. And of course, we immediately become defensive of our kids because we think that everyone's out to get us because the system doesn't work with us at all.
Is that difficult to overcome, that not everyone is out to get you, even though there may be some people, but many others are advocates for yourself and for your children and for your son,
Yeah.
sorry?
So I can honestly say that I'm in a good place now. I got my son through the system. He's now in a special needs school and he's doing really well. And I'm quite proud of the fact that I am in the good place and I can now talk about it and laugh about the bad things. But sometimes when parents have real challenges navigating the system, they end up with PTSD. There's a mother in my area who has triplet girls who are all autistic ADHD, and trying to get the local authority to treat them as individual children was really hard. And she doesn't have the children in her care anymore because things got so bad for her that everyone genuinely was out to get her by the end. And so some of us come out where I am and we're great, and some of us don't. And I think what's really important here is that there are people all over the world going through the same thing as us. And it's so important that we link arms and we talk to each other and we share our learnings because that is the way you find the insider information, 100%.
So before I let you go, of course, same question, three wishes, Aladdin's genie lamp. What are three things you wish people knew about children who are neurodivergent and why?
So the first one I would say, I think the first thing I wish people knew about neurodivergent children is that they have got extreme talents hidden inside them. And if you work with those children to embrace those talents and bring them out, you are setting them up for a lifetime of success. I would say the second thing is that neurodivergent children, when they're violent or aggressive, it's not because they want to hurt you. It's because they don't know how to communicate with you. So it comes out in behaviors. Behavior is communication. I think the sooner we realize that and work with the behavior instead of chastising it, the better we'll be. And I think the third thing is that neurodivergent children, one of my favorite things about them is that they teach us stuff. And I wish that every parent could have the experience of either caring for or working with a neurodivergent child because they teach us so much about ourselves. They teach us how to, be more empathetic, more loving. And I can honestly say that my son being autistic ADHD has shaped who I am as a human being. And I wish everybody had that experience because it changed my life.
Perfect. Thank you so much for sharing that. And thank you for the presentation. For me, it totally opened up my eyes. And I know there's a few people on Facebook that were saying that these are things that I definitely want to learn more about because For parents who experience this, they're learning. For those who want to be advocates, they're learning as well. And I think if we all can come together with a common goal, we can make the world such a more better place.
Yeah. So you know what it is? I go to this event regularly called the Big Festoon. So that was where I was in LA. It was in the Hollywood Improv. It was amazing. But to festoon, festooning is something that bees do. So when bees are trying to build something, they all link arms and they show each other where the fun stuff is. And I think as human beings, as parents of neurodivergent kids, as just people, we all need to link arms and festoon because that's when the change is going to come by us all looking out for each other. I think that's how the world changes.
I agree. Well, thank you, Stephanie, so much for joining
Thank
us
you.
today. And I look forward
Thank
to our future conversations.
Yes. Thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye.
That was fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to continue right along here. So, the next person that I want to bring up today, it is someone who has gone through a difficult part in her life, and she goes by the name of Christine. And one thing that I want to do is before I bring her up, I'm just going to introduce what she will be talking about. So she went from personal collapse to rebuilding her life and her family. Christine, are you there?
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
It is an absolute pleasure. I know when you first shared your story with me, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is the woman of the year right there. We should put you on Times Magazine, right? So before I
Thank you.
build it up too much, I'm going to give the floor, the microphone, and the summit to you. Introduce yourself, and of course, let's hear your story.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It is an absolute honor. And yes, hi guys, I am Kristen. I am located in Greenville, South Carolina. I am a single mother of two wonderful children. And I had my entire life burned down and collapse, and all the things that you could imagine pretty much happened within the span of 9 months. So I'll take you guys back to January of 21 is when it all started. My mother suddenly passed away. And at the time, I was going through a separation. In the state of South Carolina, you have to be separated for a year in order to get a divorce. And I also owned an autism service company. So we were the second largest provider in the state of South Carolina. And my father was our medical biller. So he suddenly stopped billing for our company. And we had to figure out how to continue services while not getting paid by the state because we were struggling to be able to find how to bill correctly. So I had my mother die, and then I had my company slowly collapsing, and then I was going through a divorce, and then my father suddenly became ill. And so my father had a massive stroke in July of 21. And I spent the majority of my time flying in between Greenville to Baltimore, where he was hospitalized, and I had to become his primary care advocate. So during this time, then I started stepping away from the company, and it became really difficult for me to be able to breathe and learn how to become a single mother and learn how to navigate a business that was crumbling and wasn't showing much signs that it was going to make it. So during this time, I also drained my entire savings to try to cover gaps in the company. And then I started taking out personally guaranteed loans to try to float payrolls so that we didn't have to interrupt services for those children on the spectrum. And then once my father passed is when I turned to drinking in order to numb myself. It was too much. I just couldn't handle it anymore. So I slowly started going down the hole of drinking to numb my pain. I was lucky, actually, everyone around me was lucky if I showered every 2 weeks. If I got out of bed, the only thing that I was able to do was truly make my children meals and make sure that they were clean and had clean clothes. Other than that, I really wasn't functioning too well. So it wasn't until I went to a trauma conference in, I'm sorry, April of 23 that I saw other people speaking about how they overcame addictions and the mess that their lives was. And I met my future mentor there. Her name was Jamie Hess. And she said to me, you know, Kristen, you could make your message. And you don't have to be like this. And it was the first time that I think anyone ever kindly looked at me as an addict and said, you know, you don't have to do this, and it's not your fault, but it is your fault if you choose not to overcome this. So I decided in May of 23 to check myself into a detox center. And I have been sober now for officially over 2 years. May 10th was my 2-year sobriety anniversary. I went into another, yay, thank you. I went into another realm of business, which was doing business credit for business owners so that they could avoid doing personally guaranteed loans, because I ended up getting sued a lot. I'm very well versed in the legal system here in South Carolina due to my previous company's failure, because we had to shut the doors and I was left with all those personal guarantees. And unfortunately, that didn't work out either. So I had to take a big step back and say, okay, why am I here? What is my purpose? Because finding my purpose, I always thought, was working with children on the autism spectrum. But I think that, you know, all of this stuff, a lot of people have the option to be comfortable. And I kind of, when I reevaluated everything, I was like, I've never been able to step back into being comfortable, because whenever I did, it would burn down on fire. So I ended up starting a company called the Phoenix Code, which is where I help women take their trauma and turn it into their voice and their power. So now I help women overcome that trauma, because there's so much more to trauma than just your brain. You know, there's the book, Your Body Keeps the Score. So it embeds into the fascia of your muscles. And then, you know, it is my belief that you should have a relationship with God or some kind of higher power. So I intertwine that into it as well. And then, of course, I have my master's in psychology with an emphasis in human behavior. So I also intertwine that into my methodology as well.
Thank you for sharing that. The first thing I
Yeah.
would ask is the celebration of your anniversary. How does that feel?
Oh, it felt so wonderful. I actually got a Phoenix tattoo for it. And you know, it's one of those ones that addiction is something that people really don't talk about. You know, people tend, at least when I was an addict, let me not speak broadly. I'll speak to my own experience. When I was going through it and really struggling with alcohol, I was constantly judged for it. And, you know, that judgment didn't help me get sober. It was the people who came in and said, like, hey, it's okay. You're going through a lot, but at some point you're going to have to feel these feelings that you're trying not to feel. And even being sober for 2 years, feeling this feeling sometimes is really difficult. Just a few weeks ago, I was like, "Ooh, this is really rough." But it's nice because now I have the tools on my tool belt in order to handle tough situations without turning back to drinking, which I think is the big gap between, you know, getting sober and staying an addict, is that you have to get those tools, because life's not going to get super easy all of a sudden. That's just not how it works. But if you have those tools, you can overcome those hardships a lot easier.
I'm glad you shared that, because over the last couple of years, Kristen, I'll share with you, I've come across people who have addiction has impacted their family, either them directly, their children, or maybe the people around them, right?
Yeah.
And there is times where I would hear people pass judgment, especially if, let's say, the impact is so great that they lose a family member, like a child was doing drugs or alcohol or women or gambling, whatever the case is, right?
Yeah.
And I always found it a little bit interesting, because if you look at society as a whole, if you're suffering from an addiction, depending on the type of addiction it is, we look at you differently,
Yeah.
right? And
It's very
then if it's impacting your children, we look at the parents differently as well, right? Like some people will say that they're weak. How come they can't be sober for their children?
yeah.
What were some of your most difficult moments when you're hearing the background noises as you're trying to overcome this? And you're like, I'm making progress today, but now I'm hearing the chirping in the background. Like, how difficult was that journey for you?
It was extremely difficult. You know, I lost a lot of people during that time period. I had a best friend of 17 years who literally said to me, I just don't understand why you can't get sober. And I said, well, I hope you don't have to ever understand what I'm going through. And it wasn't, and again, I didn't, the way that I needed it, I need people to be tough on me, but I also need to be shown some compassion, because that was more than humanly possible to go through. And, now I look back at my journey and I forgive myself for coping that way. I didn't know how to do it any better. So, but there was a lot of people, my ex-husband still likes to hold it over my head. Well, you were an alcoholic for a year and a half. And I'm like, yeah, I was. And my children suffered greatly for it. And now I'm trying to do better for them. And they see it. They see that I'm happy for the first time pretty much ever in my life. I'm genuinely happy because not only did I kick the addiction, but I kicked all the other things that weren't serving me to be happy. And now I've really learned how to say no to things that I don't want to do and kind of become, I don't want to use the word selfish, but it's kind of selfish. Only do the things that, yeah, only do the things that really are what I want to do. Because the truth is, if I'm doing the things that I don't want to do, I'm not putting my full effort into them, and they're not going to turn out great.
As I got older, I realized that that thick line between selfishness and self-love has gotten thinner and thinner and thinner,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And you begin to realize you're like, yeah, my 20s, I was selfish. 30s and 40s, that's self-love, baby. Like, like your perspective has changed. What are some of the emotions that, actually, let me ask you this question. Were you surprised that someone who had the success that you did fell into this type of situation?
Oh, of course, when you come from, because I was a seven-figure earner, and it was surprising because, you're not supposed to be, you're supposed to have it all together, and you're supposed to have this wonderful white picket fence life. And that's actually, I started doing social media as a new thing for me. And that was actually one of my last videos that I did, was I was like, I had it all. If you would have looked at my life from the outside, even when I was going through it, you would have been like, look at her. She's a boss. She's got this great company. She's married. She's got the kids. She's got this dream house. She's going on luxury vacations. I felt dead inside. Like I just didn't feel alive. And, that probably was another reason why I went to an addiction too, because it made me feel more than just, ugh. So, sorry, that's like the best way I can put it. But it's just, it's hard because you expect certain people to not fall into it. But the truth is, so here's a great example. I went to the bank 2 weeks ago. I met with a new woman who I'd never met before. She's looking at my credit and she's just like, what in the world happened here? And I told her all about the personal guarantees, the lawsuits, everything like that. She was like, oh, I've seen you in here a lot with another banker. Why are you here? And I was like, oh, that's my parents' estate, which still isn't closed because I had to fight one of my brothers on everything. And then she just breaks down in tears. And she was like, I have recently been hospitalized multiple times because of alcohol. And, I'm going through a lot of familial stuff. And she just kind of laid it all out there. And she was like, but you're so open about your story. And I was like, I think people need to be, because the truth is we're all going through something. And we're taught in this social media culture to look all perfect and prime and, beautiful all the time. But the truth is that sometimes when we're hurting, other people need to see that they're not alone in that hurt. And so that's one of the reasons why I do like to get my story out there, just to let people know, like, hey, there is another side. I promise. You just got to push through.
When you look at how far you've come from yourself and your family, was there ever a point in your life where you thought back and you're like, I don't know if I can do this?
Oh gosh, yes. And I totally skipped over that part. I'm sorry. I was suicidal for a year and a half. I got the little jitters. But yes, I was suicidal, and it was really tough. One of my coaches asked me to write thank you letters because I was in abusive relationships basically the majority of my adult life. And she was like, you have to write thank you letters to everyone. And I was like, no thanks. Like, what good came out of all of that? But honestly, the biggest thanks is to my ex-husband. And being that I knew that I couldn't commit suicide, because if I did, my children wouldn't be guaranteed to be fed and guaranteed to have a roof over their head and things like that. So that was one of the biggest things, is finding the gratitude in situations like that. Because, I actually, another story too. I recently remodeled my bathroom and I kept the mirrors, and it was my tribute to my old self that used to bawl in them, who just didn't want to be alive. And it was to that girl, like, hey, look, girl, we made it. We did it. And so that's the only thing I kept in my bathroom.
I have, instead of mirrors, I have luggage from the day that I experienced trauma that I didn't know if I was going to overcome it, and I did. And this was 20 something years ago. I
Really?
still have that luggage beat up,
Yeah.
bruised up, zipper broken. I still have it because that reminds me of the day my trauma started and reminds me of the day my trauma ended. And when you wrote those letters, was there a point where you thought about doing something similar for your family because maybe they've gone through something as well?
So, my mom died of alcoholism at 69. And so, yes, I have, it's really neat that my mom and I did not have a great relationship. There was a lot of emotional and mental abuse growing up as a child. But learning more, I called my cousin one night. This is back in September. It was pretty recent. I called my cousin and I was like, hey, what happens in that family? Because they all died very young of either drugs or alcohol. And so I went back and I learned more about who she was as a person, what happened to her as a child. And it gave me a new sense of gratitude for how she raised me because I understood that she did better than what she had. And now my job is to do better than what she did. And my daughter actually said this to a substitute teacher a couple of weeks ago before school got out. She got really sad about the divorce. And I've been divorced for 6 years. But she was like, I'm really sad that my mom and dad are divorced, but my mom did it so that we could have a better life than she had growing up. And now my job when I have children is to do a better job than what she did. And so it's neat to see that trickle down because she acknowledges that yeah, mom messed up a lot, but she's really trying to be able to make it better. But now I get to learn from mom's mistakes. And so it's really neat to be able to see that family dynamic and hoping that I broke the generational curse of the alcoholism so it does not go down to my children.
There always has to be that one person that says, I'm going to take on the burden of the family and I'm going to break that trauma.
Yep. Yeah, that's been a fun one because there's a lot of trauma in my family.
And when you share the alcoholism for your mother, I always found it interesting myself how certain behaviors pass down and you don't realize it until you going through it. Now that you're looking back, are you kind of sad that you repeated what your mother went through, what your parents went through, but ultimately you're able to beat it and you know that your daughter is looking to not repeat it as well?
Yeah, there was definitely a long time where even when I was an alcoholic, I was like, I can't be like my mom. I can't be like my mom, but I couldn't stop. And again, it comes down to that tool belt. I wasn't equipped with the coping mechanisms in order to not become an addict. So now I look at myself and I give myself a lot of grace. I've done a lot of work on myself inside, and I've really have looked and said, it's okay. It's okay, Kristen, because at the end of the day, it was a year and a half and he pulled through and he figured it out. And now we get to shape the rest of our children's lives so that they have the tools that you didn't have and to be able to do that. So it definitely was, but again, I really have forgiven myself for it because if I held it against me, then I wouldn't be able to help other people.
For the parents out there who's looking to identify these tools and use them, what are some of the tips that you can share with them to help them identify the tools that they have already and maybe some of the tools that they can look to obtain?
Yeah, so it really does depend on the person. This is going to sound a little silly, but one of the things that really helps me is there is an acupressure point, right? Can you see my hand? There we go, right here. And so I would squeeze it whenever I started to get really stressed out about something. And with that acupressure point, it actually brings you back to the present moment so that you don't have to be worried about, the future, or you don't have to be upset about the past. It brings you right back into that present moment. Meditating is a big one for me, to learn. And again, I think a lot of it comes down to being in the present moment. Because when you are so upset about the past or you're living in the future with anxiety, because that's what anxiety is, it's worrying about what's happening in the future, you can't live in the moment. And at the end of the day, stuff is going to happen 100%. Things are going to happen, but you're going to be worrying about it. It's not going to change it. And then beating yourself up over things that you did in the past isn't going to change it either. So just being here now and then working constantly on yourself to be able to evolve is a big way to get those tools as well.
Someone put in the chat that forgiving yourself was key to my healing. How did you forgive yourself? What did you do or what did you say?
Yes. Oh gosh, how did I forgive myself? That's a really good one. So I did a lot of affirmations, is what one of my coaches helped me with. But the thing about affirmations is it's not just looking in the mirror and saying, hey, it's okay that we did this. You have to learn how to actually embody that feeling. And so it was really just taking a deep breath. I journaled a lot. I journaled so much. I actually wrote, I said that it was my first book. I'm pretty sure it's just a journal, and it's like 170 pages of just everything that happened, everything I felt during it, and just identifying, okay, like what serves me now? What can I still hold on to? What do I not need to hold on to? And I'm constantly also working with coaches. Right now, I have 2 coaches that I work with because I still have trauma that I'm working on. I'm not perfect. I'm still working on a lot. And, some of the emotions that have come up recently for me are grief. So the past week, my coach was like, how you feeling? And I was like, I'm sad, and I realized that I was grieving the mom that I wish that I could have been. But then I took the positive side of it. So, and I'm not one of those always be positive people. Sometimes you just have to cry. Sometimes you just have to scream, definitely let it out, not always be positive. But the cool thing that I saw with the grief is that if I was the mother that I wish that I could have been, my children wouldn't be as strong as they are. And yes, they've had a tough life. We've all had a tough life. I've messed up more times than I would ever care to admit, but that my daughter now has those tools because she's lived it at a young age. So she had her first boyfriend. Apparently he got in her face. This is a recess boyfriend. Got in her face at recess, and she was like, "You will not speak to me that way." And she said, "We're done." And I kept her home the next day to do an ice cream date because I was like, that's a tool that I didn't have. I wanted everyone to love me so much that I would put up with anything in order to keep people into my lives. And so it's sorry, did that answer your question?
It did, and it was a perfect segue because the example you gave with your daughter, I hear a lot of parents, when they see that or when they hear it, they reflect on themselves at that age and they're like, I don't think I would have done that. I think I would have allowed the person to continue to treat me that way. Why do you
Yeah.
think parents, when they look at what their children are going through and they behave in a way that is maybe safeguarding themselves, they look back and they're like, I wouldn't have done that. Why do you think
Yeah.
parents have that train of thought?
I think it probably is you're taking a big step back and you're seeing the fact that, your child's loving themselves. And that's where I think a lot of women that I work with, and myself included, and especially, I didn't love myself enough to ever put up boundaries or to stand up for myself or anything like that. So I think it's cool when you take that step back and you're able to look at the way that your child's handling things different than you did, and it's in a way that you're kind of like, yeah, this is awesome. I think parents, like, one of the biggest things too, and could I just say this to all the parents, if you're questioning if you are a good parent or not, you're most likely a very good parent. Just because you're worried about your children, you're worried about how they're adapting to things and how they're going to move differently than you did. And that's a big thing for me because, I wanted this cookie cutter, perfect mom life, Instagram, Pinterest life, but that's not what we got. And I messed up a lot, but I look at my children and I hear the feedback that their teachers give and things like that, and they're doing really well now. So, worrying if you're a good parent or not, most likely you are.
I agree. If you're concerned with your performance as a parent or a caretaker, then deep down you have a certain standard that you want to obtain for them. You mentioned something that I found interesting, and I'd like to get your opinion on it. When you mentioned that you are seeking out love, why do you think you're seeking a love outward instead of inward?
That's a great question. So I've done a lot of inner child work, is what I like to call it. And I identified that, my mom was very emotionally abusive and mentally abusive with me. I was a burden to her. And everything was always working for her to love me. And then when I left that dynamic of living with my parents and I went into, going to college and things like that, I was always seeking it with someone else. Like, just someone love me, someone validate me, like, tell me I'm lovable, show me I'm lovable. And that's what ended up getting me into the most abusive situations, because I would tolerate pretty much anything just to be shown love that wasn't really love. And so when I learned how to finally, I've been single a very long time because I wanted to work on myself, because I finally got out of the last relationship 4 years ago and I was like, oh, wait, I'm the common denominator. Okay, why am I putting up with this kind of abuse? And again, it was learning to show myself grace. I didn't know better. And then really learning how to find myself again, and like, who am I? What do I like to do? Why am I always bowing down to these certain kind of behaviors? And then just really learning to create a life that I love and that I enjoy.
That that is so true. I'm looking back at my life and I'm wondering, I learned that I wish I learned that sooner than later, right? Because I
Yeah.
look back, right? And I think we all have that difficult point in our life where we look back or like, man, that 1 year, 2 years, it felt like 10.
Yeah. Yeah. Lived multiple lifetimes in that little tiny span. But it's cool because I also look at it as it's an evolution. If you're living multiple lifetimes, that means that you're changing. And I think that, my saying is, I don't want to be the same person I was yesterday. I want to be better than I was yesterday. I don't do New Year's resolutions because every day is my new resolution. What can I do better than I did yesterday? Okay, I lost my temper here. Why did I lose my temper? So a cool thing that one of my coaches gave me is the question why. And this is so simple. And it is, okay, why did I do that? Or why did that trigger me? Okay. And then you answer that. Okay, well, why do I feel that way? Okay, what embedded into that? And it's just constantly breaking it down, the whys, until you really find the bottom. And so for me, it was, anger. I was so angry at this situation. Well, why was I angry? Oh, I was angry because I was out of my control. Okay, cool. So why am I upset that I'm not in control of this? Oh, okay, because I'm truly grieving the person that I thought that I would become, and things like that. So really just breaking down everything into why segments has also been really helpful as well too.
So as before I let you go, of course, Kristen, I'm going to give you 3 wishes,
Okay.
okay, for this question. What are 3 things you wish parents knew about the parents that they wish they could be when they're becoming parents, and why?
Oh, okay. Things that parents wish that they knew. That's it. Things that parents, okay. Things that parents wish that they knew. Um, I think one of the biggest things is they don't need fancy things. Kids don't need fancy things. They're happy with boxes, but what lights my kids up the most is when I have my phone down completely far away from me. We are not distracted by technology, and we are just together present in that moment, doing whatever they want to do, whether it's building a fort or playing a game or anything. They don't, because I think there's a lot of pressure by society that, oh, my kid has to have the latest Xbox or whatever the newest trend is. But my kids are so happy when they have my full attention and when it is just me down on the ground playing with them. So I think that would be a big one.
And of course, before we let you go, where can everyone find you and what is next?
Yes. So next up is I'm actually going to start doing some public speaking. I am hoping to start doing some TED Talks. So, and that is next. Everyone can find me on Instagram and at TikTok on at the Phoenix Code Method. And then also my website is www.thephoenixcodemethod.com.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, and
Yes.
I look forward to our future conversations.
Thank you so much. It was truly a pleasure.
Thank you, Kristen. All the best.
Bye.
Well, thank you, everyone. So, what is up next is we're going to take a bit of a pause just so I can load up our next segment here. It is from Emily. And Emily did a pre-recorded segment speaking about special education for children. And this is for those who have children that are special needs, that have special requirements, and of course, always need our guidance and support, how we can become better advocates. So here we are. Thank you so much for joining the summit today. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, and thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
It is a pleasure because today we're going to talk about something that is very special and very close to a lot of people, and that is special education. Before we jump right into that, can you tell us what special education is and how it applies to the vast majority of, the vast families across the world?
Well, special education essentially refers to individuals who are neurodiverse, meaning their brain functions a little bit differently, they learn differently, they often have challenges or diagnoses like a learning disability, ADHD, autism, a speech and language challenge, where again, their brain functions differently and they need to be taught in different ways. And it affects at least 20% of the population, if not even more than that. So I would say probably every single one of us knows someone, somehow, some way, who falls into that special education category.
With the number being at 20% of families across the country, what are some of the impacts to the families as well as maybe the children that they experience?
Well, I would say that many children who, again, fall into that special education category, they often really struggle in school. So that's something that of course, profoundly affects families. They might struggle with one skill, like reading, or they might struggle with a combination of skills, reading, writing, math. Sometimes they struggle to stay focused. They have very poor organizational skills, executive functioning skills. So these are all challenges that can profoundly affect families if they're not addressed appropriately. And that's why I'm such a believer that the more proactive families can be, the earlier they can address these challenges, the better it is both for the child and for the entire family.
And then what are some of the steps that the parents can take to provide support as well as identify children that are neurodivergent?
Well, I'm a big believer that a parent will always be a child's best advocate. So if a parent is noticing challenges at home, whether it's struggling to learn how to read, struggling with their homework, a child is very disorganized, the first thing I usually recommend is talk to the child's teacher. See if the teacher is noticing those kinds of challenges as well in the classroom. If they are, it might make sense to have an evaluation done to determine if anything is going on a deeper level. And that can be done free of charge through the child's school district. If in fact there is a learning disability, ADHD, something of the like, then typically the child will receive either a 504 plan or an IEP, where they will then receive services and accommodations within the school day to really help them thrive and to meet their own potential.
And when it comes to identifying the needs of the child and the support required or maybe even necessary, what are some of the obstacles that maybe parents and or families face in both of these scenarios?
That's a great question. So, well, step one, of course, is having the evaluation done so that we know what, if anything, is going on with the child, and therefore what are the services that they need. Sometimes obstacles that parents run into is that the services the child needs may not be offered in their school. So for example, if a child has dyslexia and they need reading tutoring using a method called the Orton-Gillingham method, well, there might not be a teacher who's trained in that method who can help the child in school. And so those are some obstacles that families sometimes run into. And that's when outside support can really be helpful. I know it may not always be accessible to every family, but anything that a parent can do to make sure that their child is receiving the services that they need is just so important for the family and for the child.
Perfect. Because I know a few people, as I shared, that they have children that are on the the spectrum when it comes to ADHD, and two of them has Asperger's, I believe that's what it's called, right? And they had to navigate the system. And one of the challenges they found was, one, coming to terms with the type of support that they're going to have to provide, and two, understanding that even though they're experiencing this with their child, it doesn't mean their child is any less than another child. And that takes me to my next question, which is, what are some of the myths that you see when it comes to children who need special education, who have special needs, that you want to clarify and or debunk at this point?
Sure. Well, I think one of the greatest myths is that that individuals with special education needs are not smart. And I think for so many years, kids who had a learning disability, who were on the spectrum, for lack of a better word, they felt that they were stupid or incapable. And that's completely not the case. In fact, I've met with so many students who have a learning disability, who have ADHD, who are brilliant and have very high IQs, very high potential, but they just need the right support and the right services to help them meet that potential. So I think that's probably the biggest myth that I've seen. Some of these kids are brilliant. They almost all have gifts and strengths, and it's a matter of building those areas of weakness while continuing to play up the areas of strength.
And if the parents are unable to find, let's say, resources in their school, what are some of the alternative options that they may have to still assist their child and support their child?
Sure, there are some organizations that offer free support, like the International Dyslexia Association in New York. In New York, there's Everyone Reads. And then if a parent is able to fund outside tutoring and pay for the right services for their child, of course, that can be helpful as well. And again, I know not every family is able to do that, but if a family can allocate resources, knowing that they're doing what's absolutely best for their child, they're giving them what they need, they're building their potential, they're building their growth, their self-esteem, then I believe those are resources worth channeling towards what can really help their child.
For the parents out there, Emily, who has children in this way, that maybe sometimes they think to themselves, what did I do to cause my child to be this way? What advice would you give to them, knowing to help them not feel guilt or shame because their child may be viewed differently by others and or society?
Well, first off, it has nothing to do with the parent whatsoever. Children are born this way. Their brains develop differently. It has nothing to do with anything the parent did. What I will say where the parent comes in is early identification and early action. And I know that many parents who I've spoken to have broken down in tears because they feel that they waited too long to get the right support for their child. They waited until their child was in fourth, fifth, sixth grade and had to then work backwards and felt that sense of guilt for not taking action earlier. So that is the one thing I think is so important for parents to do. Don't hide under the sand. Don't feel like there's a negative stigma. Take action, have your child evaluated, and give them the support they need as early as possible.
Based on your experiences, is that difficult for the parents to understand that it's not their fault and to then continue forward under that thought process?
Some parents initially, they feel some sense of guilt or some sense of a responsibility, but once they understand that their child was born this way, that it was absolutely nothing they did and nothing to do with the food they gave them or the amount of sleep they had them that they gave them or anything like that. Once they accept that and realize that they had nothing to do with that, then most parents realize that now what they just need to do is take action, identify the challenges, and take steps to address and give the child the right supports.
And we're speaking about the parent and the child, and then there's, of course, the maybe extended family. When it comes to children who require this type of support, what are some of the impacts that it may or may not have on the extended family members?
Well, I think that sometimes it can feel like a challenge or a burden for parents and extended family to have this child that requires so much extra support beyond what other families may need. And I think that can feel difficult, it can feel frustrating. But again, it's no different than someone who has a medical diagnosis and needs medical treatment. You just sort of accept the situation, do the best you can, take action, and help them in any way that you can. And yes, it can feel like a burden, a challenge, but again, it's no different than other challenges that we all may face down the road with our extended family.
I believe that is key. And I know, as I shared, I know a few people that have children this way, and I've spoke to a number of people, yourself included. And one thing I've always highlighted, and to remind them that your child, like everyone else's child, is different. It could be different color hair, different color eyes, different color nose, different color feet. We're all different and unique in our own way. And I think if we start looking at it that way, instead of maybe feeling that, oh my goodness, I can't take my child to family functions, which I know some parents have shared with me that they've experienced because they feel isolated and family members don't want to maybe be around that situation. I think that would help. And you shared that there's support for the children and it comes to the parents and providing support for them. Is there then also support for the parents who maybe need assistance with their emotions and with their thoughts and with their mental health and their well-being?
Sure, there are a lot of support groups, community organizations, also on social media. There's there's a ton of Facebook groups on every different kind of special education need and parents of kids who have those kinds of special education needs. So I do think it's great for parents to connect with other parents who have kids like their own so they can share their stories, share ideas, share strategies. And that's a great way to help parents feel better about what they're going through, knowing that so many others are going through the same thing.
How important to the parent, especially if they're new to, let's say I'm a new parent and it's been identified that my child is going to need support in this way. How important is the community aspect to that new parent who's embarking on this new journey?
I think it's important. I think working as a team in general is very important, meaning within school, oftentimes a child will have several different providers working them. There might be their teacher, maybe there's a speech therapist, a tutor, an occupational therapist. And I think the more everybody can work as a team, the better. And that also applies outside of school. I think the more support a parent can feel that they have, the easier it'll be on them and the better they can support their own child.
And then they won't feel any guilt, any shame, right? Because you have someone who has been through it building you up, saying that, Emily, you got this. Terrain, you can do this,
Yes.
right? And it reminds me of just parenting in general, how sometimes you'd go to your grandmother, your aunt, your whomever, and then they'll say that this is what I know, and this is what I wish I knew at that time, right? Do you see that as well, where when the community comes together, you have parents sharing best practices, and how vital is that best practice, especially when it comes to, I wish I knew this 5 years ago?
Sure, I think it's very vital. I think that parents have sort of gone through this journey, many of them alone, and learned through practice and experience what worked, what didn't work. So when they can share what worked with the community and with other parents going through that, it's such valuable information for other parents. With that said, of course, every child is different, and a strategy that may work for one child, even if they have the same diagnosis, may not work for another child. So sometimes there may be a little bit of trial and error in that sense. But I do think absolutely parents sharing their stories and sharing the success of their kids who are neurodivergent with strategies that work for them is completely invaluable.
So, Emily, as we close, I'm going to give you 3 wishes. And these are 3 things you can wish people knew. Okay? So when it comes to special education, what are 3 things you wish people knew and why?
One is that, as I alluded to earlier, some of the most brilliant, incredibly smart individuals are neurodivergent, some of the greatest leaders and CEOs of our country. So there's absolutely hope for your child and the world, I should say, not just our country. There's so much potential, there's so much hope. And also that everyone has strengths and weaknesses. We're all unique. And even though a child might struggle significantly with reading, maybe they have dyslexia, they might be an incredible artist, or they might be great at theater or drama. So it's so important that a parent doesn't just focus on the negatives or the challenges, but really tries to emphasize the positives and the gifts, because that is what keeps a child's self-esteem going and keeps their confidence strong. And, I think the third piece is just advocacy is so important. Just continuing, parents should always advocate for their child, even if something is going well, they're having a great year or a great marking period, that could change very quickly. So parents should always be on top of what's going on, how their child's doing, and continue to do that throughout the journey of their child's education.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Emily. Your insight, experiences, and wisdom is so valuable. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
All right, everyone. So we are back. That was Dr. Emily, who shared her insights and her wisdom when it came to special education for children. And I think one of the beautiful things about that is there's so many of us who maybe take education for granted, or the difficulties that a lot of people face when it comes to being a parent or being a child that is a part of that community and that is going through some of these issues or concerns in life. So I am glad that I got to speak to Emily, and she actually opened up my eyes to a lot of things, as well as she did share some of the best practices that not only someone like myself can do who wants to be an advocate, but like so many others, because we need to take the time to understand that maybe parents are struggling when it comes to handling life this way, as well as it can always be a tad difficult to look back and to understand why so many of us are trying to navigate life, not only as children who are going through this, but as parents as well. And there's one other thing that I want to share with you guys today. It was actually Michelle joined us to speak about her circumstances and her family when it came to what she went through. And this is going to be a quick clip from her as we wait for our next guest to join us today. So, what I will do is I will share this with each and every one of you. And here, oh, thank you for joining me for the Parents Around the World Summit. It's been a while. How have you been?
Oh, I've been great.
Busy, but I'm also excited for this. And I'm excited that you've joined me to speak about your experiences from your perspective, what you went through, as well as your son. So I will give you the floor and tell us about your journey.
Oh, Train, thank you so much for having me. So, my journey really, I'm going to start from the beginning. I was born and raised in Brazil. And so I did not come to the United States and didn't learn English until I was like 17 years old. And then I came up and I was by myself. My family was all in Brazil. And I went to college. I did the whole entire thing that people do. You go to college, and then I actually got a master's degree out of Indiana. And that was like, I lived there for 10 months. And the funny thing about that I always like to tell people, is that I was Mike Tyson's neighbor because he was in federal prison in Terre Haute, Indiana. when I was there. So that was the highlight of my Indiana time. And then I actually, I was a ballerina growing up in Brazil. I danced in college. I did all of the good things that people, like you go to school, you go to college, and then after that, you have no idea what it is that you're supposed to do. So I did my major was athletic training, and I did that for 6 years. And then I decided to move to Southern California, and this has been my home for the past 20 years. Um, I did not get married until it was a little bit later in my life. I was 36 when I got married. And at 38, I got pregnant. And this is about family. So this is where my real true story begins, right? Because there's nothing more important than family in our lives and our children. And I know that this is what you're doing this for, Train. So like this is where we're gonna get into the good stuff. So I was a geriatric pregnant lady after 35. That's what they tell you, and that's what they call you. And so that was me. And I was 38. I got pregnant. I found out that I had a boy, that I was going to have a boy. And when I was 39 weeks, I went in for an ultrasound, and they told me that my son was didn't have any amniotic fluid and that I needed to go to the hospital. So I was on bed rest for 3 weeks, and he came out, and he was a tiny little thing at 32 weeks. He was 3 pounds. And I was a NICU mom. And if you are a mother who spent any time in the NICU, you know how much we appreciate the NICU nurses who basically help you become a mother. They are the most amazing people, and they really truly like, helped me. They taught me how to be a mom to a little tiny, tiny baby. And his name is Drake, and he is now 11 years old. But back then, we didn't know. And because he was a NICU baby, he was followed by the hospital through probably 3 years of his life. And every time that we'd go in, we would see that there was something missing. He was a little behind in some kind of a milestone. And they started telling me, they're like, you probably need to go see somebody else. And at that time, I got pregnant again. And I was pregnant with a little girl, and her name is Rio. So I'm from Brazil. That's the name. The Rio comes from there. And she's a little joy in our lives. She's 8 right now, going on 16. And we have, it's a full family, I'll tell you that. But going back to my son a little bit, because I think that this is going to be probably one of the things that I would love for people to listen, is that once I found out that like I started seeing these delays and these milestones being missed by my son, I had something inside of me that was saying, go figure this out. Something is off, and you have to help him. And I became the mom that would take him to the pediatrician every week. Something is wrong. I need help. Something's wrong. I need help. And then everybody just disregarded. And they would say, no, I don't know what you're talking about. He's just a little behind. He was a preemie. There's nothing here. And really, like, they made me feel like I was a crazy mom. So, but I wasn't gonna, I'm not the kind of person that just listens to somebody and just take take it. I'm not like that. And so I kept searching. I knew there was something. And so when he was about 3 years old, we started getting a few diagnoses coming in. He wasn't speaking. He didn't really say his first word until he was 4. And so I had to navigate, I had to learn how to navigate that fight for him since the beginning because nobody believed me. Nobody understood what it is that I was going through. And we finally found someone that said, I am going to help you. And I said, thank you, because I needed the help at that time. So we started speech therapy, we started occupational therapy, and we started going through all of these things until things started working out. Like he started meeting his milestones. He was behind. And when we had our daughter, it was great because she also helped him in a way. She is now literally his protector, like she loves him so much, and she's, almost 3 years younger than he is. And so she has pushed him through the years. When he was about 8, we finally were able to get the insurance company to pay for a genetic test. And we had been doing so many tests, so many things. And we were like, it had been 8 years of me advocating for him, of me trying to get him into the correct speech therapy or trying to get him into the right physician, the right doctor, the right therapist, the right school. And I had been fighting all along. And so we got this genetic test, and about 4 days before Christmas, they told me that it was positive. So he had a genetic disorder. And now at the time, he was one out of 42 kids in the world. And now we're up to a little over 200, and the syndrome is called TBR1. And what it causes is just developmental delays. It causes intellectual disability. It causes speech delays. And there's many, many different things that come along with that TBR1. When I found out that this is what it was for the mamas out there, it was, and my life changed a little bit. And it was a relief because I really, for 8 years, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I thought that I ate too much Taco Bell or too much Dr. Pepper when I was pregnant with him. And that's what had caused all of these things to happen. So it was a bittersweet answer that we got when we got this genetic testing. And the last couple of years, I decided that I was going to help parents advocate for their children, for their special needs children. And so I started Collective Wisdom for Complex Kids. And now I am trying to help those moms that think that they're going crazy. They think that they're alone. Go through this in a much better way than I did. Because there is a way to do this, and there is the really hard way to do this. And when we are going and when we are fighting for our children, you need a village, you need support, you need a community. And that's what for the past 2 years, I'm trying to build. And we're getting there, and I'm so excited that we're finally getting there, and the parents are seeing the difference, and they feel like they're not alone in the world. and they're not the only ones that are going through this, and they understand that dealing with a child who has special needs is something that is doable, and it's something that does not need to be isolating to them. You can belong to a community. You can belong to a family. And that's what we do at Collective Wisdom for Complex Kids. So I developed this program. It's called Thrive. And we have 6 things that we talk about on there. And these are the things that I personally ended up doing that made my life a little bit easier when it came to having a special needs child. So the T is for teamwork. The teamwork for that is you need to have a medical team around your child. If you have a special needs child, you have to have a medical team that will fight for you and will fight for your child. The H is you need to learn what the help systems are out there in the world. So, and you have to learn how to deal with them. In the United States, we have insurance companies. Love them. I'm joking. I don't love them. Then there is the state-funded programs that are available to parents and to families that the majority of them have no idea that this is available. And then there's the school district that you have to deal with because you have to make sure that your child is placed in the correct places. So in the H part of this, we talk about all 3 of them, and we talk about how to find them and how to fight to get the best thing that you can. The R is relationships. And this is about family. It's about creating that community. It's about having friends. And it's about helping them understand what it is that you are going through. And it's about you understanding that you cannot do it alone. And you have to bring those relationships closer to you. The I is the integration, and that is about you. It's about the mom, it's about the dad taking care of yourself, because if you're not well, your child will not be well. And then you have the V, which is validation. And this is my favorite. It truly is. And when you have a special needs child who is not meeting their milestones, it's easy to not celebrate those little things. But that is what is going to get you to the end. That is what's going to get through to the next day. So even the small little things, they put their shoe on by themselves, or they, put the toothpaste on their toothbrush, or they ate by themselves. Those small wins are what is going to take you to what will be the letter E on Thrive. And that is the expect the miracle. Because as you see the wins, as you celebrate those wins, you will see the miracle that it comes and that your child becomes in your life. And so that's what we teach at Collective Wisdom for Complex Kids. And I love doing what I'm doing. I still have my full-time job. I'm doing both right now, and I actually have a podcast too now. So it's called Complex Kids Simple Solutions. So if you'd like to listen to me talking to lots of different people, it's been so fun. And I really truly think that if you are in the position that I was in at some point in your life, that you will get something out of this. So anyway, It's been great being here, Terrain. I thank you, thank you, thank you.
So perfect. That was Michelle who wanted to share her own experiences and the difficulties that she went through. Beautiful, beautiful story of resilience and perseverance because she went through a lot. And I know there's a lot of parents out there who believe that they've contributed to their children's pain and their issues. And I want to share this before I bring on our next guest. It is not your fault. It's just your responsibility to love them, to respect them, to treat them the best way you are capable. And I think that's a beautiful segue to bring in Courtney. Hello, Courtney. How are you doing today?
Doing so good. Thank you for having me here, and congratulations on bringing this together. This is no small feat, so you should be very proud of yourself for this journey as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I'm going to give myself a pat on the back after what I'm done here.
Yes, a couple of them.
Absolutely. So we just heard from a number of other people, and you're joining us today to speak about handling life as a mother. Big, big responsibility. So I'm not going to promote it any more than I need to because I'm pretty sure you're going to do a better job than me. So Courtney, the floor, the microphone is yours. Introduce yourself and share your topic, please.
Thank you so much. This is a topic near and dear to my heart as a mom of 3 little kids, and it's all about thought acceptance, how we can cut through some of the mental and emotional clutter that is not ours to carry around, some of the thoughts and feelings that we just don't feel like we can express. My name is Courtney Stanfield. I'm joining you from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and I am the founder of Air Out, a completely anonymous space, an app where you can go and offload the thoughts and feelings that are weighing you down without any judgment, guilt, or shame, because there are no usernames, there's no user interaction, there are no likes, there are no comments. It's just a safe place for you to say all the things that you might not want to say out loud that we all experience, especially in the journey of parenthood. So I'll back it up a little bit. This is not my background at all. Life takes you in twists and turns. I never thought I would be an app developer at all. A year and a half ago, this wasn't even on the table. My background is working in TV, local TV, about 17 years in television. And then I met my husband and we started a family, and we had 3 kids in less than 2 years. We had twins, and then a year and a half, just a little over that, we had another one. So we just really jumped right into parenthood, and we don't have any family around, no support system, so it was just us. So it was a really challenging time when you have that many little people with big demands, physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and you feel like you are the only person there for them. So during that time, we also had 2 aging senior dogs, which pet people out there, you know, when animals reach a certain age, they can honestly be as much work as toddlers. So it felt like at times I had 5 beings waking me up, needing something from me, creating messes, constant demands, and I was lost in it, as we all often feel completely lost in motherhood. And some of the thoughts I would have, I wouldn't say are intrusive, and Air Out is by no means meant to replace therapy, proper counseling, coaching, anything like that. It's a tool. It's a tool to use in your day-to-day life just to help bring you back home in some of those moments. So when you're overstimulated, overwhelmed, frustrated, feeling down, whatever it may be, you might have a thought like, I never should have became a mother. And your initial reaction to even hearing that, you probably gasp a little bit and go, oh, how terrible. And that would be the reaction from a lot of people. If you did say that out loud, they would immediately have this reaction, this take back. And they say, you're so lucky, you're so grateful. And yes, all of those things I am, and I love my children more than anything. But in this moment, I am having a tough moment. I am overstimulated. I'm overwhelmed. I'm in fight or flight. My brain is trying to make sense of the emotions I'm feeling. So it's trying to find words to put together. And that might come out like, I never should have became a mother. I don't want to be married anymore, whatever it may be. in these moments, and they're not even necessarily true, but in that moment you are allowed to express it. So that is self-expression, and that is what this entire mission is about. I just want people to feel safe and to feel better and to give themselves the okay, because self-expression, it doesn't warrant if it's right or wrong. Expression is expression because it's happening to you in real time at that moment. And that's enough. That's enough to need to move it. And when we don't have a place to say these things, like let's say we have that thought, I never should have became a mother, or I'm a terrible mother, and you don't say it out loud. So you suppress it. You push it down, you push it down. And then you start looking at other people and you think, well, motherhood seems to be coming so much easier to them. Why do they look so happy? Why am I struggling with this? And then comes the guilt and the shame. And what started as a small thought in a really tough, hyper emotional moment has now completely transformed into something heavier that you are wearing in your body, because it's just energy. And when we don't express it, we store it, and it builds and it gets bigger and badder, and we end up feeling worse. So that's the entire idea behind Air Out. And I was feeling this way when I had my kids are still pretty little. The twins are 5 and the littlest will be 4 this week. But in the really thick of it, years 1, 2, 3, and I'd have these moments and I wouldn't feel like I had anyone to turn to. And growing up often, I felt like if I could be right or wrong, but my interpretation, my memory of the events is that when I opened up to someone, I often ended up feeling worse. And I wish I could take it back. And I regretted ever expressing myself based on their reaction or their comments or whatever it may be. So we often don't say anything for fear of what people will think of us. So I started asking universe, higher power. I thought, if I feel this way, someone else has to feel this way, because there's nothing special about me in this journey. I'm just a mother with young children, relatable to how many others, millions in the same position. And then I had a dream in March last year, and it was so profound. It woke me up in the middle of the night, and I could see the app, but more so I could feel the emotional release that people would have from using this app. And it was so vivid. I started emailing app development companies in the middle of the night, and I wanted to quit 100 times. This is not easy. This has taken a huge commitment of time, money, energy to keep coming back to. And already in a busy life, I wanted to just stop, cancel it all. I made a mistake. I took off too much, but I just kept getting these intuitive hits that yes, this needs to come to life. This has to exist. There needs to be a tool like this for people. And so stayed the course, followed the journey. I know nothing about tech or app development. So thank goodness for the brilliant minds out there that do and can translate to people like me to bring this concept into what it is today. So we just launched earlier this year. We're the new kid in town. We are just a baby, an infant, but we are here for the long haul. And it's really the message is to help you feel better. So it's called Air Out. And basically how it works is, again, completely anonymous. We don't even ask you your name when you sign up. You can sign up with whatever random email you want, free to download, free to try. And then after that, it's 99 cents, which just goes to maintenance fees and upgrades, whatever, to keep the app going. But free to try. And that's enough time period to really feel into your body if you're getting this release, which is what it's designed to do. So there's 6 chat spaces, we'll call them, moms, dads, and not just for moms and dads, but for everybody who has a mom and a dad. We're talking intergenerational healing, intergenerational commentary, whatever it is on your mind. There's a work space, a love space. So that's for relationships, dating, even just feeling lonely, feeling like you're unlovable, any of those moments where you just need to move some of that energy. There's a brag space, which is awesome because we want to hear the good stuff as well. Celebrate you, celebrate your milestones, the awesome stuff you're doing, the challenges you're overcoming. Maybe you're on a fitness program, maybe you're celebrating sobriety, maybe you didn't lose your cool with your kids when you typically would have, whatever it may be. It's just as important to give yourself that pat on the back along the way too. And then venting. That seems to be the favorite of the 6 so far, and that's for the everyday occurrences, the moments that come up, the confessions, the secrets, the things that are just bubbling to get out of you where you just need to put them somewhere. And so you sign up with random email, nothing else. We don't care where you are, what you look like, how much money you have, none of that stuff. So it's not a social media app at all. We actually brand ourselves as antisocial in the sense that you cannot interact with other users. You cannot like or comment. So if you were to express yourself on traditional social media, which a lot of people do, there are lots of support groups for parents, which is a beautiful thing. And if you're looking for feedback, amazing. That's the place for you. But if you're not, and you just want to feel heard, that can be a very toxic environment, because if you are opening up on Facebook, Instagram, Reddit, Twitter, whatever it may be, you can be sure you'll receive dozens of responses that likely make you feel worse, that are judgmental, that make you feel small, that make you regret opening up, and that just creates more heaviness to carry around. So we don't want any of that. This is just a dumping ground, like a void, a place to move thoughts. Because I love this analogy, if you're with me. A thought, let's pretend it's like a physical object and someone gives it to you to hang on to. And maybe that's as simple as, I feel like a terrible mother. Okay, so you're holding that item, and then you get another thought. It says, I married the wrong person. So you're holding another object, and then someone hands you another object to hold. And let's say that thought is, I'm never going to make anything in my career. I'm at a dead end job. I feel like a loser, and everything I did in school or everything I dreamed of is never going to happen. How many physical objects can you hold until you throw them down on the ground and snap? You get mad. You want to walk away because it's uncomfortable carrying that, and you can only carry so much. And it's the exact same with our thoughts. And if we're not paying attention to them throughout the day, and we're not sorting them, almost like a conveyor belt, like a thought comes, it doesn't feel good, we don't like that. So now we have a place where we can put it into the app so we can move that energy and free ourselves of that weight. But if we're not doing that, it's the buildup, build up, snap, explosion. So what I'm hoping this app does too is encourages people to pay attention to their thoughts as they come up. And it's very normal. You are a human living a complex life with many demands. You're going to have thoughts that are less than ideal in tough moments, especially in parenthood. That does not mean you are not a good parent. That does not mean that you have to carry guilt and shame around that. It just means that you have a buildup of energy in your body, and you need a safe place to move it so you no longer have to carry it around. Because if we're not processing as we go, we have those moments. And if you think about at the end of the day, you have all these micro moments that build. Let's say you're on your way to work and someone cuts you off. That might be a small annoyance. This person cut me off. But what you might be internally telling yourself is, I don't matter. No one sees me. And you carry that thought into work. And let's say someone at work takes the last coffee pod. Wow. Once again, no one respects me. I'm bottom of the list. No one cares about my needs. I'm invisible. Goes on and on and on. And if we're not properly dealing with those as they come, by the time we get home, we are going to be in a state, understandably, because it feels terrible to carry that stuff around. We are going to be possibly detached, disassociated, short, angry, whatever it may be, how you express when you are in that state of just carrying too much. And your family is going to feel the impact. But if we're processing as we go, and we have a thought, and we think, I see you, I hear you, that doesn't feel good, so I'm just going to move it here because it's all it is. It just needs somewhere else to go. So you give it a new home. And you do that throughout the day. When you show up at the end of the day, you're going to be a completely different person for your family. You're going to feel clear-headed and peaceful in your heart and in your body. Your body's going to relax. I mean, it's as simple as just trying it once to see the magic of it. If you have a thought that you've been stewing with, if you have the ability to express it instantly, your shoulders will relax. You'll take a deep breath. You'll feel relief. And that is what I want for people, because if we all feel just like an ounce better, you think about collectively as a whole, raising this next generation, how much better that could be for everybody and every place we go, because we bring that energy where we go. So it really is like a network, that our energy becomes a network, and it's so important that we're managing it. And I want to talk about the spaces too, and dads in particular, because we're in the societal shift now where men are so encouraged to be in touch with their emotions and be more vulnerable in modern masculinity. Well, my husband's been very instrumental in helping me develop this app as well. And the importance of having a specific room just for men, because he has said that he doesn't feel like he has a voice next to a mom or a wife. He feels like his needs come last. And so you have someone who has a very complex role in the family, just as a mother does, different roles perhaps, if we'll use a very traditional family example, but we come in all shapes and sizes, of course, and who's at home with kids and who's working and whatever else you're juggling. But principle stands that you have two whole beings with their own experiences, their own inner dialogue, their own feelings that are coming together to parent, and one of them is feeling like they don't have a say, and so they're putting themselves further down and further down. And my husband will say that he doesn't want to open up for fear of being further isolated, because while we talk about men being more open, is the platform actually there? Has the stage actually been set for men to open up more? So to be one of the first, it can be scary. So he says it feels isolating, and he's apprehensive to do so. So that's where the power of anonymity comes in, because for the first time in a lot of people's lives, that's the only time where we can be truly equal, because no one knows who you are, what you look like, where you're from, and no one can say anything to you in return. So it's this powerful tool in anonymity and being anonymous that we can remove these social masks that we have. We can remove these barriers we put up, because we often don't express ourselves fully and wholly. We may offer little tidbits of the truth to people that have been censored and toned down and softened to become socially acceptable, but we're not actually moving the entire energy. So we're giving people just a little tidbit, but we're still compressing so much of that, which is not healthy. So now, when no one knows it's you, we are safe to actually say what's on our minds. So this dad's chat has been so powerful to see dads and men really opening up about some of the fears in parenthood, or feeling like they come last, feeling like they are handcuffed to their job because their role is to provide, and that they can't pursue their dreams because they have to have the paycheck, and that no one actually cares how they're feeling in the dynamic. So if we all take ownership of ourselves and we're able to check in and monitor our own thoughts and our own energy throughout the day, and have that safe place where we can try it and we can start to experiment with self-expression in its truest, rawest form, then it's only going to become easier and more beneficial. So it's been really inspiring to see moms. I mean, also there's so many shared challenges too. And I like to joke around about that too, that this app really showcases how unoriginal we are in our thoughts and our challenges, because there are only so many human emotions to experience. There are only so many situations where you can have these moments brought up that are unique to us. For the most part, we are living very parallel experiences a lot of the time. And you can read in the app. So that's the beautiful part too, is that you cannot respond or like or comment, but you can read other people's posts. And that in itself is so affirming to the fact that you are not alone, that we are in this together, that we are sharing these challenges, and it's okay to have these tough thoughts. It's not personal. It's not you. It's not yours to carry. It's just a thought that you had in a moment that so many other people can relate to. So it's this sense of community that we can read how other people are feeling and the challenges they're experiencing, while also feeling safe to fully express without any feedback. And there are some interesting parallels that have come out in the app. A trend that you see in every chat space really is how alone people feel, whether you are, single and dating, or you've been married for decades, or maybe it's in your job, or maybe it's in parenthood. Whatever it may be, so many people are expressing the sense of loneliness, deep isolation from others. And that's the problem with traditional social media. I mean, we all know there's a list this long of all the problems with it, but ultimately it's that no one's real. No one's actually presenting who they are, and everything is so censored. So when we can get away from that, we're actually our true, raw, authentic selves. And that's the beautiful part that we can see. We are connecting on what makes us human. And it's so simple and it's so easy, but it is effective. It works. And I just encourage you for your journey through parenthood and through your relationship and your career, whatever it is you're navigating, just to pay attention to those thoughts and to give them somewhere to go. You don't even have to tell anyone you're doing it. You don't have to tell anyone you're trying it. And just notice it, type it out, write it out. And half the time that in itself helps. I mean, we know the power of journaling. It's been around and studied for however many decades, right? Journaling is a beautiful thing, but often it requires a specific time and a specific place. So by the end of the day, you get home to your journal, you've already forgotten half of the stuff you're wearing for the day, and it's embedded in your body. This is powerful in the sense it's like a modern Dear Diary moment on the go, 24/7. You can use it at work, in line at the store, while you're sitting next to your partner, while you're looking at your boss, whatever it may be. So you can constantly be moving that energy. And the act of typing it out is very similar to journaling. And that when you hit send, then you have that instant release. So my whole mission in life, I don't know how I got here, but I did. And I'm a person for the people. I know how hard this can be. I know the challenges that can come up, but I just want people to know that your thoughts are not yours to carry. You don't have to have guilt and shame around them. There is a safe place now to put them where we can relate, we can feel good, we can open up, and we can get back to our inner peace, because that's all it is cutting through so much of the noise when we already have 1,000,001 things on the go, Terrain.
Thank you. I absolutely love that, because someone wrote in the Facebook comments that, let me read this. I love that there's a safe place for a brain dump.
Yes, exactly. And you know what's funny? They say it like that because I promise you, when you start, a lot of people say, I don't know what to say. Like, I usually keep that stuff on the inside. I'm like, start with something small, a small annoyance. And it's like you just pop the jar off, and all of a sudden you have one thing to say here and another thing to say here and a thing to say here. And as you're going through it, your body's feeling better and better and lighter. And before you know it, there's nothing on your mind. Like, you have a peaceful mind and an ease in your body because you've just moved all of that energy. And it works, and it's so effective. And I'm glad they said that. Yes, dump it. Just keep putting it in there into the void.
Let me ask you a few questions then. I guess my first question is, when someone, actually, let me take a step back. How important is it to have a place where you can just put all your thoughts and be like, oh, thank God.
It's vital. And that's our problem, is that we are going through these complex emotions and these complex problems, but we don't want to say any of it. We don't want to express any of it truly and honestly. And I know you might turn to a mom friend or a sister or a colleague, and you might say, oh, you know, they're not sleeping and I'm really tired and I just feel disconnected from my husband. But, you know, to be expected, that'll be okay. That's not real. That's not the energy that's living in your body. The energy that's living in your body is, I am exhausted. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't even recognize my husband. I feel like we have nothing to talk about. Everything that is so raw and real that you know you wouldn't say to someone else. But that is where the relief is. That is where you own it. I feel like a loser. I'm never going to be something. I never should have done this. I've wasted my time. I've wasted my money, whatever it may be. Or I don't like my kid. How about that? Can't say that to a lot of people. You love your kid, but you may not like who they are right now, but you can't hang on to that and live with it because it's on the back burner. It's building in your body. So it is vital to have a place where we can just express, just move it without anybody coming at you. And that's the key difference, because I know how hateful and harsh and negative it can be if you're opening up in a public forum with your face and your name. None of that here. So you can just be you.
And then it goes back to, there isn't a shame in using this, right? Like, you know, when you go to someone, you're like, oh, I love my kid, but today I just don't like them. You're a mom. Moms are supposed to always love them. Doesn't matter if they've burned the house down, right? Because you have these expectations from
Exactly.
society. Like how important, or sorry, let me take a step back.
Mm-hmm.
How beneficial is it to have an outlet where you remove the shame of your thoughts, you remove the guilt of your feelings when it comes to your family and your children?
Because it's all just made up. It's just noise. It is mental noise. It is emotional noise. It is just clutter that you are picking up. They're just thoughts. They don't have to be connected to you. They're not yours to carry. And I love this. I'm a yoga teacher too, and we talk about thoughts and how to break it down. A thought is just a series of words put together in a particular way to ignite a feeling. And that's why often when you're in those hyper emotional aroused states, where you have those negative thoughts that are really coming at you because your brain's trying to make sense of it. But it's not you. You are in a tough situation, and it is okay to be exactly who you are in that tough situation. No guilt, no shame. You're just a human. You're just a person. You can only process so much. So don't attach to it. Just move it somewhere else so it's not yours to carry, because it's when you carry it, you hang on to it, that guilt and shame builds.
Perfect. And Courtney, before I let you go, I'm going to give you 3 wishes. Aladdin's
Mhm.
genie lamp. I give it to
Mhm.
everyone else. What are 3 things you wish parents knew about being able to communicate what they truly feel without feeling shame, guilt, or any other type of emotion that could be viewed as negative?
There's nothing wrong with you. You're not a monster. You are a loving mother. You care about your kids. You are doing a very, very hard job. And the same thing for dads. And I wanted to talk about that earlier too, is that dads are now in a really interesting place where they are expected to parent and be emotionally vulnerable and available with their kids and physically present when they were never taught how to do that. So previous generations were not taught. So now men are showing up to the table trying to piece this all together, how to be a provider and meet the emotional needs of their partner, how to show up for their kids, how to have energy for everybody else but themselves. And that is a huge job. That takes tremendous strength to show up for every day. And it's going to come with some less than ideal thoughts. A man posted in the dad's chat that he hates at the end of the day coming home from work, that he doesn't want to be around his kids. Who can you say that to? But that's true. That's the reality. He's tapped out. He's met everyone else's needs, and he hates that he can't show up for his kids in the way he wants to. Being able to express that is so powerful. So just accept it. You meet yourself where you are. It says nothing about you at all. It says something about your circumstances and your emotional state, not you as a person. And remember that they are not yours to carry, and don't be afraid to face them head on. Face your thoughts and feelings face on, because if we don't, we're kind of ignoring them. And it's like we're living in a little room with the blinds closed and they're knocking on the window and the door. They're not going to go away. So when we turn and face them, we realize that the scariest part was just turning to face them and think, you know what? No, I might feel like I'm a terrible mother, but I actually know that that's not true. I see you, I hear you, I'm going to move you over here. So don't be scared. Don't feel bad. This is who you are. We are all people. And if you do experience the app and you try it, you will see that very, very quickly, that we are all just living this human experience with a vast array of emotions, and that we are all so similar, and we are actually there to support each other.
Perfect. And before we let you go, where they can find you and what else is next?
You can download the app for free. Any random email. We don't even care your name. We don't care where you are, whatever, any random email. Apple Store and Google Play. You can head to airoutapp.com for more on the app and links to download as well. And you can find us on social. And what's next? I truly feel like a spectator in this journey as well. I didn't intend to bring this app to life, and it's here. It's alive. It's a living entity. I have no doubt it's going to find its way into the right hands of the right people at the right time. And I'm excited to watch that unfold, and excited to see people start to get real and raw without any guilt or shame. So you can get back to the stuff that matters, get back to a peaceful heart, quiet mind, and just love in your life.
Thank you so much, Courtney. I really do appreciate it, and I look forward to our future conversations. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck with the rest of the event. It's awesome.
Thank you. Bye. So up next, everyone, is I do have a guest by the name of Elizabeth. And what I'm going to do is, you know me, I always have to make sure that I introduced every guest to the best of my abilities, and I'm going to magnify this one because I kind of planted the seeds earlier on when I talked about people who are overcoming addiction and alcohol and drugs and whatever the case is. So we're going to speak about addiction in families with Elizabeth. Hello, Elizabeth. How are you doing today?
Hi, Terrain. I'm great. I'm so glad to be here. This is quite an assignment, 20 minutes on addiction in families. It's such a
Thank you. This
huge
is something that we
topic.
can probably talk to for days and weeks on end. I know so many people impacted by this, but we always want to make sure that we create a safe space, and you're doing so. So do me a favor, please. Introduce yourself and tell us about addiction in families.
Sure. Thank you so much. I'd like to share my screen in a minute, but let me introduce myself. My name, as you heard, Elizabeth Kipp. I'm a stress management and historical trauma specialist, yoga informed and trauma trained recovery coach and ancestor clearing practitioner. And I'm in recovery from addiction almost 12 years now. And I lived with chronic pain for 40 years, which is an addiction to stress. And 31 years of that, I was on prescription opiates and benzodiazepines. So I was able to heal from the chronic pain, which was amazing. The drugs didn't do anything but make it worse. And I learned a lot about addiction, and I learned a lot about the confusion out there around medication, around chronic pain, and around addiction. And I grew up in a family and a society, really a culture that was rife with addiction. So lots of experience there. Can I just hit the share button here, Terrain? Oh, here we go. Okay, great. All right. So let's get started. Can you see that?
Yep, we can see it now.
Awesome. Okay, thank you so much. So we'll be looking at addiction in families, understanding, healing, and reconnection. I can't tell you how grateful I am to be here today. We're really diving into a topic that touches so many. Whether we speak about it or not, addiction in families is complicated and present pretty much anywhere, everywhere. Today, we'll explore what addiction is, what forms it can take, how it affects people and family systems, and most importantly, what we can do about it. All right. So let's start with what is addiction. We'll begin with a broad, inclusive definition from a few different perspectives. Addiction is any behavior we continue to do that has negative consequences on our lives. This goes beyond substances. Yes, drugs and alcohol are included, but addiction lives wherever we use something to escape discomfort, numb our feelings, or avoid reality. Addiction is less about what we do and more about why we do it, especially when it's causing harm and we feel powerless to stop. Addiction feeds on the calculus of power, the power of hunger and the pursuits of its appetites. It comes in many forms, yet its energy is mistakable. Craving and more craving, a well that has no bottom. This is the state of things when we lose our authentic connection to ourselves, to others, and to our soul. And it is this disconnection and the profound loss we experience because of it that provides the momentum of wanting more. And no matter how much we seem to get from the external world, attention from fame, money, its power, prestige, stimulation, addiction has us chasing for its own sake. And this is the suffering of addiction. As Gabor Mate, Dr. Gabor Mate, a physician and a leader in the field of trauma and addiction, he reminds us, don't ask why the addiction, ask why the pain. So the root of addiction is that it's a coping mechanism we use to help us manage our lives when we're suffering from unresolved trauma. And we have plenty of ways to distract ourselves from our pain. Here are the 6 main types of addiction: alcohol, drugs, people, codependency, sex, love addiction, people pleasing, many aspects of that, money, gambling, overspending, scarcity, the scarcity fueled hoarding, of course, food addiction, which includes anorexia or restriction, binging or bulimia, and other disordered eating behaviors. And 6th, technology, scrolling, gaming, and social media addiction. And then there are the 5 aggravations. These are internal habits that fuel stress and dysfunction: self-doubt, procrastination, negative thinking, resentment, and judgment. These are the patterns that run under the big 6 addictions as deeper maladaptive mechanisms to cope with pain. And let's be clear here, we're talking about any pain, whether physical, emotional, psychological, or spiritual. They all send the same signal to the brain: it hurts. The brain cannot tell the difference between a broken bone and a broken heart. Let's look at what addiction looks like. In a person, it often looks like secrecy, hiding, or aloofness. It can look like mood swings, anxiety or numbness, guilt, shame, or defensiveness, being separate from the rest of the family, selfishness, manipulation, and low self-esteem. Here are some of the common roles in the family that are all tied up in the addictive behavior. There's the addict, who's the central figure whose behavior dominates the whole system. The enabler protects the addict from consequences. This often shows up as codependency. The hero tries to fix the family by being perfect and overachieving, another codependent thing. The scapegoat acts out or rebels and is often blamed for the family's problems. The lost child withdraws emotionally and flies under the radar. And the mascot uses humor to deflect tension and distract from the pain. We also have the drama triangle, which is a common unconscious dynamic in families where the victim, one person plays the victim: for me, I'm so powerless. And then there's the persecutor who's blaming, it's all your fault. And the rescuer who will say, I'll save you even if it hurts me. And we get stuck on this triangle, often in unconscious ways. And the way to deal with that triangle is to step off the triangle. We also have belief systems and coping mechanisms. So addiction's not just about, doesn't just affect our behavior, it distorts what we believe is normal. Like, we don't talk about our problems, or I have to do everything myself, or love means sacrifice, or if I just try harder, they'll change. Do any of these things ring a bell to you? We have communication breakdowns in the family that show up as passive-aggressive behavior or stonewalling, lies or secrets done to protect others, in quotes. We feel like we're walking on eggshells. We avoid having an honest conversation. And there's over or undersharing depending on what role we're playing. Also, we can have generational patterns of dysfunction. Intergenerational trauma is unresolved pain from our ancestors can live in our nervous systems and our belief systems, even in our genes expressing epigenetically. We carry coping mechanisms that were once tools of survival, but they don't serve us anymore. And this is where the working with the imprints of intergenerational trauma and ancestor clearing becomes important. Many families unknowingly repeat the pain of previous generations until someone becomes conscious enough to stop the cycle. The core wound, at the core of all addiction, is this disconnection from ourselves, from others, from something greater, from our true feelings, from our body's signals, from our spirit, from each other. Often, this is not just about what's happening in this generation, but what's been passed down from those before us. So, what can we do about it? Here's the big question. Can we face it and acknowledge it? The first step is simply telling the truth, not blaming, not excusing, just recognizing what's happening and how it's impacting you or your family. And we want to break the silence and end the stigma. Secrets and shame thrive in the dark, and shame is the food of addiction. Healing begins when we bring the truth into the light, either with a therapist, a sponsor, a trusted community, or a trusted friend, a safe person. We want to make sure that we get into a supportive community. We cannot do this work in recovery alone. This is a we thing. We need to educate ourselves and our families about the dynamics of addiction and the proven ways to end suffering. We need to understand the nervous system. Addiction is not a moral failing. It's a dysregulated nervous system seeking relief. Practices like breath work, sleep hygiene, nutrition, mantra, ancestral clearing help regulate and restore balance. We bring yoga into this space as a beautiful way to really find stability and grounding in your recovery. We're traumatized in unsafe relationships, so we heal in safe relationships. So connection and safe relationships are so crucial for healing this addictive behavior that's not just one person in the family. If one person in the family is addicted, everyone's part of that triangle, part of that cycle. Recovery is not just about abstaining from a substance or a behavior. It's about reconnecting to our authentic self, to others, through honest relationships, to spirit, however we define that. Sometimes the most powerful question that we can ask ourselves or a loved one is, where does it hurt? And how can we be with that pain together? Not trying to fix it, just being the witness. And finally, I'm sharing you a beautiful quote from one of my teachers, Krishna Kaur, who said, we're all addicted to something. It may not be a substance. It may be a certain attitude or approach to life or a way of seeing ourselves. We're addicted to something. We're locked into something that defined us at some point, or that helped us to feel okay about ourselves at some point. And we realize at some point that whatever that was that served, comforted, held, gave us strength, gave us some meaning at some level, at some point, those things became like shackles, like a vice that's around us. These layers of protection we put around ourselves that helped us get through the night are choking out the day. When you start to see that, that's getting in your way, that it's getting in your way, then somehow it helps to make the decision that I want to do something different. There, that's in a nutshell. If you thank you so much for listening. If you'd like to connect with me, you can find me at my website at elizabeth-kipp.com. And I'd love to hear some questions if you have any.
Absolutely. So first and foremost, thank you so much, Elizabeth, for sharing that. I have an example, but it's going to lead to my question. You mentioned that at this one of the second last slide, I believe it was, where we're all addicted to something, and that brought up someone I used to work with. He was addicted to success. He always wanted to work hard and be the best at the job, right? One day, his wife she was pregnant, and water breaks, she's due. She's on her way to the hospital because he's so addicted to success. He stayed at work and made sure he got the final numbers, the final sales, and he missed the delivery of his child, his son, his only child they have together. This leads me to my question. Why do you think so many of us sacrifice parts of ourselves, parts of our lives, parts of our relationships when it comes to the addiction in regards to our families?
That's a big question. It's a very interesting example, and it's a really good, it's not just addiction to success, it's also addiction to what we call workaholism. So that's a certain frequency. All of this, Tommy Rosen, who's I'm an addiction recovery coach through Recovery 2.0, which is Tommy Rosen's platform, and he calls addiction the frequency of addiction. It's like an energetic expression, really, in all addictions like that. So overworking, success, they're all the same. I need more. And not only I need more, but I'm looking away. I'm looking away from something that I don't want to look at. And I will tell you, I've been pondering this for a long time. What's the root, right? And I've got this ancestral piece that I bring into the whole equation. And I've been an ancestral clearing practitioner since 2014. And I was first introduced to it in 2013. So I'm really rooted in that practice. And my feeling is that the reason that addiction is so prevalent nowadays is because we're living in systems that have designed the heart right out of them. And who in the world is able to, how are we supposed to cope with that when we can't even find heart? We just can't find it. My journey in my recovery, if you had to ask me what's been the most significant journey other than unwinding my nervous system out of a huge stress habit, it's been the journey back to my heart. It's been not just the journey back to my heart, but what is it going to take to unbound it, to allow it to loose from the bindings that I put around, the armoring I put around it, just to be able to step into the world, which is this place that's got, like the level of suffering out there is just epic. So, and our history, the momentum of our history of suffering is, and we carry that, right? So you're asking kind of what's the root, and I just laid it down the way I see it.
What do you think then are some of the impacts to the families, especially young children, when there's a form of addiction that is overtaking the parents?
Yeah, that's a great question. One of the things that I study, I sit in circles around and study with trauma teachers, trauma people that work in the trauma space. And one of the things that, which is a fairly new field, all things considered. And one of the things that really impressed me was that they said dysregulated parents raise dysregulated children. And so addiction is this looking away and this dysregulation, this imbalance in the stress response, which I didn't even get into that part. It's we're out of balance. We're dysregulated. And how are you supposed to, how are children supposed to, I lived in a family that was dysfunctional, that had this addictive energy in it. And I still have this terrain, with all the work I've done, I still have this. My my lesson was duck and cover. Duck and cover. Whenever somebody like calls me out, if I'm in a class or something and the teacher calls my name, I still duck and cover. Even if I know the answer, my instinct is to do this. Right? But what is that? It's a survival response. Yeah. So there's nothing wrong with anybody. Our machinery is acting exactly as designed. We're trying to keep ourselves safe. We're just using a really unhealthy way to do it.
And one more question, Elizabeth, before I let you go. 3 wishes, right? What are 3 things you wish parents knew about the impact of addiction in their families and why?
1, it's not a moral failing. It's actually this survival. We're as I said, our machinery is acting exactly as designed. So this is kind of natural. 2, children, when they're below 7 years old, they're not able to regulate their emotions. So it's up to the adults to help them, to hold a grounded, safe space for them to learn the process of dealing with their emotions. Also, we have these mirror neurons, so our children mirror what we do. This is one of the ways they learn to socialize so quickly, right? So that second thing, really important to really kind of like understand what the child needs and how important it is for us to have our own emotional intelligence as parents. And if we don't know what that is and we are having difficulty with it, then we need help. We need to ask for help. And there's help out there, which is amazing. So please don't feel like, you have to do this all alone. There's help out there. So that's the third thing is ask for help, right? Don't be afraid of that. I grew up with a mother who had bipolar disorder and undiagnosed, nobody understood what that was then. And the way the family treated us, we're just gonna hide that under the rug. We're just gonna like, oh, that she's just doing that thing she does. So nobody, took any of that seriously. And my brother and I, and my father, everybody kind of around her felt the fallout from that, but nobody knew about what to do about it, right? So it's really important that we're not afraid to step out and say, I need help. It's so important. Yeah.
And finally, where can everyone find you and what's next?
Oh, thank you. You can find me at my website, which is my name with a dash in the middle, elizabeth-kipp.com. You can book, you can email me through there. You can find all my social media. I've got lots of offerings. I just brought a course called Ancestral Wisdom School, Discover the Healing Power of Your Lineage. And I have another course called Foundations of Trauma Recovery. So, and you can find all that on my website. And thank you so much for the opportunity to present here and spend some time with so many other parents.
You are welcome, and I appreciate you joining me today. So I look forward, Elizabeth, to our next conversation. So thank you again.
Thank you. Bye now.
Bye. So welcome back, everyone. So that is a topic that I mentioned that we're planting the seeds a little bit here, but next up is someone I'm going to ask her because I don't want to mispronounce her name because I hate doing that. Is it pronounced Danita?
It is, yes, you got it right.
Perfect, perfect. So you are joining us today to speak about the healthy boundaries as a parent. So do me a favor, as this is something that parents, I'm pretty sure, can't wait to discuss. Introduce yourself and, of course, your topic, please, Danita.
Yes, so I'm Danita Sparling. I specialize in emotional health. specifically with women, but I have a degree in marriage and family studies. And parenting is a huge part of emotional health, being able to communicate with your children and help them to develop good emotional health. I loved the speaker before me. She really, in the end, she talked about how important the parents have good emotional health to help their children. And boundaries is a great tool to use to teach your children good emotional health.
Do you think then sometimes parents will tell you, of course we do this, Train. Do you think parents neglect themselves in regards to when it comes to their family, to their own detriment?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's one of the false beliefs about boundaries. I have a sheet I'd like to share with everyone, which is false beliefs that hold us back, that cause us guilt and fear about setting boundaries, and then talk about the truth behind these false beliefs that we have. So, would you like me to pull that up now, or okay? Let's see. Okay, so the big thing, because I have 7 children, and I'm also in a blended family, and that brings all kinds of dynamics, right? And you really struggle with a lot of fear and guilt when it comes to setting boundaries. So I hope today I can address these false beliefs that we have about boundaries and help you to understand the truth so that you can move forward and see the importance of boundaries for children. The first false belief that we struggle with is setting boundaries is selfish. Just like you said, we neglect ourselves a lot of times. So the truth is, taking care of yourself helps you to be able to serve better. You can be a better parent. You can be more emotionally stable and present for your kids if you set that boundary of taking care of yourself. And one of my favorite ways to kind of address these false beliefs is my Christian background, is to go at it with a Christian perspective. What did Christ do? And so with each one, I want to share an example of Christ's life and how he set boundaries. For example, the first one, Jesus Christ took time for himself by going to the mountains alone to pray. And he did. It's not a selfish thing. He was perfect, and yet he took time to himself. Parents need to set boundaries with, this is time for me and this is time for you. I need to take care of myself so I can be there for you, so I can be more present for you. So that's one of the first ones. The second false belief is loving others means always saying yes. And I have noticed with this new generation that they have a hard time hearing no. And we kind of need to say no more. We need to realize that saying no means you're saying yes to something else, right? I am saying no to this, but I'm saying yes to something else. For example, my mom told me one time, if you feel like you have to have your house clean all the time, then you are not making time for your kids. And so when I say no to having this perfect house, I'm saying yes to being present for my kids and enjoying my kids more when they're young. An example that Christ had in his life is Jesus Christ asked those who were disruptive and mocking to leave. In this example, Jesus Christ came to this home. The little girl had passed away and had died, and he had walked into the room, and he made a comment that she was just sleeping. And the people around, some of them were very rude and mocking him, and he asked them to leave. And so it's okay to say, you know what, this is okay. This behavior is not appropriate. I need to stop the behavior or leave. And we need to do that with our kids. We need to teach them what behaviors are appropriate and which ones are not. The next false belief is I must be a peacemaker at all costs. The truth is some behaviors should never be tolerated, and we have a responsibility to protect ourselves and others from those behaviors. If you have siblings that are being abusive to each other, we have a responsibility as parents to protect our children. And even if a parent, you know, is being abusive, we have a responsibility to protect our children. And we need to know when to step up and say, this behavior is not okay. Here's an example of Christ's life. This is one of my favorites. And this one, I actually have two examples. The first one is Jesus Christ set a clear boundary between what is acceptable and unacceptable behavior within the temple. So he went in there and he sat there. He didn't do it, you know, in the moment. He sat there and he contemplated what he was going to do. And he came in and he was strong and he was bold. And he said, this is not okay in my Father's home. We each have homes, okay? And it's okay for us as parents to say, this is our home. We want a peaceful home. We want a home that's not abusive. We want a home where you feel comfortable talking, and you need to set boundaries in this home so that The next example is a really good one because it approaches it at a more loving, and you have to, each situation is different. So you have to go by what the Spirit tells you to do and how to do it. In this example, Jesus responded with love and compassion to a woman who had committed adultery, but also set clear expectations that she should not sin anymore. So it's okay to say to your child, you know, this behavior is not okay and I don't want you to do it anymore. And have an expectation on your child that certain behaviors are not allowed in the home. And that's very healthy because you teach them social skills so that they can have healthy relationships in the future. So these next beliefs are beliefs that cause us fear. The ones before were guilt, these are fear. If I set this boundary, will my child feel rejected or unloved? What if they stop talking to me or pull away emotionally? What if I push them further from God or from me? Have you ever had these fears before? If you set this boundary, this child will respond this way. I know a lot of times we can feel that way with teenagers. We'll feel like we're tiptoeing around the teenager, right? Trying to keep them happy and try to be their friend rather than a parent. We are their parent first, okay? And a friend second. They need us to teach us to be good adults and Christian valued people, okay? The truth is, in Proverbs 13:24, it says, he that loveth him chasteneth him. If we love our children, we will teach them right from wrong. And boundaries is a great way to teach them. There are 5 powerful principles to setting firm and loving boundaries. We can do it with love. And that is probably the key to setting boundaries. We don't want to set harsh, critical boundaries that push our children away. And so the first one is to correct out of love and concern, not control and anger. So before you set a boundary, make sure that you recognize your reasoning for setting it. Is it out of love and concern, or are you just angry and upset and you're trying to control that child? So check yourself when you're doing that. We don't want to threaten or force our children to compliance. That will only push them away from us. And I love this scripture in James 1:19. It says, wherefore, my beloved brethren, let every man be swift to hear, slow to speak, and slow to wrath. That's a really good scripture to follow when you're setting boundaries. The next one is number 2. Use good judgment when setting boundaries. Take into consideration the developmental level of the child and their temperament as you set boundaries. You're not going to set the same boundaries with one child as you do another one. I worked in a daycare for a couple years, and there were children there that had personalities that were really challenging, and how I dealt with that child was different than I dealt with another child because of their temperament and because of their challenges and their sensitivities. So, and age is different too. Like, you can't expect one child to have the same expectations as another child. Okay, their age really makes a big difference. Number 3 is be clear and firm about rules and expectations. So we don't want to just, jump on our child or yelling at them saying, you shouldn't do this. You need to let them know expectations. And this is the them choice. And your rules and make them. 4 is be setting clear limits consistently, following through with predetermined consequences, emotionally self-regulate themselves. And the more you do it, the sooner you do it. So setting boundaries is like training wheels. Okay, when you set those boundaries young, they will learn to regulate themselves, and then you can step back and let them go. And it's a beautiful thing to see how teaching them right from wrong will help them in their lives. And setting boundaries is a great way to do that. Number 5 is express love and confidence after correction. You don't want to leave them feeling like you're their enemy, okay? And I love this quote by Ralph Emerson. He said, treat a man or a child as he is, and he will remain that way. Treat him as he could be, and he will become that. So we need to remember that when we correct a child, we need to show confidence in them that they can correct themselves and that they have a lot of potential and that they can change. And that will go a long way. So I'm just going to share just a quick personal story about me learning that. So changing how you as a parent responds to their mistakes will change everything. I homeschooled my children, and my youngest was struggling with his math. And he got to a point where he just didn't want to do it anymore. And it was because of the way I responded to his mistakes. I would become critical and I would get frustrated with him. And I remember at the time I was taking a parenting class, and I happened to be reading about the fixed and the growth mindset. And a fixed mindset, they believe that human qualities are carved in stone. So if a child makes mistakes, then they stop doing it because they feel like they're a failure and they'll never be good enough. And the consequence of that mindset is that they give up and they never reach their full potential. But a growth mindset believes that human qualities can be cultivated, and mistakes and weaknesses are opportunities to learn and to grow. And so if you can respond to your child when they make a mistake with hope and encouragement, and I remember with my son, when I learned this, when he would make a mistake, instead of being critical, I would say, now look what you learned. And isn't this awesome? Next time, everything, because of the way I responded to him. And it was amazing. grew and was able to learn became a mistake because I responded with love and a kindness to him. Oh, so I just want to finish off. You know, when I first learned about boundaries, I thought, well, that's great, but how do I do that? You know, how do I set a boundary? So first, what you want to do is identify specifically what behavior is unacceptable to you and why, because you're going to need to explain this to your child. Okay, write it down. What behavior can you not accept in your home? Okay, and what will you do if they cross that boundary? So you need to sit down and say, what am I going to do? Not what are you going to force your child to do? Because if you have a teenager, I'm going to tell you, you can't force them to do anything. I'm sorry, but they're big enough that you can't pick them up and take them to the room, right? So you need to sit down and say, what am I going to do if they cross this boundary? Am I going to take away their phone? Am I going to take away their driving privileges? And you need to decide what you're going to do. And then, can you do it consistently? It needs to be a boundary that you can do wherever and whenever, especially with young children. You know, if you set a boundary with your child about their tantrums and you're in a grocery store, can you keep your consequences are going to be, and can you be consistent no matter where you are? And then how will you show love afterwards? After you correct them, after you explain to them their encouragement, can you give them? Are you going to give them a hug and let them know that you love them, that you are not their enemy, that you are their friend and their biggest fan? Okay. And then set a time to lovingly explain this boundary with your child before it is enforced, so they know exactly what will happen if they cross that boundary. And I think that is it. I'm going to stop sharing now.
Thank you so much for that, Danita. My question, I guess, to you, because boundaries, they're literally everywhere, right? It could be boundaries at work, boundaries between your husband, your wife, boyfriend, your girlfriend, your kids, your dog, your cat, boundaries with the dust in your house, right?
Yes. So true.
So true, right? So I guess my question to you is, what are some of the obstacles that parents face when it comes to establishing boundaries, not only between each other, but between their children as well?
I think like the fear and guilt. I think feeling selfish. If I ask, like for women, asking for something, you feel selfish. Getting over that and recognizing that you need to set boundaries. You need to expect your teenagers to treat you with respect, and that's okay. I think we are in a time right now where it's unfortunate we're a little too lenient with our kids, and that entitlement is becoming a problem. They need to earn what they get, and they need consequences, because when they go out into the world, they're going to have consequences. And it's better to learn in the home with small consequences than big consequences, right? Because we didn't teach them that. So I think fear of that. And I think a lot of times I see parents trying to be their best friend rather than their parent. And there's a big difference there. You need to be a parent, and we have a responsibility to be parents, not their best friend. So recognizing your responsibility as a parent to raise these kids is really important.
I remember someone shared a quote with me that, to the parents out there, the quote was, "What you don't teach your children, the world will teach your children."
Yes.
And the consequences are, so much to your point, bigger when it comes from outside factors than inside factors. So that leads me to wonder then, from your perspective, is it difficult then, well, let me take a step back. The parents that maybe try to be their friends or that lenient, do you think it's because their childhood was so much one way, authoritative, do it my way or else, the belt, the wooden spoon, is very a disciplinary household. So as they grew up now, because they don't want to repeat that, they've gone too far the other way.
Yes, definitely. There's definitely a connection there. Also, one thing that I've noticed being in a blended family, and there's a lot of blended families out there, there's guilt. There's a lot of guilt from the parent of their children having to suffer because of a divorce and a separation. So guilt is a huge one for why a lot of parents don't set boundaries. Another one that I've heard often is mothers that work and they feel like they're gone all day, right? And they come home and they don't want to have to discipline their kids. They want to just enjoy their kids. And so they have this guilt of not being home, and that holds them back as well because they just want to just enjoy them and not have to go through the process of disciplining and correcting them. And I get that. You know, I've done both. I've been a stay-at-home mom, and I've been a mom that works, and the guilt is a killer. It holds us back.
So I guess my final question to you then is, before I let you go, is 3 wishes. You can wish for anything that you want. What are 3 things you wish parents knew about raising their children, and to your point, especially in a blended family?
Yes. 3 wishes. Number 1, as a young mother, I wish I had taken time for myself so I could be more present with my child. And this is your time, so that I could be a better mother. I actually went through postpartum psychosis because of not taking care of myself and not doing self-care. So I really encourage young mothers to take care of themselves and set that boundary so that they can be there and enjoy your kids more. When you're taking care of yourself, you can enjoy your children more. The second one, with a blended family, this is going to be really hard for you, but get on your knees and pray to feel love for your stepchildren. You need to do that because they need to feel loved. They are just as uncomfortable as you are. And so it'll take a miracle, but it is possible, and it is so important to love your stepchildren. If you took this man or woman into your life, you also took their children into your life. And so you need to love their children. And it's a beautiful thing when that happens. I've seen couples, they're blended families, where they don't say stepchildren, they say my child and our children. And it's a beautiful thing to witness that. So my prayer is for you. And I know it's hard. I know it's a hard thing to do, but it's a beautiful thing when you can learn to love children that are not your blood, and to love them like they are. The last one, I would say, make your spouse a priority, because when your relationship is good, your parenting will be better. So
Perfect.
make your marriage a priority.
Yes, I think a lot of people need to make sure that they don't forget that their relationship is above all, and then comes everything else. So, Danita, where can everyone find you, and what is next for you?
You can find me at sparlinglifecoaching.com. And I have a sister talk, and I'm preparing to do a podcast on emotional health based on Christian values. So I'm really excited about that one. And just focusing on Christ and how he can help us overcome our emotional struggles.
Perfect. So thank you so much for that. Keep us up to date with what's going on, and I look forward to our next conversations. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Bye. All right, everyone. Before I bring up these are my friends, And I'm so happy that they're able to join me today. It's going to be Janine and Hope. So before I bring them up in a couple of minutes, I do want to share a clip from Marissa Flood, who wanted to speak to us about the 3 keys to parenting. So one of these keys is reparenting yourself, because so many of us have trauma from our childhood. So I'm going to share my screen and you guys can listen to this message from Marissa. Give me a moment. Reparenting your younger self. 3 keys to parenting. So let's jump right into this. What does that mean and how does it apply to the families and to our children?
Sure. So just to give you some context, I am a relationship coach, and so I work with a lot of couples who are bumping up against negative patterns. And so my job is to really unpack and figure out, at the root. My work is very, we drill all the way down to really disrupt what's happening in the couple so we can reskill them up. And so what we find typically is that a lot of times, if there's been trauma in the way they were raised, that part of the healing process is to actually go back and have them give themselves what they didn't receive from their own parent as a child. So we have a bit of a roadmap that we can kind of reverse engineer into what is good parenting, because we see the impact in unhealthy couple patterns as these people go into adult relationships. So there's 3 things that are critical, and one of them is to really affirm and validate the reality of a child. And what that means is to really get into their interior world, ask questions, and really understand what's happening in their interior emotional life and affirm their reality. And so I think it's so important that parents take the time to really sit with their child and figure out, okay, why is he crying? What is this about? Because if the parent doesn't do that, then what the child learns is that it's not safe for them to express their emotions, and they might either push them down and just decide to be good and perfect. I know that was my route. Or they might decide to be rebellious and, act out. But if somebody is really listening to them and understanding what's up for them, there is actual circuitry in the brain. We know from the neuroscience that to have an adult who's affirming the reality actually lays down, the tracks for healthy relationships and healthy, secure attachment as an adult. So it's a developmental step that parents need to engage with their child around that is really critical. And I know there's a movie that's been causing a lot of talk. It's called The Adolescents. It's a show on Netflix. I don't know if you've heard of that. And it's about some, the trials of modern day parenting. And I think one of the takeaways is, be close to your child's interior world. Like, what's upsetting them these days? What's up for them? Where are they struggling? And it makes such a difference to have somebody there for you. And, our job as adults and parents is to really show a child also how to regulate their feelings. So if they're having sadness, like, it's okay to cry. It's okay to be with the emotions. Or if you're like a parent who says, like my father used to tell me, stop bawling, stop bawling. So crying was not okay in my home. And so, I was a very sensitive child, and I'm told not to have these emotions. So that was really hard for me. So again, I started to push it down, and my reality didn't matter as much, is what I learned. And so what do I do in adult relationships? I put all the focus on the partner, and it's harder for me to bring my reality forward. So it teaches children to be transparent and to be vulnerable. These are the skills of intimacy.
And what do you think are the impacts to families, couples, children, who, if there isn't a healthy form of communication or a healthy discourse between everyone involved in that household, how does that impact the entire family one way or another?
So it depends on the degree. Like if it's a very angry, rage-filled home where there's continuous disruption, it's very destabilizing. We know even on a neurological level, the cortisol levels get activated. The prefrontal cortex can't act, properly, the emotional, rational parts of ourselves. So there's a lot of dysregulation and disruption, and it becomes unsafe. And not having a place where you can feel safe and connected is really bad for the parents and the children. And it has a knock-on effect, right? It's the relational trauma is something that doesn't get talked about. We hear more about the big T trauma, if there's sexual abuse going on in the home, things of that nature. But the relational trauma that happens when there's not enough connection or too much connection is also critical to be aware of. And so it impacts the whole system. And sometimes parents think, well, the child is not seeing us fight, or they're not really involved in what's the disruption between us. But know that the child is absorbing whatever the parents have not dealt with, because the child cannot distinguish, is this my fault? Is this their fault? It tends to take it on themselves. And so there's a lot of disruption in the mind of the child because the brain hasn't fully formed yet, and they can't really assign blame to one person rationally. And so then they start to kind of make themselves wrong. So then that critical voice starts coming in. It's a whole knock-on effect.
What you just shared reminded me of my childhood, and I shared a little bit with you. Being raised by my grandmother and not my parents, by the time I was reunited with them, I didn't feel safe because earlier on, my safety was my grandmother. She was there during the first 5 years, which is a very vulnerable and informative years of the child.
Yes.
And then when I saw my parents arguing, I didn't feel safe again. So now it's compounded.
Yes.
So I think sometimes what men do, and this is for everyone, but let's give it from male perspective, is that I went outside the home for safety. And where did I
Yes.
find it? In friends. And sometimes those friends weren't the best type of people. And I've heard some women, some young girls, when they leave the house to find safety, they find it in the arms of another person, a partner. And this is where they become very sexually open, promiscuous. What do you think are some of the impacts that happens when the home isn't safe, the parents isn't safe, but everyone is trying to find safety one way or another?
It's very true. We know from human psychology that our driving force is to have our basic needs met, and we will go and do and find that in whatever way possible. Even if it's dysfunctional, it may meet our needs. It's like a human drive for affection and care. So sometimes that will land us in the wrong place. We might be lucky enough to find a mentor. Maybe we have a big brother outside the home. Maybe we have one healthy voice, an uncle, an aunt who sees us kind of in distress and can help us along the way. But left to our own defenses, we can definitely land in the wrong arms or path of poor influences. So it's definitely, as you say, it's a very seminal time as a child because these early childhood experiences lay down all of these tracks for how we think about the world, whether it's a safe place or not. Like we make unconscious decisions about safe world, not safe world. Adults we can trust, we can't trust. It becomes very black and white sometimes. And, it's a hard reality that this happens to so many children.
With the people that you deal with, Marissa, what are some of the obstacles that they face in creating a safe place for themselves as well as for others?
I think that sometimes there's also a difficulty even acknowledging that, they were brought up in an unsafe reality and that it has actually impacted them in their adult life. And so doing anything that might put blame or shame on the parents and, having a different frame of reference around what happened in the family home can be a bit of a mental block for a lot of people because they want to think they had a great childhood and they might have been well fed and well taken care of, physically, but emotionally, this is also the responsibility. So that can be one of the blocks. And then also, if people don't have, the impetus to really have that growth mindset, which I know we've talked about, is so important to have that willingness and desire to see, okay, this is a problem for me. It's a pattern in my relationships, and I can see this is making me unhappy. It's making those people around me unhappy, and I need to do something different. I'm part of what needs to be changed here. So that ability to self-reflect sometimes can be a struggle for people. Our default is kind of more the victim mindset. This person is the problem. And, if I hadn't have been raised this way, it will be okay, but it's too late now. So a restrictive mindset can also be an issue.
I remember a time where someone was having difficulty in the home and they didn't want to talk about it because they said that it would bring shame, not only upon themselves, but about their other family members. And then they were feeling a sense of guilt. Do you think shame and guilt is also an obstacle that people face when trying to correct some of these behaviors?
It is. And, what I've learned is that you can move through those emotions without having to confront your parents. That you can come to a place of peace and understanding and assign some responsibility, but without having an in-depth conversation, because most parents are probably going to find that really hard. And so the way that my relational recovery has gone is that I come to that reckoning with other people outside of the family, and so they can kind of help me rationalize, yes, this is where they were not such a good parent, but they did all these great things as well, so that you have a good accounting of how things actually went versus the story we might have made up in our mind.
Is it difficult then for some people, regardless of their age, because I know I've experienced, maybe you did, Marissa, as well, to see their parents as people and not beings of perfection?
That is a rite of passage, I would say. It definitely is about coming into right relationship with our parents as they have grown, and now we're also adults, and realizing that they have their own weaknesses and faults. And, in my looking at intergenerational trauma, I had to go back and look at, well, how were my parents raised? What was happening in their home? What did they not get? Did they really know how to parent me in the way that I needed? So part of that consciousness has to go back deeper in the lineage as well, to be able to come to, again, kind of correct awareness around our parents and what they had to go through to be a parent.
That reminds me of a conversation I had with a family member, and I asked him, he was sharing a complaint that he had with someone in the family. And this complaint has been ongoing for years, probably before I was even born. Okay. And we've all been there. We all have that one family member we just don't seem to click, regardless of our relationship to them. I asked him, what is it that you don't like that this person is doing? And they listed it. And then I asked the next question, if it was someone other than this family member doing it, a friend, a stranger, a loved one, would you continue to allow that behavior to be done? And they said no. And I told them, that's the way you have to look at it. Many of us place family members, especially parents, but immediate family, on a pedestal, in a glass box. You can't take them out. You can't take them off the pedestal. And you mentioned it's a rite of passage. For that person, when I spoke to him, it was quite difficult and they couldn't move on. Do you see some people having difficulty just looking at their parents and saying, or their family members saying that I can make a choice. Either I could be right or I could be happy, because many times we can't be both.
Yeah, you bring up an excellent point, because I think part of this rite of passage is learning to set boundaries, even with our family. And some family members might not be able to handle that. And, in my case, I had to really work with my mother in particular in kind of sharing what was happening for me and what I needed at this stage in our relationship. And we had to go through a negotiation, and it took some time. There were some hiccups, but that was part of my empowerment, my personal empowerment, and healing my own core and finding my voice and doing it in a relational, respectful way, always. I think that's really key. How you deliver or request boundaries is, I think, where some people can go sideways. So that, there's a respect in that conversation. And sometimes people are of the consciousness where that's going to make it worse. And as you say, sometimes we might need to have a more arm's length relationship with that family member for our own happiness, because it's just too hard to navigate.
What are some of the ways then you could suggest to people in general who want to set appropriate boundaries with their family members, but they may be struggling because they are their family members?
Yeah. So, there are a few pieces to that. And I think the first piece is just sharing impact and just saying, hey, I've noticed I've had some upsetness. Each time we get together, you ask me why I'm not married, and it's been causing some anxiety for me. And it feels like this is important to you. But I'm noticing that it's not feeling comfortable for me. And, I'm happy to share when that happens in my life. But if I could just ask you not to do that when we're around each other, that would be really helpful for me and help me want to maintain our connection.
Marissa, as we close, I'm going to give you 3 wishes. And you can wish for anything that you want in regards to this question. And the question is, what are 3 things you wish people knew about themselves before entering a relationship after they've done their healing from a trauma in their family?
I would say having clarity on your top 2 values are really important, because 95% of relationship is partner selection. And so if you can get that right on the way in, it's going to be a lot more easier for you. And so having clarity about the things that are most important to you over time and making sure there's a degree of alignment with your partner, I think is really important. What else? I would say, having skills on board and a repair mechanism is going to optimize your chances of a healthy relationship. Some people do the healing work, but they might not have the skills. There's 2 arcs to relational recovery. One is the skills of relationship, and the other is trauma recovery. Have you got yourself to a healed enough place so that you're not foisting your 5-year-old on your partner?
All right, everyone. Welcome back. So, what I am going to do then is I am going to bring up our next guest. This is someone that I've known for some time. This is someone that works very, very hard. And I must say that she has a fantastic story. So, Hope, welcome. How are you?
I'm good. Glad to be here. How are you, my friend?
I am well. Thank you so much for joining us. You don't need an introduction, but of course, I do need to give you one. So, Hope, thank you first and foremost for joining us today. But do me a favor, introduce yourself and tell us about your story and journey, please.
Absolutely. Thanks again for having me, my friend. I am Hope Rieger. I am from Xenia, Ohio, where we are feeling every season this week, and we do that all week long, every week of the year. It seems like we have winter, summer, fall. But with my story, I'm the creator and founder and executive director of Grief to Hope, which is a national organization, a nonprofit organization that I began in honor of my son, who I lost to murder in 2016. And it is a virtual support group that I provide 4 times a year for 7 weeks for anyone that's grieving at any point. They can come and join us. And we've recently opened up and started to do some in-person events for grief locally within my county, within the recovery space. I think that's important. But I'm super excited to be here, and I'm super grateful for all that you do.
Thank you. I appreciate those kind words. It makes me feel special and honored, of course.
You should. You should.
So, for those who don't know, take us right from the beginning. How did you start this, and why?
So when I began Grief to Hope, when I lost my son in 2016, I had never had anything tragic happen in my life, let alone a loss of even a close family member. I've lost, grandma lived a great life. We weren't very close. At aunts and uncles and distant relatives, but nothing as impactful as, of course, losing my son. And when I lost Justin, I was struggling with grief in itself. I didn't know what to do, where to go, who to talk to. The family and friends that did support me had no idea what to tell me, had no idea what to say to me. And so one of the things that I struggled with was I just didn't know if I was doing this grief thing right. And it was so incredibly painful and dark that I just kept thinking there's got to be an end to this, right? And so I kept trying to find and research and think of, I went to counseling and I did a lot of other things, journaling and researching, and I kept looking for the end of this grief, right? And I also needed to know how to prepare myself for the future. Like I didn't know, is this going to be my life? Is this I'm just going to be in bed, dark, this ugly world for the rest of my life? And I didn't want that for myself or my children, or even in honor of Justin. And so I ended up finding some things that I could focus on. That was one of the things that changed my mindset, is I had to find a way to inspire myself daily to get out of bed. And I didn't know, like every day it changed, or there was different ways and things that I wanted to make sure that as a mother, I was still a mother to my other son, as well as honoring Justin for what his 19 short years here were about. And then also, I had relationships with others and family and friends, and I was always the sunshine of the bunch. Like I was the hostess with the mostest, right? And I saw that disappearing, right, in this darkness and this grief. And it scared me because I didn't want to fall into a space where I could never recover. And so one of the things that I did was every single day I had to have the mindset that I had to focus on something in honor of my son, to live for the both of us. Because even though his life stopped, I didn't want his legacy to either. So I wanted to build his legacy as well as mine. And I wanted people to know my son for the 19 years, what he was about and what he could have been through me. And so basically I searched and I researched and I looked, and I was like, what does all this mean? Trying to find the purpose of all of it, because I believe that, things are given to us that we have to find the purpose of it. We have to find the light out of the darkness, right? And so in 2020, 4 years after I lost Justin, the world stopped, as you all know, and it was COVID. And that's when basically I was like, this is it. This is where I need to do something, because I couldn't imagine what I was going through with Justin in the midst of a pandemic. So I couldn't imagine grieving without funerals, without family, without being in person with others, without a group, even saying goodbyes and all those. So basically what I did was I was like, hey, the world's virtual. Let's bring this support to people in their homes. And so Grief to Hope began virtually, and it still runs today, 5 years later, as a virtual support group.
Was there ever a fear that maybe not necessarily yourself or your family, but others may forget your son?
Absolutely. I tell people this in a way that grief never ends. And like I was saying, that finish line, I finally realized there was no finish line. That as long as I loved my son, that grief is going to be there and that love is going to be there. And so I want people to know, and people that never even met my son, I want them to feel the impact that he has on me and the impact that he had on the world throughout the rest of my life, and hopefully the rest of my grandkids' life and their kids' lives. And I always want a Justin to be remembered for the impact that he had on me, who could serve others through the grief that I experienced. So I think that, do I worry about, no, as long as there's breath in me, he will never be forgotten. He will always be remembered, even if it's through Grief to Hope.
I asked that question is because there's someone I used to work with, Hope, who he had a young child that passed away. I think under 5 years old, very young. And during the first couple years, he and his family they would go to the grave site, the cemetery, sorry, and they would visit, do their blessings, whatever. So it was in the beginning, it was very frequent, every day. Then it went from every day to every week, and then every week to every month, and then eventually he stopped going. And he was sharing this with me, and he felt guilty. He's like, Terrain, am I a bad parent because I don't visit the tombstone, the cemetery anymore? And I told him, like, the only person who can answer that question is yourself, right? So what are your thoughts on situations like that, Hope?
Yeah, first off, I dealt with the same thing. I was at my son's grave a lot. And then I felt that guilt when I wasn't there, like, oh, I didn't go this week, or, and it's got to be, we have to release that grief or that guilt, because a piece of us is always going to be there. And that may be a sacred place for people to go, and that's where they talk to their loved one. But for me, I had to understand that I was talking to Justin on a daily basis. I was doing meaningful things for him, doing, actions in his honor. And so it didn't take the place of me not going to that gravesite, but it also allowed me not to feel the guilt of being there in person every day, every minute, once a week, whatever that normalcy of visiting. And I think it really has to go into a part as a parent. I think we think of all different things, like how are we taking care of our loved ones, right? And so when you physically don't have something to take care of, you sort of replace it as that gravestone, right? So I was going there, and that was something I could physically take care of for my son. And so I had to really realize that that was my way of parenting. And however often I got out there and took care of it and cleaned it and washed it, it didn't affect me as a parent. It was just my way of thinking. That's how I could take care of him. So don't ever feel guilty about anything you do within grief, because it can be so hard. We're so hard on ourselves. So I would definitely let him know that he's not a bad parent, and that's just the way that life happens. And the guilt, we've got to stop guilting ourselves in the midst of grief. We're dealing with enough.
Absolutely. And on that note, welcome in, Janine. How are you doing? I think you're on mute again, Janine.
You're still on mute, Janine.
let's just pretend that that didn't happen, or it did and went on rewind.
Welcome, welcome. So Hope has shared her grief story. So I was going to give you the floor to share yours as well. And welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Terrain, for having me. And thank you, Hope, for sharing your journey. As always, we work together with the nonprofit Grief to Hope. I am the secretary, and Hope is my executive director. And I will say, yes, a producer in all aspects of my life when it comes to grief support. I like to introduce myself as I'm Janine Lebsack. I hail from Saskatchewan, Canada, and I say that I have grieved and I am grieving. And when I refer to myself as that, I have grieved the loss of my grandparents, the loss of my parents, like many, listeners, viewers out there. What is a little bit more, I guess, impactful about my own grief journey is that I've had multiple losses. And I just turned 52. And I always take that year of my birth, entering into this new phase of my life, that I'm breaking away from the old narrative of why does this always happen to me, and moving into why is this happening and what can I do to move forward through it? And for a large part of that, for me, with a compound grief journey, is having grief support in my life. And I came to actually being in grief support through Hope. And it was just a Hail Mary that came out from a mutual friend of ours, Paul. And he said, I know someone that can help you. At this point in time, it was my 12th loss and in a year. And I was feeling pretty jaded at this time. My last friend that had passed in the December 2022 was actually a grief doula. And he had been supporting me for the previous 6 years, which each loss I encountered. And then to lose him was like the hugest slap of reality. And it made me realize that I had really depended solely on my friend and on his support. And then to have him not there, was just like the audacity, the anger I felt, at the situation, even at him. And that took me to a very dark place. And I took that, that olive branch of peace and healing, and here I am 3 years later. And when I say that I have been grieving, I've had this compound grief journey in my life. I lost 10 people last year, and it was in a very short time span. And it just felt like the hits keep on coming, right? And I had to develop, these boxer skills where I'm dodging, I'm weaving, I'm dodging, I'm weaving, because the death and the impact of those in my life, just kept coming at me. And I got to that dark place again. What has always been my beacon in my lighthouse has been Grief to Hope. And consequently, that has been Hope Rieger at the helm of that ship. And she has taught me so much in the 3 years that we have been together. And I express my gratitude every time that we have a new session. And she was lovingly guided me and let me co-facilitate our last spring session. And for me, those are all such monumental things for someone who has struggled to even get out of bed, for someone who has struggled to even, take care of myself enough that I could take care of my children and my family. And what I've really found on this compound grief journey is that I am a human being in a human doing world. And we spend enough time in a state of loss with our grief, and we compound that with guilt. And that does nobody any good. You know, so through the losses, the 10th loss that I had in November 2024 was my oldest brother. And he was my greatest mentor and my sounding board in life. And he really was my best friend. And when our parents had passed, you know, between 14 and 16 years ago, he even raised the bar, if it was even possible, you know, and he became more as a father figure in my life. So he said, I know you don't have mom and dad to go to when you need advice, so I'm here for you, little sis. You know, and consequently, he was such an amazing man, and he lived an amazing life with an amazing family. And I know people can wax poetic about their loved ones that they have lost, but he really was an exemplary person. And I raised him to the highest, you know, pedestal. And to find out about his terminal cancer was such a turning point in my life. And I felt a lot of guilt at that time. And I thought, we didn't always see eye to eye, but yet we always had enough respect for each other to allow our true feelings to be known. So when I lost my brother, I felt like I lost the bottom of my bucket and everything fell out. And all the healing that I had done, you know, from previous losses and all of the positive things I had built up, you know, in the terms of that 3 years of my grief journey, I felt like they were all for naught. And one thing that I always had to turn to was my grief support. And that was been in Hope, and that has been in my family, and that has been in the Grief to Hope support community. And along the way, I've developed my own, I guess, method for healing. So I'd just like to share that with you. Now, I know it's going to show backwards because, you know, opposition, but I'll read it out. And this is Janine's 4 C's of healing. First, I have connection. I connect with myself. I connect with my body. I connect with my mind. I connect with my spirit, and I connect with my loved ones around me. Second, communication. I communicate my needs, whether that's I'm having a moment and I need some quiet time, or I need some extra accommodations at work because I'm really feeling the impact of these losses in my life. Number 3, I have compassion. I have compassion and grace for myself where I am within my grief journey. And I have compassion and I develop just a wee bit more patience for people around me that maybe don't know how to deal with me, that maybe don't know how to speak to me when I've gone through this compound journey. And number 4, I've spoken around a lot about this in my life and here with you today, Terrain and Hope, and that is community. And I found that through my Grief to Hope support community. And honestly, if I didn't have these 4 C's of healing in my life, I wouldn't be here today. And first of all, I have my faith, and I thank God for just giving me insight to know that I'm worth my healing, and my family is worth having a whole and peaceful and healing mom and wife and sister. And most importantly, I'm worth it. And one thing I've learned on my compound grief journey of the last 6 years. It's okay to rest and pause when you're not able to be. And when I say be, I mean be around people. Be a light, be a sunshine, be a positive influence. If you're not in that place, it's okay to rest and pause and take that time for yourself so that you can move forward. It's okay to have moments of doubt on your grief journey, especially losing someone that was such a monumental piece of your life. Any mistakes that you make on your grief journey don't exist. They are not mistakes. They are learning experiences. It's okay to grow at your own pace. I like to think of myself as a plant. I need sunshine. I need water. I need fertilizer, which is like nourishment from my friends, from my family, from grief support resources, and just from finding something that lights me up and makes me happy. Your feelings are valid wherever you are in your grief journey. If you are 20 years in or you are 2 weeks, your feelings are valid. And people who are grieving do not need anything external except understanding and love and compassion. We don't need to be fixed. We don't need to be solved. We just need to be heard, understood, and loved for wherever we are. So thank you very much for letting me share with you today. Namaste.
Thank you, Janine and Hope. What I would do is, I guess my next question for the both of you, and I'll start with Hope. As women, mothers, family members, whomever, what do you think are some of the obstacles that women, mothers, face when it comes to the grief journey? And I'll start with you, Hope.
Unmute myself. Absolutely. So with motherhood and grief, a couple things come into play. First off, whenever there's a loss of a child or a daughter or son, we have to look at the impact that's on the siblings. And so most of the time, as a mother, your first thoughts are to take care of your siblings or your other children, their impact that happens, taking care of your husband. We all feel like we have to take care of, as mothers, everyone else besides ourselves. So I love what Janine says here. We've got to start giving ourselves the self-love that we deserve. But first and foremost, you have to look within yourself and what is going on within your reality and how you're grieving and how that you can support your children or the other family members or your spouse. But I also want people to understand that every single person within that family unit is going to grieve at a different rate, at a different type, at a different level than you. So I don't want mothers to compare themselves to their spouses. I don't want mothers to say, oh, but my husband's moving this way, or he's in the anger phase, or whatever it kind of may be, as well as force that on anyone too. People grieve differently, and some people grieve out loud and some people grieve quietly. And we cannot, as parents or as mothers or as spouses, force them to grieve a separate way, just as we are not. I'm not going to let you come and tell me how to grieve, right? So we have to have an understanding and we have to have patience when it comes to that. That would be the first and foremost, is patience, and realize that everybody's going to grieve differently and at a different pace. The second, with being a mother, with the loss of a child or the loss of a spouse, that's the change that's completely changing your identity of who you are. So if it's a loss of a child, that motherhood identity, if that was your only child, that's going to have to be another additional grief. If you've lost your spouse, you grieving being a spouse and losing that identity has to be another grief. So those two things together, that's almost like Janine going through the compounded grief. That's like two losses, right? Like I've lost my spouse and now I've lost myself as a spouse. So we need to be understanding and compassionate when it comes to that, as well as know that it's going to take time and things will evolve and change. And they're going to be sometimes at a rapid pace and sometimes at a slow pace. But you have to be willing to say, and I love what Janine said, is just stop and be, right? That's one of the main things is we get so far in that sometimes we put our grief on the shelf, taking care of everyone else, that when it comes time to pull that grief down, it may be a year or two later. And people may not understand that and say, it's been 2 years. Why are you feeling this way? Well, I had to put my grief on hold, or, situations where, the dynamics of the family have to be, going through their own emotions. And so I just think you really have to be very patient with yourself, with your family, with your spouses, and express what you expect. I say this, and you guys all know that I say, whenever you expect something, you have to express what you're expecting, because nobody can read your mind. Nobody can understand what you're thinking. And when you expect a result that you're not getting, but you're not saying, that comes confusing to those around you. So if you expect something, like you expect your family to be there on certain days, certain events, and they're not there, but there's no way of them knowing that you expected that, you have to express your expectations.
Thank you, Hope. And Janine.
I was over here nodding like a bobblehead, in agreement to Hope. Terrain, do you mind repeating the question again, please?
Absolutely. So the question is for mothers, women, and family members, what are maybe some of the obstacles that they face when it comes to the grieving journey, the grief journey?
Oh, such a fantastic question. I was formulating my answer while I was listening to Hope, and then I love listening to her, so I kind of got lost in the translation. For my own personal experience, I will say the most difficult thing I've encountered on a compound grief journey is actually saying, I've lost someone else in my family. I've lost another friend. Because there's been such subsequent amounts of people, a lot of times people don't know how to respond to somebody that has been, taken life's hits. For me, I will tell you what I've learned to do for myself, and which I highly recommend. It's like I will call them like a new pair of shoes. You're going to break them in and you're going to get blisters and it's not going to feel comfortable. But really, that's what I think about boundaries. And it is important. In fact, I believe it's imperative that you have boundaries within your grief journey. I believe at the heart of it, people want to support you, yet they don't always have the language, and I'll say the appropriate language for whatever loss you have experienced. They mean well, yet sometimes what they say is mean. And I've heard everything from, well, it's just a little bump in the road. You'll feel this way for a while, and then you'll realize they're in a better place. Okay, I personally believe that my loved ones, up in the clouds, that they are living their best afterlife. Yet in the moment, in time of my grief, that is the last thing I want to hear. So it is important for you to establish those boundaries like I have, because your healing journey is worth it. and anything less is unacceptable. And you can simply say, thank you. That doesn't work for me right now. Sometimes you're met with absolute shock. Sometimes you're met with like, oh, I can't believe she said that. And sometimes you're just met with, you know what? She said what she said. She meant what she meant. And then you're able to move on. Yet to stay there in a place and have to be in a moment of acceptance for something that is probably the most asinine thing somebody could say to you, it's okay for you to say, how you speak to me matters. And what matters even more is how I speak to myself after we have had this exchange. And I would want it to be, you know, at least a positive, maybe a glimmer of a healing moment, not something that's going to activate how awful I feel at the time. And all I can say at the end of the day, my best is enough. And that's enough on my scale of healing.
Thank you, Janine. So back to Hope with this question. What's something that, looking back, you realize you needed, but back then during your grief journey, you didn't realize you needed it?
Oh, wow. A couple of things come to mind. After I lost my son, Justin, I was so uneducated when it comes to grief, in any type of form. And I had no clue where to go to, no clue what to say, where to go, how to ask for help. And I think one of the greatest things is us now in our community and our society, once we've been reactive to grief, is to be proactive with grief. I think one of the things that I wish I would have known is how others react, where others can go, where other resources are. And I think that's why we strongly feel here at Grief to Hope that we have to express this. We have to stop hiding our own selves within grief. And that is what I said this the other day to someone, and I put this on my Facebook, is basically, I was told, hey, I had no idea you lost a son. You hide it so well. And I thought to myself, oh my gosh, am I hiding it so that other mothers who come into this arena, this horrific experience, don't have any idea where to go, what to do, where to feel, how to be, where, all of those things. And so we've got to stop hiding our grief. And so I think one of the things that I wish I would have known is I wish it would have been talked about within my family, right? And now that I have my own family and my own grandkids, and they know, they see, and I express this all the time, that they watch me grieve. They know that I'm grieving. And it's not the cries, it's not that, when I'm in my bed sleeping or I'm having a bad day. It's what I'm doing all throughout my life during my grief. They know that they lost their uncle. They know that I lost my son, but they've also watched me do things in his honor as I grieve. And they know that he passed and his life has ended here, but that doesn't mean that my life ended here, right? And I could have, I could have stopped, right, living. But I know that that wasn't what he would want or what I deserved. And so, in order for me to keep living and positivity and flowing, is teaching my grandchildren and my other son that even though I'm grieving, I'm still living. And that it's not a point that the grief ends and then I move on to a different phase. This is a new hope. And everyone will become a new version of themselves after grief. And a lot of times And I say this with very much deep love for my son, is that he gave me a gift when he passed, and that was patience in the moment and the value of time. And I would have never received those had I not went through this journey. And so, absolutely, would I love to have my son back in a minute? But the gifts that he left me are eternal, and I am so grateful. So, to me, if I wish I would have been able to watch people, watch society, talk about it, hear about it, I feel like I wouldn't have been so lost in my immediate reaction of what the heck do I do now, right? And so I think that's one of the major points, is that when we grieve and we lose whoever it is, children, spouse, partners, anyone, is that we have to come together and we have to be open with our emotions and not hide it to make other people comfortable. And that's what we do.
Fantastic answer. And thank you, Hope. And Janine, for you, what's something looking back that you needed, that you realize you needed now, but back then you didn't realize you needed it?
Oh, such a fantastic question. Well, I'm going to come at this probably in a different angle. And I'm just going to shoot from the hip because that's what I do. I wish I would have known that I didn't have to develop so much resilience along my grief journey if I had more reliance in my life. Giving an example of when I lost my mom. I lost my mom and I was 8 months pregnant with my second child. I went and sang at her funeral, and I went through all the motions, and I ended up actually having my baby a month premature at 9 months. I wish I would have known that it was okay for me to break down and grieve the loss of my mom while I was still grappling with the fact that I wasn't carrying my baby in my belly. I hit the ground running, and I won't point fingers and say that was expected of me, but essentially it was. I had a new life and a 4.5-year-old son and a husband that needed me, yet at the same time, I lost my mom. 2 years before that, I had lost my dad. So I essentially felt like an orphan when I was supposed to be the super mom. But you know what? I became who I needed back then, now. And that has allowed me to actually move forward into my own healing instead of just staying back there in the past. But if I had more reliance in my life at that time, I wouldn't have had to develop so much resilience. Thank you.
You're welcome. Beautiful answer. And final question for each of you. 3 wishes, ladies. Aladdin's genie lamp. You know the routine. Hope, what's 3 things you wish people knew about the grief journey and why?
So the first thing I sort of answered just a minute ago is not hide your grief to make other people comfortable. That is my first wish, is that we stop. And it's not just really grief, it's everything. It's mental health, it's everything that we hide to make other people feel comfortable. And I think it needs to absolutely be, it's sort of like this: when you hide the way that you're grieving or the way that you're feeling, with other people don't understand or hear that may be going through the same thing. And it could be something like anxiety or something of happiness or those kind of things. Sometimes we hide when we're happy. Sometimes we hide when we're sad. But I think it all needs to be a path that we've got to stop hiding to make other people comfortable, right? The second wish is that I want anybody that is grieving or supporting somebody that's grieving, I should say, to ask what they need today, right? That's a specific question that says, hey, I know you're grieving. What can I do for you today to help you? And I want us as grievers to be open to the fact that people do want to help. And sometimes we need to be specific with that help, and especially when it first happens. Casseroles are awesome. You all know I love casseroles. But I definitely want to hear, hey, on Friday, can I bring tacos? Is there any allergies? Those are the kinds of things that society as a whole needs to say versus, and this is where my wish is, this terrible saying of, if you need anything, let me know. Because we'll never let you know, because we will never know what we need. So if you ever hear that, tell people, let's be direct, let's help, let's be specific. Because basically we don't know what we need. And if you've gone through it, you can definitely help with something. Mow the grass, pick up trash, I don't care what it is, and that's sort of physical. And then finally, I think is to utilize support. I wish that everybody could find support in their specific manner. And it may not be grief, it could be with parenting, it could be with healing from a divorce, it could be there are so many resources out there that I wish that people would just take the time to research. You can type in the word grief resources. You can type in the word, mental health. You can type in 988. 988 is not just for suicide. However, it's an amazing resource, but they're there to listen. And so my wish is to let people know that there is so much help out here. And we, as the three of us together, are servers of our community, and we want to serve. So there's people out here that so want to help you. And there's no reason not to look for it, right? So that would be my third wish.
Thank you so much, Hope, for that fantastic wishes. Janine, 3 wishes you wish people knew about the grief journey and why.
3 wishes. Well, piggybacking on what Hope said, I wish people knew that they didn't have to grieve alone. There are so many resources out there, but I'm going to plug ours because this is where I come from. This is where my healing journey begins and in the middle, and grief support, Grief to Hope support. You can find us at grieftohopesupport.com. Why? Because you need a community. You need a community when you are grieving, because to grieve alone is like the world without sunshine. You know it exists out there somewhere, but when you are in the thick of your loss, sometimes you're just angry that the sun shines, and you start to get smaller, and that grief becomes bigger and bigger within it. My other wish is that people would speak their truth and be true to themselves wherever they are in their grief journey. Like I had reiterated before, it's okay to have boundaries within your grief journey. It's like those new pair of shoes, but they can become really comfy slippers that you love to put on at the end of your day. And number 3, I wish people would ask for more accommodations in their families, in their workplace, and within their friendships. Because something can be so impactful in the terms of your healing through your grief, and some things can be so detrimental. But if we choose a community that we feel a safe place where we can just let the load of our loss down for a few moments, there's safety in that, there's validation in that, there's peace in that, and the most importantly, there's healing in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. And before you go, let everyone know where they can find you, and then I'll ask Hope the same question.
Great. Well, you can definitely find me at houseofawriter.com. I also have a Facebook page of the same name, House of a Writer. I'm also on TikTok under House of a Writer, and I've also opened up the Grief to Hope support TikTok, which is steadily growing. So you can come on over there. I share, inspiration, I share truth, and I share what our mission is about. And that's no one has to, and no one should be grieving alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. And Hope, where can everyone find you?
Absolutely. Grief2hopesupport.com is where everything's at. You can go there and contact me directly. Like Janine said, we're on social media, TikTok, Facebook under Grief to Hope, Instagram, LinkedIn. Come check us out, follow us. And I want to personally thank both of you for being on the board of Grief to Hope. I cannot do what we're doing without each and every one of you.
Thank you, Hope. Thank you, Janine. And it's always a pleasure to have the both of you on. And the work that Grief to Hope is doing is amazing. So thank you, ladies, for joining me today.
Thanks for having us.
Bye, ladies.
Thank you. Namaste.
So everyone, what I'm going to do is, as we look to close, we have one, maybe two more presentations. And what I'm going to do is, this is from Debbie, and Debbie wants to share her experiences in regards to losing her children. And I think this is going to tie into Janine and Hope's segment. So what I'm going to do is I will play this from Debbie. So here we go, everyone. Debbie, welcome, and thank you for joining the Parents Around the World Virtual Summit. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great and excited to be here with you guys.
Thank you so much for joining us, because you're going to talk about your story, which I must share that it actually warmed my heart when you shared it with me. And I know that it's going to be important to so many people who have either gone through it, know someone that has gone through it, or is curious how you found triumph afterwards. So please, the stage is yours, and share your journey with the audience today.
Okay, all right. Well, what I like to tell people is my journey is filled with lots of highs and lots of lows. So they just need to buckle up your seatbelt and get ready. But for me, what I wanted when I was a little girl was I wanted to be a young grandma. And the reason is because I did not have grandparents, because my parents were the youngest in big sibling groups. And so most of mine had passed away, but I had this lady that kind of adopted us. And she was so much fun to be around, but she had multiple sclerosis. And I watched her suffer with that for about 25 years. And I learned a lot. I learned about joy and suffering, and I learned a lot of great things from her. But the thing that stuck in my mind was, I want to be young when I have my grandkids so I can enjoy them. And I'm a pretty smart girl. So I figured out that, you know what, to get to grandkids, you had to figure out who you wanted to marry, get married, have kids, and then eventually you get grandkids. And I'm a girl that likes to accomplish everything that I set as a goal. And so off I go, and I get to college, meet a wonderful man, and I know I'm going to get married after college. And I tried to convince him to get married while we were in college so we could start having children early. He said no. And I said, okay, I'll wait. And so I waited. And after we graduated from college, I was like, let's get pregnant because I want kids, and kids are the way to get to grandkids. And so we started trying, and we ended up on a journey for multiple years of infertility. And right at the very end, I realized we got into a study with the College of Baylor College of Medicine, and it was a fertility study, and it was going to be our last chance. to get pregnant. And if not, we just weren't going to be able to afford some of the other options. And it just would be, we just would never have kids. But I'm like, why do I have this desire to be a young grandma? How does that work, right? So we started this fertility study, and I remember you got 3 tries. The first time came around and we didn't get pregnant. And I went home and I was like, threw myself on the bed, and this is the worst thing in my life. And life is over. I hate life. I'm a failure. I'm a failure as a potential mom. I'm a failure as a wife. I'm failure, just deeply depressed. And just, I was like, because I could do whatever and I couldn't figure out how to make my body work to make this happen. And so I was just so bummed. My husband came home, and being a great man that he is, when you're all down in the dumps, you go eat dinner. So we went out to eat, and while we were out to eat, he was like trying to pump me up and fix it and everything. And I grabbed a hold of the table and I was like, dude, I am going to be depressed tonight. I'm going to be moody, and this is just the way it's going to be. And tomorrow I will pick it up and get up again, and we'll keep going. And he was wise. He said, okay, so what would you like to talk about now? And I was like, we're going to be okay. And so off we go. Second time didn't work. And then we were on the third time. And we went to the doctor to see the fertility specialist. And then about 2 hours later, we went to see the OBGYN. 2 different doctors, 2 different ultrasounds. Both of them told us that we were going to have twins. And we were so ecstatic and excited. I was like, great, I want 4 kids. We'll do it twice, 2 times, twins both times. We'll get this done. And then I'll get on to grandkids, right? I know how this is going to work. And we knew, we figured out pretty quickly how we were going to manage too. Like, okay, we can juggle this, we can do this, went home, told all our family during Christmas, and they were all excited, came back, and, every girl's dream is to make it out of the first trimester, because a lot of pregnancies don't make it out of the first trimester. At 13 weeks, I was going up the elevator into the Exxon building where I worked, and I started bleeding everywhere. And I was like, oh, I'm not going to make it. I thought I made it, and I'm not going to make it. But then we didn't have a bunch of cell phones, so went up to my office to figure out what I needed to do. And they sent me to the emergency room, got there, and with infertility and high-risk pregnancy type things, it's always hurry up and wait. So you get to the emergency room, they just sit you down and you wait. And I'm like, dude, I'm bleeding out here, and they're like, wait. And my husband eventually caught up with me, and they took me in the back, and everything had kind of calmed down. And they said, it looks like you're trying to miscarry, but everything is kind of calm right now. You're not bleeding anymore. And we did a Doppler, and we hear a heartbeat. We just don't know if we hear 1 or we hear 2. So what we want you to do is to go home, rest over the weekend, and then on Monday, you should go see your doctor. Well, of course, we got promoted to the high-risk doctors. And on Monday, that was a long weekend, as you can imagine. On Monday, we get to the high-risk doctor, and we're sitting in the lobby waiting again. And I look at my husband, and I'm like, dude, we're going to go in there, and we think my body's trying to miscarry, and we're going to go in there, and they're going to tell us we're having triplets. Wouldn't that be funny? And he was like, yeah, that'll be funny. And I was like, okay. So we go in for the ultrasound, and, everything is big screens and all this stuff because it's high-risk doctors. And the lady puts the probe on my stomach, and immediately I go, oh, there's 3. And my husband is over on the side. He's just going, oh my gosh, what are we?
What are 3 things you wish parents?
And I was like, okay. So she moved it around, and she went to get all the babies on the screen. And I immediately saw, oh, there's 4. And I told her, I said, do not even look for any more. This is already high risk. I don't need to know if there's 5, 6, 7, 8 in there. It doesn't matter. 4 is plenty. And she was, this girl doesn't see 4 all the time. So she's just like, oh, And she's doing the measurements and she's like, I need to get the doctor. And I'm like, really? And so she went and got the doctor. My husband's now pacing across the room because he doesn't know what we're going to do. Doctor comes in and she says, yep, definitely 4. And you were trying to miscarry because you obviously couldn't take care of all those. You weren't eating enough, drinking enough, doing all the things that you needed to do. So we talked about making those kind of adjustments, and we left the doctor's office and knew that, you know, it was pretty amazing to make it to the next day based on this high risk pregnancy and carrying 4. But off we went. That night when I got home was one of the few times that I lost it. And I'm usually a pretty with it girl. But by the time I got home and my mom got on the phone, I was like, Mom, it's not 2, it's 4. I said, I can't even get these kids home from the hospital. I can't get 4 car seats in my car. And how do I even take care of 4? And how do you feed them? And how am I going to afford it? And how am I going to afford sports when they're old enough to play sports? And then what about in high school and proms and all this stuff? How am I going to do that? And then what about college? How will I pay for college? And then if it's 4 girls, how will I pay for weddings? And so I had just extrapolated out everything that was going to happen in these children's lives. And my mom probably didn't realize how wise she was at the time, but she said, hey, why don't we just take one day at a time? And I went, oh, that's a great idea. And then I was just like, it all kind of flowed off me. And I was like, okay. And then my dad got on the phone and he said, don't worry, Dad will take care of you. Well, I don't know about my husband, anybody else, but when your dad says he's going to take care of you, that is sweet, right? And so I was like, okay. So off we go. And every day we know it's pretty amazing to make it to the next day. I get bigger and bigger and bigger. And our goal is to get to 30 weeks. And so at 23 weeks, I'm huge. And I said, let's go tour the hospital because I won't be walking much longer. And off we go to the hospital. On the way there, on the freeway, we're driving down the freeway. The traffic stops, the car behind us hits us. And I go, I don't feel very good. The police take care of everything. And I told my husband, let's go ahead and go to the hospital, even though we're late, because I just don't know that I want to come back. And so we get there and I'm telling him, I'm like, I really feel bad. I don't feel good. And I couldn't feel anything because I was so large. And I convinced the hospital to check me in to see if I was having contractions. And I was about 2 minutes apart. And so they kept me overnight, got that all stabilized. And the next day they told us that we could go home, but that I needed to be careful. And we knew at that point that it really was a miracle to make it to the next day. So we went home and kept living our lives. And every day we were super grateful that we made it to the next day. And I got bigger and bigger. And around 26 weeks, I got up one morning and was tootling around the house. And next thing I know, there's water everywhere. And I thought, oh, my kidneys, they're sitting on my kidneys. I'm going to have to wear diapers. This is terrible, terrible. And then I realized, oh my gosh, maybe that's one of the sacs breaking because I didn't know, right? And so I called the doctor. The doctor says, come in. And on the way out the door, I said to my husband, make sure you grab my bag because if it is the water breaking, I guarantee you they're sending me to the hospital. So he grabbed the bag and off we went. And what do you do when you get to the doctor's office? Wait. And so we waited. The doctor did confirm that it was the water breaking and that I would have to go to the hospital. I was not prepared to be at the hospital. They were not prepared for me. And it was another time that I kind of lost it and was just like, this is horrible. I'm going to jail. I'll never be able to get up again. All these things that and then you got to stay there. And so I convinced my husband to stay the first night with me. The next morning, I woke up and I was definitely in pain. And what I realized was that I was having contractions and I told my husband, get the doctor. So he went and got the doctor and the doctor came in and confirmed that one of the babies was sticking a hand through the stitched cervix and waving to the world that he was coming. And, when that happens, you just immediately stop. And I'm like, can we put the hand back and things just calm down? And we'll just pretend that didn't happen and we'll keep on going. And the doctor's like, no. And I was like, oh. And she's like, you're going to have to deliver the baby. My husband asked what would happen with the other 3 children. And she said, it'll depend on what Debbie's body does, like if I could handle it or if I would get really sick. So they sent me off to surgery to remove the stitches for my cervix and sent us back to the room to wait. And over the period of a couple hours, little Zach showed up on the scene. And now, if Zach would have been born now, medical technology could save him. But back then, that was many years ago, they couldn't. And so little Zach was just put in my arms, and I held him and just loved him and had a great time with him until he passed into eternity. And one really cool thing that little Zach did was he did grab my finger and he squeezed as if to say, Mom, I'm here. And I just loved him. And then you wait again. And they sent off some blood work and they wanted to see what my body would do. So by the time the blood work got back, my body had about 104-degree temperature and I was getting really sick, and my body thought that it had like foreign objects in it now, right? And it didn't know what to do with these babies that were there. So I had to deliver them. So they induced the boys. And a couple hours later, Josh, Nate, and Chris joined this world, and they placed them in my arms. And I just loved on them. And we spent time with them till they passed into eternity also. So, you go to the hospital with all this excitement of being able to deliver beautiful babies. And then here I am trying to figure out how to plan for funerals.
I want to stop sharing because that is such a touching story from Debbie. Debbie wanted to be a parent so bad from her childhood to her teenage years, young adult, all the way through. And even though that's a painful story to hear, there is a beautiful ending because she was still able to have children. Not only did she have children of her own, she was able to adopt. So she ended up with the family that she wanted. It took her longer than she expected. It took her more heartbreak than anticipated, but she was able to find, create, and to love the family that she wanted. And she was strong, her and her husband, through it all. And I highlight that because one of the beautiful things about raising children or becoming a parent is that you truly understand how resilient, resourceful, and strong that you are. And that brings me to our next and final pre-recorded guest today. We have Brian, who's going to speak to us and close out why strong kids need strong parents. So I'm going to share this clip and I'll be back. Joining the Parents Around the World Summit. How are you doing today?
I am doing so well. Thank you so much for having me. And hi everyone that's listening, watching in. I'm excited to be here.
Thank you for joining us. And I know that you're going to talk about a number of things, especially when it comes to children and parenting. So what I'm going to do is I'll give you the floor and
Wonderful.
It is all yours. Go ahead, Brian.
Wonderful. Well, what brings me to this summit in the first place? 42. I married my high school sweetheart. I have 4 kids, ages 15, 14, 11, and 9. 3 boys and a girl. And I'm self-employed. Been that way for, it's been about 12, 13 years now. I'm a health coach, juggling a lot of things in my life, right? You've got the day-to-day life of work. You have the day-to-day life of being a husband, of being a father, of being a friend, whatnot. And those all place individual demands on who we are and how we show up for our family, for the people around us. And it's really important to make sure that you stay putting yourself first in some level. And today we're going to talk about strong kids start with strong parents, right? They're mini yous, mini me's in a sense. They're watching your every single move. They're paying attention to you. They are focused on your behaviors, your attitude, your energy, how you react to certain situations that come up in day-to-day life, how you handle the everyday pressures and stressors of life. They are watching, and the way you respond is embedded into them as they grow. If there might be, say, a partner or spouse that is a little grumpy or easy to upset, or just overly joyful, or doesn't actually handle things in an appropriate way, and then these are patterns of behaviors that can be pushed forward into the future. Now, I'm definitely not perfect, right? I'm a human being and I'm juggling a lot of plates, right? There are 15 relationships in my household between every single person. It's like a ping pong ball. And I can promise you that not all of them are all going straight in alignment, right? There's every once in a while, there's a ball that gets thrown over that way, another one that way, right? And it's usually my third sons, and they're the ones that seem to poke and prod and cause the challenges of that. So coming to you today with just tons of experience and helping people better their health. I work with men and women too, but I have the Call to Rise. And that's where I help men lose weight and just empower themselves to be better husbands, better fathers, better parents in a sense. And so we work really hard at that. So kids don't, they don't do what we say, they model what we do, right? And there's this, what I would call invisible curriculum that is an undertone that's in your house. And this is, they're seeing and they're imitating. And that's why we can think about it as an individual, an invisible curriculum. And that really does impact the energy that's coming in your house from is your house full of joy? Is the house full of frustration, anger? Is it tense? Is there yelling? Is there things to always look forward to? Is it overly busy? Nowadays, I find that most parents and families are overscheduled. And one kid has 8 things to do in a week. Every day after school, sometimes 2 or 3 teams, and they've got other extracurriculars and stuff, and that in and of itself places challenges on the schedule, or even dinner, what's for dinner, and making sure that we provide our kids with healthy foods and also ourselves with healthy foods. Because if we are eating properly, then you have energy to be able to manage everything that we're doing. So our behaviors that we do, they're teaching emotional management, they're teaching a stress response, they're teaching daily habits. And what you do as a parent, say working out, and again, we're just going to run down the line of taking care of your health because that's what I do. There's simple things that you need to do every day to just take care of your body. There's movement. You need to move your body. We need to take care of it. There is nutrition. We need to eat. We need to practice portion control, and we need to eat healthier foods, right? We have power over what we choose. We've got stress response. How many times does something come up and you default to consumption of some sort, whether it's food, junk food, snacks, treats, alcohol, soda, it could be Netflix, all these things. We get into this consumption mode more often than not, rather than some people just don't eat. They just, because stress causes that as well. So we have to pay attention to how, as a parent, we are doing these type of internal behaviors that are reflected externally. All right. And as we're moving through day-to-day life, we want to be able to set a strong tone at home about managing stress, because that's going to be the biggest thing that shows up in your day-to-day world, is managing the influx of challenges that you have. Even just in our current economic situation, groceries are more expensive, right? And so then your dollar goes not so far. And then that can place other challenges on other things in our world and cause more stress and strain, as something as simple as that. Now, most humans practice some form of suppression, right? They go to that consumption mode, and parents need to be very, very, very careful of it. Not to say that I haven't gotten to the end of a long day and just feel a little overwhelmed by this, that, or the other, or my daughter likes to stay up late. It's just like her mom. And so she will have me read. And while sometimes reading starts at 9:30, 9:40, and it feels like it lasts over a half hour, which is great and fine, and I love doing it, and I will continue to do it, but there's so many other things that I need to get done because of the responsibilities I have as a father, as the breadwinner of the household and everything. And this can place some challenges on my own desire to even be there fully with her, thinking about the other 8 things that I need to do before I go to bed that night. But one 3-step framework that we can do when we get into these stressful situations in our house as parents, and you really have to be bonded to your partner, your spouse, and really aligned. And the 3-step framework would be: name it, normalize it, and navigate it. Pretty simple, pretty obvious, but when we start to feel tension in the air, we start to feel challenges showing up, we see the stress, we see the rise in the voice or the energy in the house in maybe a negative way, we have to name it. We have to slow things down. I think you would agree, Train, is when you are getting worked up, one of the quickest, fastest things to do, instead of just letting something slide out the mouth or react to whatever situation is, you got to pause, take a deep breath, and then give it some space to just downshift that initial urge to react and take it. So that can be a really big piece of slowing down, naming the situation. Okay, things are starting to get out of control. We need to slow things down, and then we can figure out what is the challenge that's at hand. So maybe an example could be something as simple as homework, right? Not wanting to do the homework, and the kid just either doesn't understand it, is unmotivated, like most of us are for homework. There could be all sorts of reasons why someone does it, but they start getting worked up. They just don't do anything. They're like hiding from you in your house, in their room or something. They're just head down. They're trying to, nowadays, of course, we have screens. They're just trying to spend a bunch of time on a phone or a device. And so we have to be able to understand. So we go to name, okay, my child is starting to show these signs of procrastination or defiance, or they're frustrated or whatever. So we can name whatever that situation is around, say, the homework, and then get into normalizing. Okay, it's okay to feel overwhelmed about the homework that you're doing that you don't necessarily understand. That's a 100% okay and normal as a human being. So how do we navigate that then? Where are the gaps at what you do or don't understand, in which then we can start to foster a better response? Oh, you mean you didn't understand what this one thing was? Or, hey, did you read the instructions? Did we start there? All right. Sometimes it's as simple as that. It's unplug and then replug back in. You know what I mean? And it can be that type of a situation to slow things down to be able to get back to it. Now, so that's a 3-step framework on managing emotional health in your household. Physical health, of course. Humans are meant to move. In our current state of life, there's ongoing demands, there's challenges, there's all sorts of situations that are coming up in our day-to-day world that just keep us sedentary. Most people work at a desk job. It's nice out. You might see different tones of the lights. I'm outside in my barn, as you can tell. It's my workout area, my man cave or whatnot. But I have the garage door up, and so the sun is changing. But in Ohio here, it has rained. It has been cold. It was super duper windy yesterday, and sometimes even just the physical nature of what's outside, we don't want to do anything. But as we go back, some of those simple things of moving your body, eating healthy foods, getting enough sleep, these are things that you can do and set the tone of in your house. One, by being the parent that is active or goes on walks with their family. We have a dog, and we regularly go as a family on a hike around in a metro park that's close to us, or at Copley Park is where we'll go, and we'll do our the Piranha Loop, so to speak, and we'll go walk it, and we'll spend time together talking and engaging through, because physical movement, undistracted time allows the kids to play, allows them to be themselves, allows them to move. And again, in our current society, you don't really see kids playing a lot, and you need to create those opportunities as a parent, regardless of how busy you are. So we always want to use positive language around exercise and make sure, or even health in general, especially depending on where your children are or are not at. It's really important to be able to keep them in a positive self-esteem and encourage them always to, again, take care of themselves or make better food choices. That's always a challenge with the modern day nutrition strategies that are being used, whether it's through marketing, right? How many years has Tony the Tiger been telling us how great Frosted Flakes are, right? For my whole life. But also maybe school food access that they have there. In our area, it's not the best. We always try to give the kids a healthy, balanced lunch, a sandwich, some protein on it, some vegetables, some fruit, and maybe something else in that there. So physical health has to be something that you as a family should be doing together. The most obvious one is go to the playground and actually play with them, or on a hike. I can't tell you how many fond memories I have of being with my kids playing tag at the local playground. Oh my gosh, it's one of my favorite things to do, and probably one of the things I'll miss the most as they continue to grow, and we do that less just because of the busyness of our schedules or just the size of my kids. My second son is taller than me at 6'3" now. My other son is staring me in the eye, and the other two are still little, but we're all big people now, and we can't just show up on a playground and stomp around while other little kids are there with their parents and stuff. So that's something that we've had to navigate in our situation. The action plan that I'd love for you to take away, it's so simple, but what is one activity, physical activity, that you can do and start to ingrain in your everyday life as a family? Do you go for just a walk because it's super easy? Are you gonna do some sort of a game? The second one is we're gonna look at maybe that, going back to that 3-step framework around an emotional reaction, because they're always going to happen, right? With humans, it's just the best way to engage with someone is to align with them, understand where they're at, and start to create some sort of a form, an alliance, or align with where we need to go. So we need to make sure that we have a proper response. We can't just fly out the handle, go slam a door, and then just not show up the rest of the night. That is not an undertone that you want to give your kids. So when things start to get hot and heavy, in a sense of emotions flying and challenges showing up, then we need to pause, slow down, and reset. and make sure, lastly, is make sure that you as a parent are going above and beyond to demonstrate the appropriate ways that are important for you to model yourself, but also important for you to that you want your kids to model in the future. Think 10, 20 years from now, we need to instill these situations in their everyday life now when they're, say, young, or they're under your roof. So when they're 30, they're still making good choices in life, and they're not coming back to you asking to live with you or asking you for money all the time, or they're in a sad, unfortunate situation that if they would have been more just whatever situation, if they would have just been more equipped or empowered, they would have made better choices and not gotten to, $30,000 of credit card debt, as an example. So there you go. There's a couple takeaways for you.
Thank you so much. And Brian raises so many good points, especially when we want to consider how we are going to be for our parents. So as we close today, I want to thank every single person for watching, everyone who participated as a guest, a commentator, someone who shared it, each and every one of you. I hope you have taken away something from this summit, and we will be back tomorrow, same time, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. And I look forward to more in-depth conversations. Thank you, everyone.